Kant's first critique. An appraisal of the permanent significance of Kant's critique of pure reason by H. W. CASSIRER. First published in 1954. Preface. The present book, as indeed is only proper in a work dealing with abstract questions of philosophy, has been written in such a way as to leave little trace of the personal make-up of the author. In composing the preface, however, I have thought fit to adopt a different policy. There might, I am well aware, be those who would insist that I was wrong in taking such a course, and that the mask of stolid detachment ought not to be lifted even here, where my concern is not with argument but simply with preparing the reader for what he is to expect. As regards that charge, I can think only of one line of defense. Each chapter of the book has been written and rewritten many times over before being given its final form, and my procedure has been throughout to submit what I had written to others so as to profit from their observations and suggestions. I have always tried to meet, to the best of my ability, the very just criticisms which were made, and what is now offered for publication bears little or no resemblance to the drafts originally composed. Yet one grave deficit remains, a defect pointed out to me by Professor H. D. Lewis of Bangor, who acted as reader for the publishers, namely, that the work starts rather abruptly, and that it is not made sufficiently clear at any stage what precisely has been the main aim in view. Professor Lewis's original suggestion was that a short introductory chapter was to be added. As against this, I felt that the preface was the most convenient place for dealing with the matter, and I felt also that, if I was to be in a position to give a satisfactory account of the character of the book, I must say something about its history, and in so doing, could hardly help expressing myself in terms considerably less impersonal than those employed in the main body of the work. Everyone is familiar with a certain doctrine, allegedly Kantian, according to which it is essential to the morality of an action that it should be done contrary to the immediate inclination of the agent. If this be true, I may indeed claim that purely moral motives have guided me in my Kantian studies, upon which I have been engaged for about 20 years. I was reared in an atmosphere of Kantianism, and when as a young man I began to read Kant for myself, my instantaneous reaction was what it has remained ever since. While 10. Perfectly ready to admire his surpassing greatness as a thinker, I felt at the same time intensely irritated, partly because of the clumsiness and obscurity of his manner of writing, and partly because certain of his tenets seemed to me thoroughly wrong-headed and even perverse. To escape from this unenviable position, I took a somewhat drastic step. Instead of reading philosophy in the university, I decided to read classics, and as for my philosophical interests, I sought to satisfy them by confining myself to the ancients, chiefly to Plato and Aristotle. The security measures which I had taken operated perfectly satisfactorily until, at the beginning of the Hitler regime, I came to this country, where I was told, shortly after my appointment as a research student in Glasgow University, that I was expected to write a book on Kant. The position in which I was thus placed was precarious enough in all conscience, but at least there remained the possibility of compromise. I had always held that Kant's third critique, although it might not equal its predecessors in certain respects, was yet a most stimulating work, and when I selected it for an object of study, while at the same time deciding to confine myself to exegesis pure and simple, I found that things were not going too badly, apart from difficulties arising from my then most imperfect knowledge of the English language. During the years following upon the completion of my book about the critique of judgment, I found it impossible to do a great deal of intellectual work. These were the terrible years of appeasement and of the first half of the war, which, as regarded myself personally, had the effect of producing almost total mental paralysis. However, I gradually revived to a certain extent, and my interests in philosophy began to reassert themselves. It was at that stage that I devised what appears to me now a most foolish scheme. I had been reading a number of books written by members of the contemporary school of logical positivism, and what appealed to me most about these writers was the negative attitude they took up towards metaphysical philosophy. Yet as I went on with my study of their works, I came to feel more and more strongly that many of the criticisms made were quite unduly high-handed and dogmatic, an observation which gave rise to the suspicion that there might be something essentially superficial about the philosophical method employed by the positivists. This gave me the idea to resume my reading of Kant, for I seemed to remember that, in the second part, Preface 2 of his Critique of Pure Reason, he had offered a most penetrating analysis of metaphysical thinking. I enjoyed my study of the so-called transcendental dialectic very much indeed, and it was only the next step I took which, by implication, proved fatal to my peace of mind for a long time to come. It occurred to me that it might be a by no means unprofitable occupation if I devoted my labors to composing a brief commentary upon the dialectic. It had never been properly dealt with by any author writing in English. Moreover, since what Kant has to say in the second part of the Critique of Pure Reason is expressed in unusually straightforward language, and since the text is here almost wholly free from the obscurities and ambiguities to be found elsewhere, there seemed no reason to fear that my task would prove unduly hard or that it would take me an unduly long time to accomplish it. However, it gradually dawned upon me that there was in fact an indissoluble connection between the doctrine advocated in the dialectic and the various arguments Kant propounds in the aesthetic and analytic, and that, in consequence, the scheme I had originally conceived must be considered wholly impracticable. This meant that, unless I was to cease operations altogether, I was obliged to concern myself with the whole of the first critique, even those parts of which I had always been mortally afraid, and as if that were not bad enough, it meant, in addition, that, instead of writing a purely expository book, I had to produce a work in which I expressed my own philosophical opinions, and gave clear indication to the reader of the various reasons which made me highly critical of certain important aspects of Kant's teaching. This is the course which, after a good deal of hesitation, I decided to pursue to its bitter end. The result of my labors is the present book, regarding which a number of people to whom I have shown the manuscript have assured me that it was at long last suitable for the purposes of publication. I proceed next to give an account of the method I have used in my discussion of the aesthetic and analytic. And the first thing I wish to do here is to draw the reader's attention to the fact that I have thought myself justified in not tying myself down to any definite technique, and that my procedure varies considerably from chapter to chapter. In my treatment of Kant's various tenets I have allowed myself to be largely influenced by my agreement or disagreement with his point of view, and even by purely personal 12. Reactions produced in me either by his own observations or by opinions concerning his doctrine which are prevalent among his foremost expositors. This is why I can think of no better way of preparing the reader for what he is to expect than to indicate as clearly as I can, in regard to each chapter, how it can to be written in a particular manner. Even the most fervent admirers of Kant have, generally speaking, been ready to agree that there were great difficulties in the transcendental aesthetic, and even those most fiercely opposed to the view that Kant was apt to contradict himself, and that these contradictions were attributable to the fact that the various parts of the critique were written at different times, have allowed much plausibility to the thesis that the doctrine propounded in the aesthetic might well represent an earlier stage in Kant's thinking. As for myself, I find the majority of Kant's remarks in the aesthetic so unconvincing that my original plan to ignore it altogether was discarded with a good deal of reluctance. And if I decided in the end to devote the first chapter of the present book to a consideration of the transcendental aesthetic, this was largely due to a feeling that, unless a Kantian expositor was prepared to take up a definite attitude towards the opinions expressed by Kant early in the critique, he was hardly in a position to give an intelligible account of the view he took of Kant's doctrine of the understanding propounded in the Transcendental Analytic. Moreover, while I am indeed in agreement with the criticism certain contemporary philosophers have made that Kant's theory of space and time must be considered untenable, if only because it rests on certain outmoded assumptions concerning the nature of scientific procedure, I am at the same time convinced that there is a good deal of truth in what Kant has to say about the general character of the intuitive element in knowledge. He holds it to be characteristic of all human knowledge, inasmuch as it is direct or immediate, that it is essentially passive, and he holds likewise that there is something profoundly significant about the fact that the factor in knowledge which he calls intuition should be found to exhibit the property of sheer passivity. In this way he is led to make a distinction between what he terms sensible intuition, on the one hand, and on the other, intellectual operations which he considers never to be wholly passive. Moreover, he contrasts the type of intuition with which we are familiar with a faculty of intuition which would involve an element of activity, and which would by itself give rise to knowledge. To indicate its nature, he speaks of intellectual intuition or intuitive understanding, while emphasizing at the same time that he does not mean to assert the actual existence or even the possibility of such a form of knowledge which could be met with only in a consciousness wholly different from ours. My own view of Kant's analysis is that he is right in most of what he has to say. Moreover, I am in essential agreement with his thesis that realities presented to a consciousness such as ours, i.e. one incapable of pure intellection, can be aptly described as having, in contradistinction from supersensible things in themselves, the status of mere phenomena or appearances. Some of the remarks I have made upon Kant's theory of sensible intuition and my estimate of its value are, I am well aware, barely intelligible, and if the reader is interested in my opinions, I must beg him to turn to the second part of my first chapter, where I make a beginning of my discussion of an issue which I believe to be of great philosophical importance. My purposes in writing chapter 2 have been these. First, I wanted to state my reasons for holding that Kant's distinction between intuition and understanding was perfectly legitimate, and that there was no force in the objection frequently brought forward that philosophers ought not to speak of different powers of the human mind. Secondly, I wished to indicate briefly why the argument of the so-called metaphysical deduction of the categories seemed to me to be without any value. Thirdly, certain remarks in this chapter are meant to serve as an introduction to the problem which Kant seeks to tackle in the transcendental deduction. In chapter 3 I provide a somewhat elaborate discussion of the transcendental deduction as set forth in the second edition of the Critique. The reasons which have led me to concern myself with the Kantian text at such length may be set out as follows. Kant himself is convinced, quite rightly, I believe, that the arguments which make up the deduction are of crucial importance to his whole theory of perceptual knowledge. Secondly, the great majority of Kantian expositors in this country have preferred the original version of the deduction to that offered in the second edition of the Critique. I hold the opposite view, and this is why I have 14. Thought myself justified in examining the text in detail and in explaining to what extent I am in agreement with Kant's doctrine. Thirdly, it seems to me that the various discussions of the transcendental deduction which can be found in books published in this country tend to be unnecessarily obscure, or at least, that the writers have expressed themselves in such a way as to be largely unintelligible to anyone who is not a Kantian specialist. I have adopted a different technique, and I hope that the remarks I have made will present no undue difficulties to those whose interest in philosophy is of a more general nature, and who have no ambition to acquire the doubtful qualification of a Kantian expert. In chapter 4 I give a general outline of Kant's theory of a priori knowledge, and the interpretation of various passages provided in this chapter affords me the opportunity of explaining to what extent I believe the theory to be deserving of serious consideration. My procedure in the first part of chapter V, where I am concerned with what Kant has to say about the principle of extensive magnitude, is self-explanatory. The second part contains a number of general observations which have the purpose of indicating what view I myself take of the problem of perceptual consciousness. In chapter 6 the reader will find a somewhat elaborate and tortuous inquiry into Kant's account of the principle of substance. The motives which have prompted me here are somewhat complex. In the first place, I felt greatly annoyed with those critics who would insist that any philosopher allowing positive significance to the notion of substance must necessarily be a disguised metaphysician. Secondly, the impression made on me by what is said about substance by the great majority of Kantian expositors was that, however obscure and unsatisfactory Kant's own theory of substance might be, their way of dealing with it made it even more obscure and still less satisfactory. It is largely as the result of this that I have made the most strenuous efforts to make at least some sort of sense of Kant's most difficult argument, and as for the corrections and modifications I have recommended for consideration, I have sought to work out a view which is at least not wholly lacking in plausibility. On the other hand, I must confess to an uneasy suspicion that my enterprise may be a total failure notwithstanding the great efforts I have made over a number of years. A truly well-worn topic, that of Kant's theory of causality, is dealt 5. with in Chapter 7. My chief aim in composing it has been this. I wished to show that, although Kant's theory was indeed most unsatisfactory in more respects than one, so long as it was taken to be a theory concerned with a fundamental principle allegedly underlying all scientific investigation, it might well be modified in such a way as to conceive of it simply as a theory about a certain a priori factor necessarily involved in ordinary perceptual judgment, and that the theory, in this modified form, could be allowed to contain a considerable amount of truth. In Chapter 8 I have written upon what Kant has to say about the principles of possibility and actuality, when they are to be significantly used in reference to sense experience, as distinct from using them beyond that field in an effort to gain access to the supersensible. The reasons responsible for my selecting this part of Kant's teaching for discussion may be stated as follows. I have found it intriguing and even fascinating to observe how Kant, even on occasions when he deals with questions which are entirely antiquated, from the point of view of contemporary philosophy, and manipulates concepts which have become lifeless and have lost most of their meaning, is apt to say certain things which may serve not only to throw a good deal of light upon essential aspects of his teaching, but which may even have the effect of greatly assisting us in the clarification of our own philosophical ideas. I have always had a great liking for Kant's disquisition upon phenomena and noumena which makes its appearance towards the end of the analytic. It has been dealt with in some detail in Chapter 9, partly because Kant employs in his discourse a mode of argument which has never had a noticeably adverse effect upon my nervous system, and which thus, from my personal point of view, differs radically from the preceding parts of the critique, and partly because it has been comparatively little written about, so that it seemed to me a suitable subject for a somewhat fuller discussion. In Chapters X14, which are concerned with the dialectic, I have used a perfectly straightforward method of exposition and criticism, and there is very little I need say about my manner of proceeding. I have selected for special consideration those arguments of Kant's which seem to me to have lost little of their original vitality in spite of the time which has elapsed since the publication of the critique. Whenever there were difficulties of 16. Pretation, I have sought to remove them. Lastly, as regards those parts of Kant's theory which I have found it impossible to approve of, I have in every case stated the reasons for my disagreement with his teaching, and have then gone on to work out an alternative view to take the place of that recommended by him. The only serious trouble I have had in my discussion of the dialectic are those places where Kant touches upon problems of moral philosophy. The passages in question have for the most part been ignored. However, in certain cases this did not seem to me a feasible procedure, while at the same time I had no desire to enter into full consideration of his ethical views. This has had the result that whenever Kant's moral teaching came up for discussion, I was obliged to express myself in a somewhat high-handed and dogmatic fashion, both as regards my interpretation of Kant and the statement of my own opinions. I proceed next to say a word about two men who have greatly assisted me in my labors. Professor W. G. Maclagan of Glasgow University took an interest in my work from the beginning, and showed remarkable patience in reading through the succession of drafts I presented to him. The various suggestions he made invariably proved most stimulating, although at times they had a somewhat depressing effect because I despaired of my ability to carry them out. However, I never had any doubt that his criticisms were fully justified, and if I may claim that the present book is more clearly written than a good many books on Kant, it is largely his advice which has made it possible for me to accomplish that aim. I am also under an obligation to Professor Maclagan for the way in which he has helped me to get my manuscript into print. He made himself responsible for the negotiations with the publishers, and when it appeared that a financial grant was necessary to secure publication, the approach to the proper authorities was again through him. An old friend of mine, Mr. W. H. Walsh of Merton College, Oxford, took much trouble about the first 9 chapters of the book at a time when my difficulties of expression were still considerable. He went over what I had written with great care, enlightened me on many points of doctrine, and in a large number of instances showed me the proper way of avoiding obscurities of language. Mr. L. E. Thomas, of University College of North Wales, has 7. Gone over the final proofs of the book most carefully, and I wish to take this opportunity for thanking him for his great kindness. I am indebted to the University of Glasgow on 2 counts. First, by appointing me to a post which involved very light lecturing and other academic duties, they made it possible for me to concentrate almost wholly on my philosophical studies and complete my work within a reasonable period. Secondly, when the university learned that I needed financial help for the purposes of publication, they readily supplied half of the sum required. The other half was given by the Carnegie Trust, and I may assure them that I greatly appreciate the generosity they have shown me in this matter. To conclude this preface, I propose, chiefly for my own entertainment, to raise a somewhat general issue. How much truth do I believe there is in Kant's doctrine, and to what extent am I prepared to claim that my inquiry into his first critique has proceeded along sound lines, both in respect of textual exegesis and the various criticisms I have felt it necessary to make? As regards the first point, I have no doubt whatever that Kant was a genius of the very first order, and I am convinced also that he stands alone among philosophers in that he combines truly astounding penetration with absolute intellectual honesty, enabling him to face problems in a less one-sided and prejudiced fashion than is the case anywhere else. If it be asked, on the other hand, whether final truth or certainty may be claimed for any part of his teaching, my answer would be a decided negative. Kant himself was indeed under the impression not only that some of his tenets were unassailable but that all or at least most of them were. My feeling here is that, while we are under an obligation to view with the greatest tolerance an illusion of his which he shares with all truly original thinkers, we .1theist at the same time remind ourselves that such claims as he and others have made are not likely to be well-founded, if only because philosophical thinking would not seem to be the sort of thing that lends itself to yielding objective truth in the alleged sense. This brings me to my second question, namely, whether I should be justified in holding that I had given a true account of the philosophy of Kant, and that any view of him other than that propounded in the present work must necessarily be mistaken. All I can say here is that it would never occur to me to entertain such an 18. Absurd notion. Indeed, it would be a good thing, I feel, if all those setting out to expound the philosophical system of a great man, whether he be Kant or somebody else, made it clear to themselves from the outset that their finished product would invariably contain distortions introduced not only by the special bent of their interest and the opinions they themselves happen to hold, but also by wholly subjective factors such as their temperament and psychological make-up. The overlooking of this obvious truth has, it seems to me, had a most adverse effect upon Kantian scholarship. His interpreters have followed each other in endless succession, and nearly all of them appear to have thought it necessary, in an effort to justify their own labors, to give expression to their amazement at the horrible mistakes made by everyone else. I have striven throughout to cure myself of this irrational prejudice. Although no work on Kant has been specifically referred to in the present book, I have consulted a large number of authors representing different types of Kantian exegesis, while at the same time paying close attention to non-Kantians and also to writers who in their thinking are guided by principles radically different from those underlying the philosophy of Kant. And while attempting to form my own judgment, I have always sought to approach others in a spirit of sympathetic understanding so that they might assist me in clarifying my own ideals. On the other hand, I have no wish to deny that certain books I have read have profited me little and have struck me as both dull and stupid, a circumstance which affords me the opportunity of expressing the fervent hope that my own will not be held to come into this class. The theory of knowledge recommended in the present work I am well aware open to attack from two sides. It might be objected to by some on the ground that it retained too much of Kant, or by others, on the opposite ground that my criticism of him on certain points was misguided or even perverse. I do not propose to concern myself here with the former objection. As for the latter, which I know is sure to be brought forward by some of my fellow Kantians, I may be permitted to say this. I have never dissociated myself from any thesis of Kant's without a good deal of reflection, and only in those cases in which despite every effort I simply could not see my way to agreeing with him have I thought myself justified in rejecting his view and putting another in its place. That my criticism might. Preface I-9. On occasions be wholly mistaken is a possibility I freely admit. On the other hand, common honesty required of me that in those instances in which his point of view seemed to me untenable I should give expression to my disagreement openly and without hesitation. However, there is one matter concerning which I am somewhat uneasy in my mind, namely, that the tone in which I have stated my objections to Kant may be considered unduly arrogant. Other people whom I have consulted on this question seem to feel this less strongly than I do myself, and if I finally decided to leave things as they were, this was chiefly because I felt that comparatively little harm was done by my conforming to the present-day fashion in philosophical writing. Still, I may be permitted to say this much. Not only am I fully aware that Kant was an original thinker of the first order, and that I belong to an entirely different class, but I also happen to hold what at present is a most unfashionable opinion, namely, that the errors committed by the great philosophers are, generally speaking, not only more interesting but more fruitful than the truths propounded by lesser men. There is one last point I should like to make, a point which concerns neither Kant nor his interpreters but the state of present-day philosophy. It has struck me with a mixture of amusement and amazement during the last 20 years that the doctrine of radical empiricism and its somewhat later counterpart, viz. linguistic philosophy, should have found such general acceptance in this country, at least in the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, and that no significant development within the body of that doctrine should have occurred during all that period. And this notwithstanding the fact that such tremendous events, including a world war, have taken place in the meantime, that entirely different views are held abroad, and that the members of the school are, of course, temperamentally as different from one another as are other people. The explanation which would be offered locally in the places in question is presumably that, once the final truth had been discovered, there was no need for radical change, nor was there anything to be surprised at in unanimity. I should wish to dissociate myself from this hypothesis, which in any case is incapable of empirical verification, and in its place I venture to suggest a different explanation, namely, that a tendency towards conformity at any price has been steadily increasing for a number of years, that it is 20. A striking characteristic of the era we live in, and that what has of late been happening in the best philosophical circles, whether light blue or dark, is a perfect manifestation of that tendency. Contents. Preface page 9. I. Kant's theory of sensible intuition 23. 2. Kant's general theory of the understanding 52. 3. The transcendental deduction of the categories 63. 4. Kant's doctrine of a priori principe please of 106 You understandilg. V. A discussion of Kant's account of the 127. Principle of extensive magnitude. 6. The principle of substance 148. 7. The principle of causality 178. 8. The principles of possibility and actuality 202. 9. Phenomena and noumena 212. X. Reason and understanding 238. 11. Kant's treatment of the metaphysical theory 249 of the self. 12. Kant's criticism of speculative cosmology 266. 13. The proofs of the existence of God 312. 14. The problem of the systematization of knowledge 330. Index 359. Chapter I. Kant's theory of sensible intuition. Kant propounds his theory of sensible intuition chiefly in the transcendental aesthetic, and a really adequate treatment of the theory would require a thorough examination of this first part of the critique. I do not in what follows propose to engage in this task, mainly because the argument of the aesthetic appears to me, in a good many respects, incapable of defense. My principal purpose, in writing the present book, is to draw attention to those features of Kant's theory of knowledge which I believe to be of permanent philosophical importance. It is precisely this fact which has made it difficult for me to decide what to do about the transcendental aesthetic. I shall argue, especially in the subsequent chapters of this work, that Kant was quite right in insisting upon a sharp distinction between sensible intuition, on the one hand, and understanding, or consciousness proper, on the other. Further, I shall express my general agreement with Kant's tenet that perceptual consciousness, in the strict sense of that term, involves certain a priori principles of understanding. However, my agreement with Kant on these important points, an agreement which I shall not be able to justify until much later, does not oblige me to accept, for instance, the theory of space and time which is recommended throughout the aesthetic. On the contrary, it leaves me free to hold that Kant's account of space and time rests upon unsound principles. If the statements set forth in the transcendental aesthetic are, for the most part, more questionable than those set forth in later parts of the critique, this is, as has often been pointed out, to a large extent due to the way in which the critique was written. Everybody knows that a theory of sensible intuition, and in particular a theory of space and time as a priori forms of sensible intuition, was worked out by Kant before he even conceived of the critical problem. This theory is contained in the inaugural dissertation, that is to say, in a work in which his standpoint was radically 24. Different from the one he adopted later. In the dissertation there is no suggestion that a priori concepts of understanding are involved in all sense experience. Instead, it is asserted that they have application to nonsensible things in themselves. In the critique Kant holds the very opposite, maintaining that categories are necessarily involved in sense experience, and that they do not, in any circumstances, allow of being applied beyond the field of sensibility. One would have expected that Kant, having changed so radically his view of the understanding and the categories, would have been bold enough to reflect upon the problem of space and time in an entirely new way. However, he does nothing of the sort, and what he has to say about them in the aesthetic does not essentially differ from what was said in the dissertation. This is why the doctrine propounded in the transcendental aesthetic must be regarded as pre-critical in important respects. Moreover, it is impossible to deny that many of the statements made in the aesthetic are irreconcilable with others made in later parts of the critique. This has, of course, been noted by many Kantian expositors. In fact, even his most fervent adherents are generally ready to agree that most of the arguments which are put forward in the aesthetic must be considered to be of a provisional nature. However, in spite of what has been pointed out, it would, in my opinion, be a mistake to disregard the aesthetic altogether. For with all its weaknesses and imperfections, it appears to me to contain a good deal of real value and importance. I have decided, accordingly, to examine Kant's argument at least in part. My discussion will proceed as follows. I shall comment upon the introductory paragraphs where Kant sets out to define his terms. I shall examine Kant's doctrine of space and time in some detail, and shall try to remove certain difficulties of interpretation. On the other hand, I do not propose to argue in defense of his main thesis. For I find great difficulties even in his central contention, namely, that space and time are to be regarded as a priori forms of intuition. I shall presume throughout that Kant is essentially right in holding that, if the fact of perceptual consciousness is to be properly understood, one will do well to single out, within this con. 25. Consciousness, an element of direct yet passive intuition, while clearly distinguishing this purely sensory factor in perceptual awareness from that of consciousness strictly speaking. I shall discuss, at some length, Kant's tenet that sensible experience is directed towards mere appearances, as distinct from things in themselves. There is one more thing I wish to say before beginning my inquiry. Kant recommends, in the Transcendental Aesthetic, a certain theory of mathematical knowledge, and seeks to lay, there and elsewhere in the Critique, the foundation for a theory of the natural sciences. Both theories have been criticized severely by subsequent scientists and philosophers, and it has been pointed out that most of Kant's opinions are incompatible with modern discoveries. Many of Kant's critics have gone further and have argued that, since his views on mathematics and science are out of date, no serious attention need be paid to his philosophy. So far as I am concerned, I do not possess the necessary technical knowledge to decide whether Kant's teaching in these matters is really as wrong-headed as it is often said to be. On the other hand, it seems to me perfectly possible that the critique of pure reason should contain a good deal of truth, and that the argument of the critique should be of serious concern to the present-day philosopher, even though one has to agree that Kant is wrong in what he has to say about mathematics and science. This holds as much for the transcendental aesthetic as for the rest of the critique. For example, it might well be the case that Kant's account of space and time was entirely useless from the point of view of the contemporary scientist or philosopher of science. Yet we may nonetheless be obliged to admit the correctness of his teaching upon the essential character of the sensory element in perceptual consciousness. Kant himself was convinced, of course, that he had discovered the final truth concerning the nature of mathematical knowledge, the universal principles of the natural sciences, and the fundamental conditions which underlie our consciousness of everyday objects. There is no need to follow him in this. Still less need we agree that the various doctrines which he propounds are inseparable from one another. But there is one significant point which ought to be kept in mind. The transcendental aesthetic and 26. Analytic contain a theory which seeks to explain the perceptual awareness we have of everyday objects, and to lay bare the presuppositions which underlie the statements we make about these objects. This theory allows of being considered by itself. Accordingly, we shall, in discussing the aesthetic and analytic, confine ourselves exclusively to those arguments which bear upon the problem of perceptual consciousness. The principal points made by Kant in the introductory paragraphs of the aesthetic may be set out as follows. Intuition is that element in knowledge which is immediately related to objects. Intuition occurs, in so far as an object is given. This cannot happen, at least as regards human beings, in any other way than that the object should affect the mind in some way or other. The capacity for receiving representations, in virtue of the manner in which we are affected by objects, is called sensibility. The effect of an object upon the faculty of representation, inasmuch as we are affected by that object, is what is called sensation. I call matter of sensation that element in the appearance which corresponds to sensation. On the other hand, I call form of appearance that which brings it about that the manifold of appearance allows of being ordered in certain relations. That in which alone sensations order themselves cannot in turn be sensation. Accordingly, the matter of appearance is indeed given a posteriori, while the form of appearance must lie ready a priori in the mind. It must be possible, therefore, to consider the latter apart from sensation. We shall call pure representations all those which contain nothing that appertains to sensation. The pure form of sensible intuitions in general, in which all the manifold of appearances is intuited in certain relations, must be found in the mind a priori. This pure form of sensibility may also be called pure intuition. We shall, in the transcendental aesthetic, isolate sensibility and shall disregard any contribution which may be made by thought, that is to say, the understanding and its concepts. R. 27. Purpose in this will be that we should be left with nothing but empirical intuition. Secondly, we shall take away from the latter everything belonging to sensation, so that we should be left solely with pure intuition and the mere form of the appearances, this being the only thing which sensibility can supply in an a priori manner. In making the statements paraphrased in the preceding section, Kant puts his case in a wholly unconvincing manner. This will become apparent soon enough, when we come to examine them in detail. For the time being, it will be sufficient to show that there is nothing seriously wrong with Kant's general view of sensible intuition, and that it is perfectly possible to state his position in unobjectionable terms. Concerned as he is with the question of the essential character of all sensible awareness, Kant wishes to assert no more, in the first instance, than simply this, that human awareness invariably exhibits, at any rate on the level of mere sensation, the two fundamental characteristics of receptiveness and passivity, and directness and immediacy. These are assertions with which no philosopher, to whatever school of thought he belonged, /Vold wished to quarrel. For it seems obvious, in the first place, that in so far as sensations occur in a percipient, the latter finds himself in an entirely receptive state, it is not any activity, on his part, which is to be held responsible for whatever sensations may arise, and secondly, that the sort of awareness present in us on the purely sensory level is to be regarded as a state of direct and immediate acquaintance. Whatever doubts we may feel about the rest of his theory, there would seem to be no good grounds for finding fault with Kant's general account of sensation. But when we proceed to consider the terms in which Kant seeks to make plain his position, we discover that they are objectionable and misleading. He ought to have confined himself to an analysis of that state which exists in a percipient, in so far as he rests content with having sense impressions simply occurring in him. Instead, he is found to commit himself to all sorts of questionable assertions which bear upon the relation allegedly subsisting between the percipient subject and the object of sense perception. The following points in Kant's statements seem to me to be open. 28. To serious objections. Intuition is immediately related to objects. Intuition occurs when an object is given to us, and we are affected by that object. Sensation is the effect of an object upon the faculty of representation. There are two main reasons which make it essential to reject these statements. Kant maintains that intuition is immediately related to objects, and that it takes place when we are affected by objects. This suggests that awareness of objects arises already on the level of mere sensation, which is, in fact, the very opposite of what Kant really believes. Kant contends that, whenever there is sensation or intuition, this happens by virtue of the fact that objects affect us. This would seem to imply that the relationship subsisting between the perceived object and the percipient subject is of a causal nature, a view which is indefensible, both on general philosophical grounds, and because it cannot be reconciled with Kant's own account of causal relatedness. I have no doubt that these ambiguities could have been easily avoided. Kant might have gone on describing intuition as an essentially passive state, without this raising any difficulties, and there would have been no harm even in his talking of it as a state in which we are affected in some way or other, provided only he left alone the question what was to be held responsible for our sensations and for the state of passive receptiveness which is an essential ingredient in perceptual awareness. This issue should have not been raised at all, if only because Kant ought to have realized that he could say nothing useful about it at so early a stage of his argument. We may now go on to say a word about Kant's distinction between the material and the formal element in sense awareness. It is easy enough to see why he considers himself justified in making such a distinction. He believes the position to be something like this. If the peculiar nature of the sense given is to be properly understood, we are obliged to differentiate between two essentially distinct factors. In the first place, there are the specific, or material, characteristics of the sense given. In the second place, there are those which are necessarily exhibited by everything sense given. This necessity rests, Kant believes, upon the fact that the 29 characteristics in question, i.e. the spatial and temporal ones, signify, in the last resort, nothing more than solely the manner in which human beings receive their sense impressions. It is only as subject to certain ways of ordering that the given can present itself to us at all. It must be possible, therefore, to consider the formal element in perception by itself, while presuming that it will exhibit certain special features of its own. These features are, in Kant's opinion, that the formal element in sense awareness is a priori in character, and that it has its origin in the percipient subject. It must remain somewhat doubtful whether Kant's distinction between matter of appearance and its form is really legitimate, and again whether there is any truth in his contention that the formal element in perceptual awareness has to be regarded as a priori and subjective. However, any comments we may wish to make upon these points will have to wait until we have had the opportunity of discussing Kant's theory of space and time. We may now begin our examination of that doctrine. In the first place, we shall concern ourselves with Kant's description of space as the form of outer intuition and of time as the form of inner intuition. VE begin by quoting some representative passages. By means of outer sense, a property of our mind, we represent to ourselves objects as outside us, and all without exception in space. Time cannot be outwardly intuited, any more than space can be intuited as something in us. Time is nothing but the form of inner sense, that is, of the intuition of ourselves and our inner state. It cannot be a determination of outer appearances. Time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances whatsoever. Space, as the pure form of all outer intuition, is so far limited, it serves as the a priori condition only of outer appearances. But since all representations, whether they have for their objects outer things or not, belong, in themselves, as determinations of the mind, to our inner state, and since this inner state stands under the formal condition of inner intuition, and so belongs to time, time is an a priori condition of all appearance whatsoever. It is the immediate condition of inner appearances, and thereby the mediate condition of outer appearances. The passages quoted give rise to certain difficulties which it would be unprofitable to discuss at present. For example, we need not ask whether Kant has any right to assign an a priori status to the ideas of space and time. Neither need we inquire into his reasons for holding, on the one hand, that they are a priori elements in sense awareness, and on the other, that spatial predicates are applicable to certain phenomena but not to others. However, there is one question which must be asked here and now. Does Kant give us any worthwhile information concerning the difference between space and time, when he assures us that space is the form of outer intuition, and is exhibited only in outer appearances, while time is the form of inner intuition, and is exhibited primarily in inner appearances? It appears, on reflection, that it is impossible to attach much importance to the various statements Kant makes, with a view to indicating the way in which space and time are distinguished from one another. Kant says of space that it is the form of outer intuition. But this tells us precisely nothing, for it is implied by the very expression see outer intuition that it is to signify an awareness directed towards that which exhibits spatial relations. There is no need to labor this point, and we may sum up our criticism of Kant's procedure as follows. The expression inner intuition, as it is used by Kant, denotes simply that species of awareness which is not concerned with spatial relations. And outer intuition denotes no more than that species of awareness which is concerned with these relations. We must, therefore, protest, when Kant, while describing space as the form of outer intuition, or outer sense, and time as the form of inner intuition, or inner sense, imagines that this may serve to throw light upon their nature. It will have become evident from what has been said that Kant is unsuccessful in his attempt to bring out the essential distinction between space and time. Our next business is to consider what he has to say about those properties which space and time share in common. The principal arguments which Kant brings forward 1 ll. 3:1. His exposition of space and time are as follows. Space is not an empirical concept which has been abstracted from outer experiences. It is only on condition that the representation of space already underlies them, that sensations allow a being referred to something outside us. Time has not been abstracted from some experience or other. It is impossible that either coexistence or succession should ever come within our perception, unless the representation of time underlies them in an a priori manner. Space is a necessary a priori representation which underlies all outer intuitions. The absence of space can never be conceived. But one can conceive quite well that no objects should be met with in it. Time is a necessary a priori representation which underlies all intuitions. As regards appearances in general, there is no way of removing time, though we can quite well think of time as void of appearances. Time is, therefore, given in an a priori manner. In it alone the actuality of the appearances is possible at all. Appearances may, one and all, vanish. Time, on the other hand, cannot be removed. Space is not a discursive, or as we say, general concept of relations of things in general. For, in the first place, we can represent to ourselves only one space. If one talks of several spaces, one understands by this parts of one and the same unique space. The parts of space can be conceived only as being in space. The manifold in it, and therefore the general concept of spaces, rests solely upon limitations. Space is represented as a given infinite magnitude. Now every concept must be thought of as a representation contained in an infinite number of different possible representations, in other words, as a representation which contains these under itself. On the other hand, no concept can be thought of as containing an infinite number of representations within itself. But this is precisely how space is thought of. Consequently, the original representation of space is an a priori intuition, not a concept. Time is not a discursive or what is called a general concept, but a pure form of sensible intuition. Different times are but parts of one and the same time. 3.2. The infinitude of time signifies nothing more than that every determinate magnitude of time is possible only by way of imposing limitations upon the one single time which underlies it. The original representation of time must thus be given as unlimited. But when something is so given that its very parts can be determinately represented only through limitation, it follows that the whole representation cannot be given through concepts. On the contrary, it must have an immediate intuition underlying it. It will be agreed that the above arguments are, for the most part, extremely obscure. And indeed, the contemporary student of philosophy, unless he be particularly well versed in Kant's complicated terminology, must find great difficulties in gathering from his various observations what exactly is the view he wishes to recommend. The main trouble appears to me to be this. Because of the ambiguity of Kant's language, there is the constant suggestion in his reasoning that he thinks of space and time as partaking, in some sort of way, of the nature of real things. In actual fact, however, this is precisely what he seeks to disprove. Consequently, we are obliged, I believe, if Kant's point of view is to become properly intelligible, to reformulate his problem, and to state his case in terms very different from those he himself employs. In what follows I shall attempt such a restatement of Kant's reasoning concerning space and time. In seeking to give an account of the essential nature of the sense given, we find that certain of its characteristics, namely, the spatial and temporal ones, are quite different from any others which may be exhibited by it. There are, first of all, the particular, or specific, characteristics of sensible phenomena, for example, qualities such as green, hot, heavy. That spatial and temporal characteristics cannot be considered to be on a par with these should be evident from the following considerations. If a sensibile occupies a certain spatial or temporal position, this does not affect it in the material sense at all. Or to put it in another way, if a sensibile is found in a different place, or at a different time, from the place it previously occupied, or from the time at which it previously existed, this does not alter it in the way in which the adding or taking away of some particular quality would alter it. We are thus obliged to 33. Differentiate clearly between the material characteristics of the given, on the one hand, and its spatial and temporal characteristics, on the other, and we must think of the latter as representing the element of mere structure. Secondly, and this is an even more important point, we must note that while none of the characteristics we have just termed material are manifested in any and every sensible phenomenon, all sensible phenomena agree in this, that they present themselves in some place or other, and at some time or other. When we ask how this feature of our experience is to be explained, the proper answer would seem to be the following. What expresses itself in spatial and temporal relatedness are two fundamental ideas which are conditions of our receiving any impressions at all. If that is the position, it can be readily understood why spatial and temporal relations should have to manifest themselves in everything sensibly presented. Indeed, should it be found that until the ideas of spatial and temporal order have become operative, no impressions can occur in sentience at all, the evident conclusion is that anything and everything of which they become aware will have to exhibit that order. It follows further that spatial and temporal correlation ought to have a special status assigned to it. The statement, that sensible phenomena are subject to space and time, is not a statement about an empirical matter of fact. It is a statement of the truth of which we have a priori certainty. It will be well to point out, at this stage, that we must be careful not to attribute certain absurdities to Kant. For example, Kant does indeed hold that space and time are a priori ideas, yet he is quite ready to admit that apart from actual experience nothing whatever is known about specific spatial and temporal relations. Again, he does not for a moment entertain the idea that human minds cause things to occupy a particular place, or to occur at a particular time. On the contrary, he is firmly convinced, as regards all this, that everything belongs to the realm of matter of fact, and that we have nothing to guide us except actual experience. Attention may here be drawn to yet another significant feature of Kant's theory of space and time. When we tried to restate this theory above, we said, among other things, that Kant regarded space and time as principles of order. Yet a word of caution is here. 34. Necessary. He is indeed most insistent that space and time are ideas which originate in the percipient subject. Yet, on the other hand, he has no doubt that the spatial and temporal characteristics of things are presented to us directly and immediately. In other words, in being aware of phenomena as exhibiting spatial and temporal relations, we remain, according to Kant, in an essentially passive and receptive state. He will argue later in the critique that, if we are to be capable of assigning to anything a determinate position in space and time, we are obliged to perform certain intellectual operations. Yet this does not in any way affect his fundamental belief that space and time are bound up with ways of sensing, as distinct from ways of understanding, and that even while we remain entirely passive, we are made aware, however vaguely, of the spatial and temporal characteristics of the given. Kant's discourse upon space and time shows one most perplexing feature, namely, that it is almost impossible to be sure what sort of reality they are supposed to have. It is evident enough that he does not believe them to have the reality of actual things. For his main aim in the transcendental aesthetic is to show that they must on no account be conceived of as self-subsistent entities. But if there can be no doubt that Kant is convinced of the truth of this, it becomes exceedingly difficult to assign any very clear meaning to certain statements he makes about space and time. For example, what is to be the purport of the various observations he makes about space as a whole and time as a whole? It may be thought that the difficulty we have mentioned can be got rid of by supposing Kant's view of space and time to be that they are ideas which actually occur in particular minds, in other words, that they are in the nature of mental pictures, or images, which the individual sentient has to bring before himself, provided he is to be in a position to receive sense impressions. However, it becomes obvious, on further consideration, that this is not Kant's view at all, and that, if it were, it would involve him in palpable absurdities. For example, Kant says of space and time that they are represented as infinite magnitudes. This alone should be sufficient to show that he does not regard them as mental pictures, or images, which are formed by the individual sentient. For how could there be a picture, or an image, of something which was to be represented? 35. As infinite in respect of quantity? Besides, all the other points Kant makes concerning the nature of space and time provide clear evidence of the fact that he does not believe them to be ideas which are actually to be encountered in particular percipients. But if space and time are, in Kant's opinion, neither real things nor ideas actually entertained by the percipient, what is to be the precise character which belongs to what he calls the original representations of space and time? To render his general position at all defensible, the statements he makes about space and time must have considerable modifications imposed upon them, and we must take him to uphold a view something like the following: the original representations of space and time cannot be got at directly. Yet we can get at them by way of analyzing the nature of that which displays spatial and temporal characteristics. We note, first of all, that the spatial and temporal relations manifested in what is sensibly presented to us exhibit this distinctive feature, that everything spatial and temporal is contained in, or part of, something which is likewise spatial and temporal. Every spatial and temporal quantum is embraced by a larger spatial and temporal quantum. And this goes on ad infinitum, for nothing spatial or temporal can be conceived of as having any limits set to it except by that which is, in its turn, spatial or temporal. The relationship just described can be seen to be fundamentally different from that which is to be met with in the realm of conceptions. True enough, the relationship subsisting among various concepts may likewise be described in terms of whole and parts. Again, the wider concept may be said to contain the narrower one. Yet, when we speak of a wider concept, we mean one which is more general than those coming under it. In the case of space and time the situation is quite different, and we are here confronted with what may be called the relation of being contained in, as distinct from the relation of being contained under. Determinate spatial quanta, or determinate periods of time, do not exemplify any general notion. There is no such thing as an instance, or example, of space and time. On the contrary, in their domain, the terms general and particular are wholly inapplicable. It follows from what has been said that the partial representations of various spaces and various times refer ultimately to the 36. One space and the one time. What is signified by the ideas of space and time are individual existences, and very queer existences at that, for they are thought of as infinites. The original ideas of space and time underlie one of Kant's favorite expressions: all our awareness of determinate spatial and temporal quanta. Further, these latter cannot be represented otherwise than as limitations of the one space and the one time, in which they are contained, and of which they are parts. The expository part of our inquiry into Kant's theory of space and time has now been brought to a close, with the exception of some observations which will be made, later in this chapter, upon his tenet that space and time do not provide us with knowledge of things in themselves. I shall soon explain the various reasons by which I am prompted to reject Kant's theory as unsound. Yet, first of all, I propose to show why I should wish to concede a good deal of initial plausibility to Kant's view that space and time have the status of a priori ideas. Everybody will agree that there is an air of indubitable truth about certain assertions concerning space and time. To take an example, we feel wholly assured that everything sensibly presented must, of necessity, exhibit temporal characteristics, that it will be found somewhere in time, that time can have no limits set to it, and lastly, that it has the property of uniqueness, in the sense that everything temporal refers to the one time. How is this assurance to be accounted for? On Kantian principles the explanation is easy enough. The properties mentioned are bound up with the very essence of time. Moreover, since time allows a being shown to be a fundamental idea, in the absence of which we could not become aware of anything at all, it will be readily understood also why all sense presentations are under the necessity of conforming to time. Kant does indeed acknowledge that there is nothing self-contradictory in the idea of a knowledge which would not be subject to time, and he thus indicates that the necessity he has in mind is not logical in character. Yet he insists that human knowledge presupposes time as an underlying idea, it being made certain in this way that temporal characteristics will have to manifest themselves in everything presented to us. What has been said may account for my view that Kant's teach. 37. About time offers certain undeniable attractions. I have disregarded space, for the purposes of the above argument, because of the additional complication that Kant wishes to restrict its applicability to a particular class among sensible phenomena. In what follows I shall draw attention to a number of considerations which seem to me to have the effect of rendering the Kantian position untenable. It is evident enough what Kant himself would regard as the very core of his doctrine of space and time. It is his tenet that space and time have their origin in the mind, not in any particular mind but in the human mind as such. The first step he takes to reach this conclusion is the following. He believes himself entitled to draw a sharp distinction between two elements in the sense given, the element of matter or content, on the one hand, and the element of structure or form, on the other. He then proceeds to show that the formal element has to be regarded as essentially subjective, while it would be impossible to account for the material element in the same way, and to allege that the material of our knowledge was likewise a product of the mind. In other words, he seeks to make out that the forms of space and time and what he calls the matter of appearance are, in respect of their status, complete opposites. The forms of sensibility must be thought of as due to the mind and as wholly subjective, whereas the matter of appearance has to be thought of as subsisting in entire independence of mind. But Kant realizes that the whole realm of the given is permeated by space and time, so that it is made impossible to find anywhere, within the field of sensible phenomena, anything which could be regarded as solidly real and independent of mind in the required sense. This is one of the reasons why he postulates a supersensible realm, a realm of things in themselves, while affirming that these things in themselves are to be held to be ultimately responsible for the element of reality in the sense given. This device of Kant's seems to me to introduce more difficulties than it solves, especially since he himself admits that supersensible things in themselves are quite unknowable, and that the reality which would pertain to them must be considered to be fundamentally different from that which pertains to the objects of sense experience. The conclusion to be drawn from this is surely that 38. Kant is mistaken in supposing that different ontological statuses may be assigned to the material and the structural factor in the sense given, and that the latter may be declared to be subjective and ideal in character, while the former may be taken to represent, at least indirectly, what is real in sensible phenomena. As against this, we must insist that the actual position is as follows. There is no harm whatsoever in drawing attention to the formal factor in the objects of our experience, that is to say, to space and time, or in wishing to make a distinction between the sensible material and the structure manifested in that material. Further, it is even conceivable that all sensible existents, both in their material and in their formal aspect, require to have a special status assigned to them. This is a point which will soon come up for discussion. However, one thing cannot reasonably be assumed, namely, that a subjective element should be present in the structure of the given, i.e. its spatial and temporal relations, while this same element is absent, so far as the sensible material itself is concerned. Either there are no good grounds for suspecting sensible existence of having anything subjective about them, that is, for alleging that they cannot be conceived of entirely by themselves and in complete independence of the mind which becomes aware of them. Or else, if there are such grounds, the characteristic of subjectivity and dependence on mind attributable to them must apply to them in any and every respect. There is yet another way of showing that Kant's doctrine of space and time is untenable. His contention is that space and time are a priori forms which the mind imposes upon that which, considered by itself, is non-spatial and non-temporal. But even if we leave out of account here his questionable supposition, that the sense given derives ultimately from supersensible things in themselves, it would seem that, in making this point, Kant misconceives the part which the a priori is capable of playing in perceptual knowledge. It may well be, although whether this really is the case remains to be seen, that certain a priori activities have to come into play, if we are to attain full consciousness of the objects confronting us in experience. Yet such a priori activities, instead of changing or modifying the objects to be known, would, on the contrary, have the function of enabling us to recognize them as what they really are. We must insist that knowledge can in no CIR 39 circumstances involve an element of making. It is contrary to the very idea of knowledge that it should have the effect of transforming that which was to become known. These considerations alone may suffice to show that there is something profoundly unsatisfactory about a theory which maintains, on the one hand, that space and time originate entirely in the knowing subject, and maintains, on the other, that they are to be regarded as necessary ingredients in knowing. We may go even further and assert that, on the level of mere acquaintance with the sense given, as distinct from that of consciousness proper, our knowledge cannot involve any a priori factor at all. Indeed, if it were really true that the mind had to make a special contribution of its own, solely for the purpose of having something or other given to it, and that certain a priori operations must be performed, so as to achieve that result, the conclusion would seem to be that no knowledge could ever arise. For on Kant's own showing, everything a priori is essentially subjective. Accordingly, if it is correct to say that we must have recourse to a priori ideas, if we are to be presented with anything at all, it is also correct to say that we are, from the very outset, obliged to remodel and distort the given, and that, in consequence, no proper knowledge is ever achievable. I am aware of the extreme dogmatism of some of the above remarks. My excuse must be that I have, at this early stage, been unable to offer an adequate defense of the opinions I hold. For the time being, I propose to make only one further point. It seems to me that, however many difficulties there may be in Kant's account of space and time, his general theory of sensible intuition may nonetheless be granted to be perfectly sound. I believe him to be essentially right on the following two main issues. The special problem raised by the fact of perceptual consciousness can be brought out best by singling out, first of all, an element of immediate, yet passive, awareness of the given. In this state, which is posited solely for the sake of analysis, and which is not taken to be actually existent, there is as yet no proper consciousness in the percipient. The percipient, inasmuch as he does no more than exercise his capacity for receiving sense impressions, is unable to recognize anything as objectively real. 4.0. Since the realities confronting us in experience can supply only one sort of evidence of their existence, namely the occurrence of passively received impressions, the objects of our consciousness will always carry with them a necessary reference to the type of knowledge characteristic of us. Sensible existence involve a subjective element in their very essence. To put it in Kantian terms, they have the status of appearances, not that of things in themselves. It is evident that the first of these contentions is completely independent of the truth of Kant's theory of space and time. For it may still remain necessary to posit a purely passive factor in sense awareness, even though Kant's view of space and time should turn out to be incorrect. As for the second contention, the position is very much the same. For while Kant's teaching that space and time are to be regarded as a priori forms of sensibility may be open to serious objections, it may still be true to say that the objects of our experience must have a phenomenal character attributed to them. Our last remark will have struck the reader as somewhat curious. We have hinted that we are in general agreement with Kant's theory of things in themselves, with a theory, that is, which even his most fervent adherents have always regarded as questionable, and as giving rise to great difficulties. Moreover, our agreement has been expressed, without our making any attempt to justify it, and we have failed to indicate to what extent we are prepared to concur with Kant's point of view. To make good these omissions, we shall do well to devote the remainder of this chapter to an inquiry into Kant's doctrine that the human mind is debarred from having knowledge of things in themselves. By way of anticipation, we may say that we propose to argue along the following lines. Kant's view of things in themselves and the relation in which they stand to sensible appearances requires drastic modifications. It is impossible to accept Kant's thesis that space and time are to be held accountable for the phenomenal character of the objects of our experience. Kant's doctrine of things in themselves ought to be connected as closely as possible with his doctrine of intellectual intuition. 4. I begin my discussion by quoting a number of passages in which Kant suggests that it is space and time which prevent us from coming to know things as they really are in themselves. Space does not represent any property of things in themselves, nor does it represent them in their relation to one another. That is to say, space does not represent any determination that attaches to the objects themselves, and which remains even when abstraction has been made of all the subjective conditions of intuition. It is, solely from the human standpoint that we can speak of space, of extended things, etc. If we depart from the subjective condition under which alone we can have outer intuition, namely, liability to be affected by objects, the representation of space stands for nothing whatsoever. If we abstract from our mode of inwardly intuiting ourselves, and so take objects as they may be in themselves, then time is nothing. It has objective validity only in respect of appearances, these being things which we take as objects of our senses. It is no longer objective, if we abstract from the sensibility of our intuition, that is, from that mode of representation which is peculiar to us, and speak of things in general. Time is therefore a purely subjective condition of our intuition, and in itself, apart from the subject, is nothing. The reasonings set forth in the above passages seem to me, for the most part, lacking in plausibility. In an effort to establish this point, I propose to take a somewhat circuitous route. For I shall begin by stating Kant's view of the nature of things in themselves at its crudest. Kant explains his position, on many occasions, in terms not unlike the following. The existence of things in themselves cannot be seriously doubted. In fact, things in themselves must be said to possess a higher degree of reality than any which can be assigned to the objects of sense experience. The entities which confront us in experience can, on reflection, be seen to be capable of being resolved into mere perceptions or presentations, and it is precisely this feature which must make us suspect that the objects of our consciousness have, in actual fact, no proper reality at all but are simply man-made. There is only one way of avoiding such an inference. We are obliged to posit solidly real entities which lie 42. Behind what appears to us sensibly. In other words, we must presume the existence of things in themselves which are altogether independent of the human mind. That human minds are unable to acquire knowledge of these things in themselves may be made evident thus. Although it is indeed quite certain that the given ultimately derives from things in themselves, there is this significant fact about the human way of becoming aware of things, that our minds are subject to certain conditions apart from which they cannot be presented with anything at all. If any awareness is to come about in us, the given must be made to conform to space and time. But space and time have their origin solely in the mind, and accordingly can be accounted for only in one way. They must be regarded as ideas which are produced by a particular kind of subject, and which become quite meaningless as soon as they are taken entirely by themselves, no attention being paid to the subject which gives rise to them. What has been said is sufficient to render it certain that human beings are debarred from having knowledge of things in themselves. The entities in question are supposed to exist entirely in their own right, and to be real in the full-blooded sense of that term. We cannot, therefore, seriously entertain the idea that things in themselves should exhibit characteristics which imply a reference to a particular kind of subject. Neither can we suppose that things in themselves will reveal themselves to a form of cognition which stands under the necessity of resting itself upon space and time. Kant's view of the relation between things in themselves and sensible appearances will come up for discussion at several stages in the present book, and it is not till later that it will be subjected to exhaustive criticism. For the time being, I propose to do no more than state, in a somewhat summary fashion, the principal objections which I should wish to raise against Kant's standpoint in this matter. KT believes that things in themselves may be taken to have actual existence, and that their reality is not open to doubt. There is no plausibility in this, if only because such a point of view cannot be reconciled with certain arguments brought forward later in the critique. For example, Kant will show that existence, actu. 43. Ality, or reality, which are all synonymous terms, stand for a factor in experience, i.e. that of providing sensible material for the purposes of perception, and that, outside the context of experience, they have a purely logical significance. He ought to agree, therefore, that, if supersensible things in themselves are declared to be real, or actually existent, this is a statement which, although free from self-contradiction, cannot be allowed to be properly meaningful. Sensible appearances are, according to Kant, due to, or grounded in, things in themselves. If this means anything, it must mean that, in some sort of way, they are causally dependent on them. But he himself should have been the first to concede the inadmissibility of such a hypothesis. For it will become evident from his discussion of causality that causation is a relation which is inapplicable except within the field of sense experience. Consequently, he should have acknowledged the impossibility of resorting to any kind of causal relation for the explanation of the dependence of the sensible on the supersensible. In being granted the right to presuppose the reality of things in themselves, we are, in Kant's opinion, provided with a guarantee of the reality of sensible phenomena. This inference has no warrant. The reality which would be possessed by things in themselves must, on Kant's own showing, be totally different from that pertaining to sensible phenomena. Moreover, things in themselves are declared to be altogether beyond the compass of human knowledge. It follows that to assume the reality of mysterious sense-transcendent entities can serve no purpose whatever in assuring us of the reality of sensible existence. Kant contends quite correctly, I believe, that all sensible existence can, in the last analysis, be resolved into presentations. Being afraid that this will bestow a purely subjective character upon them, he supposes that there are things in themselves which stand behind the sensible appearances. This supposition, which gives rise to many difficulties, can be shown to be entirely gratuitous. Kant will show, in the Transcendental Analytic, that we have quite definite criteria at our disposal by means of which we are enabled to differentiate clearly between the subjective and the objective, between the imaginary and the real. Accordingly, he need have no fear lest, on the principles of his theory of knowledge, sensible x. 44. Instants may have to be regarded as mere products of human minds, and as having no reality of their own. In the preceding section attention has been drawn to the serious difficulties inherent in Kant's theory of things in themselves. Our next business is to show that the distinction between appearances and things in themselves may nonetheless be retained, so long as one is allowed to state it in terms different from those Kant himself employs. The first question to be settled is whether there are good grounds for saying that sensible existence cannot be considered in complete isolation from the percipient subjects concerned with them, and that they carry with them a necessary reference to such subjects. In what follows I shall set out the reasons which incline me towards the belief that this question requires to be answered affirmatively. An object of sense experience can be described only in terms of perception, that is to say, terms which have an essentially subjective connotation. In assigning some property or other to such an object, we clearly wish to signify that certain perceptions are bound to occur in every percipient, whenever the object is presented. As soon as we try to get rid of this reference to possible percipients, we find that there is no longer any way of giving an intelligible account of the objects in question. The conclusion to be drawn from the above considerations is, it seems to me, that sensible existence deserve to have a special status attributed to them. The idea of how they will present themselves is implicit in their very notion. Consequently, when we are called upon to make plain the nature of these existence, we are fully entitled to talk of them as having the character of appearances or phenomena, and to differentiate in that way between sensible existence, on the one hand, and on the other, entities such as could stand entirely by themselves, so that there was no reason why we should consider them to involve any subjective factor whatsoever. A few words of explanation are here necessary. We may draw the reader's attention to the following points. It might well turn out in the end that the term nonsensible existence must be disallowed altogether because of the impossibility. 45. Idea of giving it any precise meaning. This is a question which has so far been left undecided. It will come up for consideration later in the present chapter. Our contention is that sensible existence can quite aptly be spoken of as appearances or phenomena. To that extent we are in agreement with Kant's point of view. But he imagines that the conception of appearances implies that something else should stand behind them. We have explained before why this reasoning seems to us inconclusive, and we may add here that we believe the position to be as follows. The term appearances is admissible, so long as it is used solely for the purpose of drawing attention to the spec-1al character of the objects of sense experience. Apart from this, it cannot be admitted at all. We have argued that the very idea of perceptual objects involves that of percipient subjects. However, this does not, as should be noted, commit us to the view that the existence, or reality, of a perceptual object is dependent on its being perceived. On the contrary, we agree that, so far as the reality of perceptual objects is concerned, the presence of any particular percipient is a matter of indifference, and that, to this extent, the objects in question exist entirely independently. We must here pause to reflect where our reasoning has led us. We have maintained that sensible existents have a special character of their own which can be brought out best by describing them as appearances or phenomena. On the other hand, we have readily conceded that, as soon as the reality of intelligible objects, or things in themselves, is supposed, this can lead to nothing but absurdities and contradictions. Moreover, we have criticized Kant for his naive assumption that the existence of nonsensible entities must be taken for granted. To put the matter succinctly, we have all along insisted upon 2 points. The objects of sense experience have the status of appearances, not that of things in themselves. Things in themselves must on no account be thought of as actually existent. But it should be evident that, in seeking to uphold this position, we have so far paid no attention to a most intractable problem which faces us, namely, how the term things in themselves is to be defined. We must find some way of indicating what we wish to signify by the expression things in themselves, for unless we can 46. Do that, we ought to admit that the expressions appearances, phenomena, sensible existence, etc., have, in actual fact, no proper meaning at all. It will soon be found that Kant's observations upon intellectual intuition may greatly assist us in the solution of our problem. There are a good many places in the critique where Kant mentions a power of intellectual intuition. What is it that prompts him to talk of such a mysterious way of knowing which, as he himself admits, could be met with only in suprahuman intelligences? It is obvious that metaphysical considerations do not enter into the case at all. True enough, Kant has no hesitation in appealing to a nonsensible type of cognition. He sees no harm whatsoever in entertaining the idea of suprahuman intelligences whose way of knowing would be fundamentally different from ours. On the other hand, he leaves no doubt that he has no intention of maintaining that a power of intellectual intuition is to be found anywhere. The notion of suprahuman intelligences implies no contradiction, and there is thus no reason why their logical possibility should be called in question. Yet that is not to say that they are possible in the real sense, let alone actually existent. The above remarks may suffice to show that, in introducing a power of intellectual intuition, Kant has one purpose and one purpose only. He thinks that he will be enabled in this way to throw light upon the essential nature of the intuitive element in human knowledge. If one imagines, in contrast with sensible intuition, a power of intuition which differs radically from our own, and which is capable of achievements altogether impossible for us, this will help one to arrive at a clearer understanding of the human way of becoming aware of things. The distinguishing features of a power of intellectual intuition would, according to Kant, be the following. Whenever the idea of an object is entertained, this alone would be sufficient to guarantee its reality. The mere conceiving of an object by the mind would be not to provide knowledge of that object. These 2 points are inseparably connected with one another. For it is because the entertaining of the idea of an object would suffice to assure the mind of its reality, that the object would at once become known in the very act of being conceived of. 47. Kant's theory of intellectual intuition will come up for frequent consideration in the subsequent chapters of this book, and the above rough outline of the theory will have to do for the present. Let us, first of all, recall the circumstances in which we were led to concern ourselves with Kant's views on intellectual intuition. We had been arguing that sensible existence might quite appropriately be described as appearances. We came, however, to realize that the term appearance could not be said to have any proper meaning, unless some sort of signification could be found for the term things in themselves. We are now in a position to show that the required definition of the term things in themselves can, in fact, be supplied, and supplied comparatively easily. All we need do is refer to what Kant has to say about intellectual intuition, and the matter may then be put as follows. What is to be signified by things in themselves are realities such as would concern only a mind fundamentally different from our own, that is to say, one which was endowed with the faculty of intellectual intuition. Should the above statement be objected to, on the ground that it failed to render the intelligible realities in question any less incomprehensible, our answer would be that this is precisely what one ought to have been prepared for. In claiming the right for ourselves to have recourse to the idea of a nonsensible type of cognition, we never meant to deny that such a way of knowing did not allow a being conceived with any degree of distinctness. Similarly, in resorting to the idea of nonsensible realities, or things in themselves, we acknowledged, from the start, that any description of their nature would have to proceed in quite general terms, and that it was impossible to conceive of them at all clearly. However, that is not to say that no useful purpose can be served by entertaining the idea of things in themselves, while, at the same time, connecting it with that of intellectual intuition. On the contrary, several important matters can be brought out in this way. For example, in being made aware that only a mind which was capable of intellectual intuition could conceivably have any concern with the supersensible, we come to realize that all statements purporting to give us information about nonsensible realities will turn out to be lacking in real significance. Moreover, an appeal to the ideas of intellectual intuition and things in themselves mayas will soon be shown have the effect of directing our attention to 48. Yet another most interesting point, namely, that the problem of objectivity must inevitably arise, so far as perceptual knowledge is concerned. There is, in fact, only one case in which that problem would not present itself, namely, that of intellectual intuition, where the mind would be directed towards supersensible things in themselves which are recognized as objective in the very act of being conceived of. Our next business is to decide to what extent our point of view is compatible with the one Kant adopts. That there are certain important divergencies is obvious enough. On the other hand, it ought to be admitted, I think, that the disagreement is not fundamental. For, after all, Kant is perfectly ready to concede that a mind which had any concern with the supersensible would have to be one capable of intellectual intuition. It is this tenet of his which we should wish him to have emphasized more strongly than he actually does. Had he done so, this would, in our opinion, have had the most advantageous consequences, and his discussion of things in themselves could have been rendered much more satisfactory. In what follows I shall draw attention to two interesting points which may serve to illustrate what I have just said. Kant's repeated assertion, that we cannot know things as they really are in themselves, has, it will be agreed, something objectionable about it. For this way of talking clearly carries with it the suggestion that the objects of sense experience are not properly real at all, and that the true reality of things must be looked for somewhere in the supersensible. It is true enough that Kant tries to meet this objection. He explains, on a great many occasions, that the reality of sensible phenomena is sufficiently guaranteed, and that there are no good reasons for calling it in question. The distinction between appearances and things in themselves is an ontological distinction. To put it in Kant's own language, his idealism is a transcendental idealism. However, in spite of all these clarifications, there will always remain a suspicion that, if one wishes to hold on to the main Kantian position, one cannot seriously deny that sensible existents have a certain air of unreality about them. Air is an nly one escape from the dilemma. Supersensible intellectuals, or THMGSM themselves, must be defined as realities such 49. As would be the objects of a mind equipped with a faculty of intellectual intuition. If that step is taken, Kant's assertions, that we do not know things in themselves, and that sensible existents do not have the sort of reality which would pertain to things in themselves, are at once rendered perfectly innocuous. For intellectual intuition is, on Kant's own showing, a way of knowing such as could not be found anywhere except in suprahuman intelligences, or perhaps in God alone. But what harm could there be in saying that we do not come to know things in the way in which a divine intelligence, or other intelligences of a purely intellectual type, would come to know them? Further, why should one wish to dispute the fact that, if the intelligences in question contemplated the realities confronting us in sense experience, they would conceive of them in a manner entirely different from our own? We have previously expressed our disagreement with Kant's view that space and time are to be held accountable for the inability of the human mind to have knowledge of things in themselves. To make plain the seriousness of Kant's error, attention may here be drawn to certain arguments which he himself will bring forward later in the critique. In several places he differentiates between three types of awareness. Awareness by way of intellectual intuition. An awareness which would differ from intellectual intuition, in that it was passive and receptive, while, at the same time, differing from human intuition, in that impressions were not received under the forms of space and time but in some other way. Human awareness, where the intuition involved exhibits these two main characteristics, namely, that it is passive, and that the given is received under the forms of space and time. By way of comment upon this, we may note, first of all, that Kant's appeal to ways of knowing other than that found in man is made without any speculative intentions. For, as we have seen, in referring to forms of cognition other than ours, he never means to assert that they actually exist, or are even possible in the real sense of that term. Secondly, Kant's own observations upon his distinction between three types of awareness are of considerable interest, since he is found to be tacitly agreeing that the second type, although taking 50. place wholly independently of space and time, old non, thl.s be directed towards purely phenomenal realities. The mtuit ion involved in such a case would remain sensible intuition, for all the expressions sensible intuiti and sigifis, in the rst insta ce, that the awareness so described is passive and receptive. The implication of this is obvious. Objects which manifest themselves in virtue of their being given, as distinct from objects whose reality is revealed, in virtue of their being conceived of in thought, have the status of appearances or phenomena, and ought not to be taken for supersensible things in themselves. Or to put it in another way, the only realities which could be declared to be absolute realities, or things in themselves, would be those which revealed themselves to an intelligence equipped with the faculty of intellectual intuition. This is all I wish to say, for the time being, about Kant's theories of things in themselves and of intellectual intuition. Both theories will have to be dealt with again in subsequent chapters of this book, and it is not till later that I shall be in a position to explain my point of view really satisfactorily. I shall conclude the present chapter by stating my reasons for undertaking so laborious an investigation at this early stage. It seems to me that a critical understanding of Kant's views on things in themselves and intellectual intuition may serve very well to prepare the student for the problems which will face him in the analytic. As is well known, Kant's principal thesis, in that part of his work, is that the human intellect evolves certain a priori principles of its own, and does this completely spontaneously, there being no need to appeal to experience for the sake of establishing their truth. The principles in question, he argues, must have a priori validity granted to them, because, apart from them, it remains impossible to differentiate between the subjective and the objective. They have their origin entirely in the mind, yet it may nonetheless be claimed that they apply universally to the objects of sense experience. For what they express are certain general conditions in the absence of which that experience cannot come about at all. Temporary students of philosophy will rightly be somewhat suspicious of these tenets. Moreover, these suspicions will be strengthened even further, when they find Kant suggesting, time. 51. And again, that a priori knowledge is a most desirable possession, and that, in the having of such knowledge, the human intellect displays some particularly wondrous power. I believe, however, that a proper grasp of Kant's teaching on intellectual intuition and things in themselves should be sufficient to warn us not to form too hasty a judgment on this matter. For if there is one thing our analysis ought to have taught us, it is that the problem how the objective can be differentiated from the subjective arises for us, precisely because the existence towards which our knowledge is directed turn out to be phenomenal realities, in other words, because, in the last analysis, they allow a being resolved into sense presentations. On the other hand, Kant himself has to concede that this problem would not arise at all for an intelligence capable of intellectual intuition. It would fail to arise for the simple reason that anything brought before such an intelligence would at once be recognized as objectively real. There would be no need in such a case to resort to special a priori principles which might serve as a guarantee of objective reality. Now, seeing that Kant has to admit all this, he may perhaps be expected to make one further admission. If we are obliged, for the sake of gaining experience, in the strict sense of that word, to work out certain fundamental principles, which are to function as general criteria of objectivity, this must not be taken to indicate that our knowledge enjoys some special privilege. On the contrary, it should be regarded as an indication of the inevitable limitations to which we are subject in our awareness of things. It remains to be seen whether Kant's theory of the a priori really allows of being treated in the way which has been recommended. This is a point which will come up for repeated consideration in the later chapters of this book, where we embark upon an investigation of Kant's theory of the understanding. Chapter 2. Kant's General Theory of the Understanding. I shall begin this chapter by quoting a well-known passage from the beginning of the Transcendental Analytic. If the receptivity of our mind, its power of receiving representations in so far as it is in any way affected, is to be entitled sensibility, then the mind's power of producing representations from itself, the spontaneity of knowledge, should be called the understanding. Our nature is so constituted that our intuition can never be other than sensible, that is, it contains only the mode in which we are affected by objects. The faculty, on the other hand, which enables us to think the object of sensible intuition is the understanding. To neither of these powers may a preference be given over the other. Without sensibility no object would be given to us, without understanding no object would be thought. Thoughts without content are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. It is, therefore, just as necessary to make our concepts sensible, that is, to add the object to them in intuition, as to make our intuitions intelligible, that is, to bring them under concepts. These two powers or capacities cannot exchange their functions. The understanding can intuit nothing, the senses can think nothing. Only through their union can knowledge arise. But that is no reason for confounding the contribution of either with that of the other, rather is it a strong reason for carefully separating and distinguishing the one from the other. This passage has always seemed to me one of the most interesting in the whole critique, and I shall discuss it at some length. The first question which I wish to raise is whether there is any serious harm in Kant's distinguishing between various powers of knowledge. It must be a source of considerable irritation to the contemporary student of the critique to find Kant so ready to speak of different faculties of knowledge, and to watch him splitting up the human 53. Mind into heterogeneous powers. The objections to this procedure of his can be simply stated. When he assures us that our knowledge is made up of several capacities which, although capable of cooperating, must yet be conceived of as wholly distinct from one another, he appears to put forward the view that they have an actual existence of their own. I have no intention of denying that Kant's language is annoying precisely because it conveys the idea that the powers of knowledge which he distinguishes from one another are endowed with some sort of independent reality. Yet I am convinced that it would be quite wrong to accuse him of any real confusion in this matter. However often he may cause the reader to suspect that the powers of the mind to which he refers are regarded by him as substantial entities, it can be seen, on reflection, that his view is, in actual fact, something quite different from this. The general lines upon which his reasoning proceeds may be set out thus. We can never arrive at a proper understanding of perceptual knowledge, unless we are prepared to separate off two factors, that of sense-givenness, and that of bringing the intellect to bear upon the given. In other words, there are two aspects of knowing, the aspect of having something given to one, and the aspect of making the given intelligible to oneself. They have no separate existence of their own. Yet if we refuse to acknowledge that, logically speaking, they are distinct from one another, we shall never succeed in grasping what perceptual knowledge is really like. My remarks have so far had the purpose of showing that there is no absurdity in Kant's contention that perceptual experience involves both a sensible and an intellectual factor. In what follows I shall elaborate my position a little further, and shall try to establish these 2 points. Kant's distinction between intuition and understanding is perfectly legitimate. The legitimacy of the distinction may be admitted by the staunchest of empiricists who is entirely out of sympathy with Kant's theory of a priori concepts. The 2 points mentioned are so closely connected that it would be inconvenient to discuss them separately. We may note, in the first place, that, in the passage at present under consideration, Kant does not even raise the question whether experience is dependent. 54. On the operation of categories. His sole concern so far is to argue that the intellect has an indispensable part to play in perceptual knowledge, and secondly, he wishes to draw attention to the fundamental difference between the sensible and the intellectual element in knowledge. Let us begin by asking ourselves whether Kant is right in holding that intelligence is necessarily involved in perceptual awareness proper. I have no doubt that this question requires to be answered in the affirmative. We can see this by reflecting on one of the most striking features of our awareness of things, namely, that we describe the objects of perceptual knowledge by means of general names, by means of what Kant calls empirical concepts. It would clearly be quite wrong to speak of perceptual experience, or knowledge, in the strict sense, in abstraction from this process of description, i.e. at a stage when the given is simply accepted, without our making the least attempt to give an account of it either to ourselves or to others. Perceptual awareness proper presupposes description, and description, in its turn, is dependent on our ability to affix general names to what is sensibly presented to us. Certain questions may be safely ignored in this context. We need not ask whether the process of affixing general names to the given should be considered a necessary prerequisite apart from which nothing can be said to be properly perceived at all. Neither need we inquire into the soundness of Kant's theory of the origination of empirical concepts. In fact, the only point which is of interest to us at present is the following. We take note that the application of class concepts to the given is an activity which is to be regarded as an essential feature of all our perceptual knowledge, and further, that the activity in question is a manifestation of intelligence. And in consideration of this, we conclude that Kant is right in his view that our knowledge of things involves 2 elements, that of having as something or other presented to one, and that of making presentations intelligible to oneself. It remains to show that the main empiricist position is left completely intact, even though the empiricist philosopher were to agree that perceptual knowledge presupposes intelligent activity, and that, because of this, one has to differentiate between the contribution made towards knowledge by sensation, on the one hand, and interpretation, on the other. Those who favor empiricism may it. 55. Seems to us admit all this with perfect safety. For such an admission cannot in any way invalidate their fundamental thesis, namely, that the a priori plays no part whatsoever in our consciousness of matters of fact. There have, it is true, been empiricist philosophers who would not accept the point just made, presumably because they feared that, once it was conceded that the intellect performed any function in knowing, this might lead them in the direction of rationalism, and force them to conclude that the human mind was the source of a priori knowledge. But reflection shows that this conclusion is in fact unwarranted, and that the adoption of such a radically sensationalist standpoint can only have the effect of weakening the empiricist case. In seeking to indicate the distinction between intuition and understanding, Kant insists with particular emphasis upon the point that our intuition is the passive element in knowledge, whereas the understanding must be said to stand for the element of activity. This is repeated time and again in the Critique, and Kant asserts, on countless occasions, that, inasmuch as our awareness of things involves the understanding, we may rightly speak of a spontaneity of our knowledge. If it be asked why Kant assigns to the human intellect the characteristics of activity and spontaneity, the answer must be that it is, after all, we ourselves who are responsible for the formation of general concepts. Conceptions are something which the mind produces actively, and it is precisely in this respect that they differ from perceptions. In so far, therefore, as we exercise our power of entertaining general ideas, we must be said to have gone entirely beyond the state of mere acceptance of the given. Or to put it in another way, our ability to render the given intelligible to ourselves, and to describe it, under the guidance of general words, is an expression of genuine intellectual activity. It is because of this that it is so essential to draw a clear distinction between understanding, on the one hand, and, on the other, that condition in which we are content simply to become acquainted with the given, without attempting to explain it either to ourselves or to others. It will be well to draw the reader's attention once again to the point that nothing we have said so far commits us in any way to 56. Accepting Kant's theory of a priori concepts. Accordingly, there are no good grounds why an empiricist philosopher should wish to protest against the view we have advocated. Thoughts without content are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. The concepts referred to in this celebrated dictum of Kant's are again ordinary class concepts, not the categories. His contention is that these concepts become meaningful only through being applied to something capable of being presented to us, and that the mere occurrence of sense impressions in the mind is wholly insufficient for knowledge. I believe him to be right on both points. It is true enough that we are free to form general concepts completely arbitrarily. For example, there is nothing to stop us from entertaining the idea of a mermaid, although we know perfectly well that nothing actual corresponds to this idea. However, it is the prime function of general concepts to describe something really existing or which might exist. So long, therefore, as it is undecided whether a concept can be applied to anything at all, it must be said to be no more than an empty form of thought. Perceptual knowledge is essentially knowledge by description, and the main instrument of description is the use of general words. To have something or other presented to one, without making an effort to bring general concepts to bear upon it, is accordingly by no means enough to achieve knowledge in the strict sense of that term. To put it in Kantian language, intuitions without concepts are blind. The understanding can intuit nothing, the senses can think nothing. It is only through their union that knowledge can arise. The point which Kant makes here is that thinking by itself cannot make us aware of anything at all. Whatever idea we may conceive, we can never be sure whether anything in reality corresponds to what we are thinking. It is in this respect that our intelligence differs radically from one which would proceed by way of intellectual intuition, or intuitive understanding. The latter type of intelligence would indeed have the capacity to become assured of the actual existence of its objects, solely by virtue of the fact that they had been brought before the mind. In the case of the human intelligence, on the other hand, there is only one guarantee of existence. 57. Namely, that something should be sensibly given to us. Yet that is not to say that intelligent activity has no part to play in our consciousness of things. On the contrary, no real knowledge of the sense given can be acquired, unless we rely upon our ability to form general concepts, while making use of these for the purpose of rendering our presentations properly intelligible to ourselves. As Kant himself put it, it is only through the union of intuition and understanding that knowledge can arise. We proceed next to a consideration of Kant's doctrine of pure concepts of understanding, and the rest of the present chapter will be taken up with a number of general comments upon that doctrine. How does Kant come to conclude that experience requires a priori thinking, and what are, in his view, the instruments by means of which it takes place? His reasoning upon these points may be summed up as follows. Passive sensation is unable to provide us with consciousness of the objective. In fact, on the purely sensory level, the distinction between the subjective and the objective cannot be drawn at all. But awareness of this difference is essential to experience proper, which is concerned with ascertaining objective facts, i.e. what holds not merely subjectively but objectively. Before such experience can come about, therefore, our intellect must take up a specific attitude, and must set itself actively to discover whether or not sense presentations may be regarded as representing something objectively real. It follows that, apart from a priori intellectual activity, there can be no such thing as experience or knowledge in the strict sense. We have seen that consciousness of the objective is essentially a function of the intellect. Now the human intellect is a faculty of mere thought. It is discursive and not intuitive, and this is why it can express itself in no other way than by the formation of concepts. We have every right to presume, therefore, that the general criteria of objectivity required by knowledge will have to be a special set of concepts, to be entitled pure concepts of understanding or categories. That the arguments set out in the preceding section are free from absurdity will hardly be questioned. It might thus seem as if 58. Our immediate task were to turn to the transcendental deduction, which offers an elaborate defense of Kant's theory of a priori thinking. However, if it is in fact impossible for us to take such a step, this is because we have so far given no indication of our fundamental disagreement with everything Kant has to say about the way in which particular categories are ascertained. His point of view in this matter may be stated thus. The a priori concepts of understanding can be discovered by referring, first of all, to the basic forms of judgment which are dealt with in formal logic, where we find a complete list of them. Secondly, we derive, or deduce, from these forms of judgment the pure concepts of understanding, and we are thus provided with an exhaustive table of categories which corresponds to the table of the forms of judgment. The difficulties of this reasoning have been frequently pointed out. It is not only that the formal logic on which Kant takes his stand is now everywhere discredited, so that no philosopher today could accept the list of judgment forms he puts forward as anything like complete. There is the further and graver point that the argument from bare forms of thought, such as are studied by formal logic, on the one hand, to the fundamental conditions of our consciousness of matters of fact, on the other, appears to be vicious in principle. In view of the familiarity of these objections to students of Kant, however, and the fact that to enter on a discussion of them would almost certainly involve a close scrutiny of Kant's text unsuitable to the present book, I shall not elaborate them here, but shall merely record that I myself find the argument of the metaphysical deduction quite inconclusive and indeed altogether lacking in plausibility. We shall see later that Kant's argument in the transcendental deduction proper suffers comparatively little from the unsatisfactory character of his teaching upon the origin of the categories. And this is understandable enough, since his concern there is with categorical thinking in general, and not with any particular categories. However, there can be no doubt that Kant's logical preconceptions have had a most adverse effect upon what he has to say about the problem to be solved in those passages of the Critique which are supposed to serve as an introduction to the deduction. 59. But for the previous derivation of the categories from the forms of judgment, Kant would presumably have begun by pointing to the difficulty of accounting for our consciousness of the objective, and would then have proceeded to show that the transcendental deduction, by establishing the fact of a priori thinking, would offer an acceptable solution of this problem. In actual fact, however, he adopts a quite different course. He holds it to have been already made out that the understanding is the source of a priori concepts, and instead of asking how experience is possible, he asks how this can be, i.e. in what way such concepts can be shown to be significant. Thus he makes it appear as if the main thing one had to be worried about was to find a place for the categories, while concealing the fact that the real trouble is to arrive at a proper understanding of the ultimate presuppositions of perceptual knowledge. It may be useful at this point to quote certain passages in which Kant sets out his problem in the deduction. We are already in possession of concepts which are of two quite different kinds, and which yet agree in that they relate to objects in a completely a priori manner, namely, the concepts of space and time as forms of sensibility, and the categories as concepts of understanding. To seek an empirical deduction of either of these types of concept would be labor entirely lost. For their distinguishing feature consists just in this, that they relate to their objects without having borrowed from experience anything that can serve in the representation of these objects. If, therefore, a deduction of such concepts is indispensable, it must in any case be transcendental. We have already been able with but little difficulty to explain how the concepts of space and time, although a priori modes of knowledge, must necessarily relate to objects, and how independently of all experience they make possible a synthetic knowledge of objects. For since only by means of such pure forms of sensibility can an object appear to us, and so be an object of empirical intuition, space and time are pure intuitions which contain a priori the condition of the possibility of objects as appearances, and the synthesis which takes place in them has a priori validity. The categories of the understanding, on the other hand, do not represent the conditions under which objects are given in intuition. 60. Objects may, therefore, appear to us without their being under the necessity of being related to the functions of understanding, and understanding need not, therefore, contain their a priori conditions. Thus a difficulty such as we did not meet with in the field of sensibility is here presented, namely, how subjective conditions of thought can have objective validity, that is, can furnish conditions of the possibility of all knowledge of objects. That objects of sensible intuition must conform to the formal conditions of sensibility which lie a priori in the mind is evident, because otherwise they would not be objects for us. But that they must likewise conform to the conditions which the understanding requires for the synthetic unity of thought, is a conclusion the grounds of which are by no means so obvious. Appearances might very well be so constituted that the understanding should not find them to be in accordance with the conditions of its unity. There is something misleading about Kant's suggestion in these passages that objects can appear to us quite apart from the categories. For he himself Wi11 later make the point that consciousness of objects is impossible, unless the categories are applied to the given, this being precisely the reason why the objects of experience are under the necessity of agreeing with the categories. Another objection which must be brought forward against Kant is that he places an exaggerated emphasis upon the essential contrast between the problem of space and time and that of the categories. If he were about to offer a wholly original solution of the latter problem, he might be allowed to have some justification for viewing the position in this light. However, every reader of the critique knows that, on countless occasions, he deals with the two cases along very similar lines. No presentations can come about in percipient subjects, he assures us, unless they impose the forms of space and time upon the given, and this is how we know that space and time must be manifested in all sensible appearances. But again, no awareness of objects can come about in percipient subjects, unless they impose the categories upon what is sensibly presented to them, and this is how we know that the a priori concepts of understanding have, of necessity, to be exhibited by every object of experience. This brings us to the crucial difficulty in Kant's view of Kate. 61. Categorial thinking, namely, that the categories are supposed to have the effect of transforming the given. When Kant's theory of space and time was examined in the preceding chapter, we made the point that knowledge could never be allowed to contain an element of making. It is inconceivable that the reality to become known should have to suffer alteration in the very act of our acquiring knowledge of it. On the strength of these general considerations, we felt obliged to repudiate Kant's teaching upon space and time as a priori ideas originating in the mind. Now Kant's theory of categorial thinking is often stated in such a way that it gives rise to precisely the same difficulty. The categories are declared to contain rules of synthesis through the instrumentality of which we are enabled to construct physical objects out of sense presentations, the suggestion being that the latter, taken by themselves, fail to display the connection required for objectivity. Admittedly, Kant never alleges that the human intellect is in any way responsible for the existence of particular objects. However, although our understanding is said throughout to bestow only one characteristic upon the given, viz., that of being an object in general, he appears a good deal of the time to be under the impression that sensible phenomena are not, properly speaking, objects at all, and that, if there are such things as objects, this is the work of the knowing subject and its power of categorial synthesis. But this is a view which I believe to be wholly lacking in plausibility. We turn next to Kant's description of the categories as concepts required by the mind if it is to become conscious of objects as objects. This formula has the advantage of not suggesting in any way that perceptual knowledge involves a process of transformation of the given. Yet it will be well to note that it gives rise to certain difficulties of its own. When categorial activity is said to be a prerequisite of our consciousness of objects, This would seem to entail two indefensible assertions, namely, that such consciousness takes place in two stages: our awareness of objects proper being preceded by one of mere sense collocations, and that the activity in question is indispensable for the purposes of ordinary sense perception. To put the latter point in a different way, we appear to be committed to the absurd view that, if a person is to become perceptually 62. Conscious of an everyday object, he must, first of all, make sure that his presentations are in conformity with the categories. However, there is in fact a way of escaping from all these awkward consequences of the thesis that consciousness of the objective cannot come about apart from the categories. We note that Kant's observation occurs within the context of an epistemological inquiry, as distinct from one into the psychology of sense perception. The consciousness he is concerned with is that which expresses itself in judgment, and his aim is to lay bare the ultimate presuppositions which underlie our judgments about matters of fact. Now these judgments all share one feature, namely, that they carry an objective reference with them, that is to say, purport to give us information about what is to be true not only for the subject that makes the judgment but for all subjects. How is this to become intelligible, and how is the claim of the judgments in question to be made good? There is only one satisfactory answer, namely, to suppose that all statements of fact involve the categories. For it is the categories alone which can provide us with the means of laying down reliable criteria of objectivity, so that we should be enabled to distinguish conditions in which sense presentations are to be considered wholly private impressions from those in which such presentations may be thought of as manifestations of a real object. It will be explained later in this book why I am in essential agreement with the main lines of Kant's reasoning upon this issue. The present chapter, which I should wish to be regarded as wholly provisional and preparatory in character, has now been brought to a close. The results of our considerations may be summed up as follows. Kant is right in holding that human knowledge involves two logically distinguishable elements, sensible and intellectual. Although a good many objections must be brought forward against what Kant has to say about the function of pure concepts of understanding, he seems to us to have established a prima facie case for the view that knowledge proper presupposes a priori thinking. In the next chapter I shall undertake a more detailed inquiry into Kant's transcendental deduction which, as has been noted before, is not concerned with any particular categories but with the problem of categorical thinking in general. Chapter 3. The transcendental deduction of the categories. As set forth in the second edition. Oft he critique. In this chapter I intend to keep much closer to the Kantian text than I have done up to now. I shall select a large number of passages from the final version of the deduction, and comment upon them at considerable length. The principal purpose of my inquiry will be to determine how much truth there is in Kant's teaching. However, since his argument is often very hard to follow, I shall be obliged to concern myself with many difficulties of interpretation. This will make the present chapter somewhat discursive and even diffuse, and I shall be in danger of losing myself in a mass of details. I am keenly aware of that danger, and I realize that it would have been much better in many ways if I had been in a position to present my reasoning in a more consecutive manner. This could have been achieved easily enough had I confined myself to a general discussion of the deduction without worrying about particular points of interpretation. But the argument of the central chapter of the critique is, it seems to me, far too involved and complicated to lend itself to such summary treatment. Before I begin, I may briefly state the reasons which have led me to ignore the original version of the deduction. Kant must be supposed to be aiming at one of two things in his investigation. Either he proposes to show what are the logical conditions involved in perceptual judgment in general, or else he wishes to tell us something about certain mental operations which human beings have to perform, provided they are to become perceptually conscious of objects. A good many Kantian expositors have argued with vehemence that the inquiry he undertakes is an epistemological one, as distinct from a psychological one, and have expressed their scorn of those who fail to grasp this all-important point. However, the position is, in reality, much more complicated than this, by reason of 64. The fact that Kant himself is somewhat confused, so far as this issue is concerned. True enough, it is impossible to deny that the problem dealt with in the deduction is one of epistemology pure and simple. But since Kant himself falls into the error of having frequent recourse to psychological language, his critic finds himself faced with considerable difficulties. Whenever such language occurs, one must, first of all, substitute epistemological terms for psychological ones, and it is only after this has been done that one can raise the question whether Kant's reasoning may be allowed to stand. Now there is one thing which is bound to strike anyone who has studied the Critique with proper care. Kant's tendency to employ the language of psychology is much more pronounced in the original version of the transcendental deduction than in that which takes its place in the second edition. This alone seems to me a sufficient reason for preferring the version in the second edition, and I have found it advisable accordingly to disregard the deduction as it appeared in the first edition of the Critique. I 2930. Text quoted. The manifold of representations can be given in an intuition which is purely sensible, that is, nothing but receptivity, and the form of this intuition can lie a priori in our faculty of representation, without being anything more than the mode in which the subject is affected. But the combination of a manifold in general can never come to us through the senses, and cannot, therefore, be already contained in the pure form of sensible intuition. For it is an act of spontaneity of the faculty of representation, and since this faculty, to distinguish it from sensibility, must be entitled understanding, all combination is an act of understanding. To this act the general title synthesis may be assigned, as indicating what we cannot represent to ourselves anything as combined in the object which we have not ourselves previously combined, and that of all representations combination is the only one which cannot be given through objects. Being an act of the self-activity of the subject, it cannot be executed save by the subject itself. Comments. At first sight, Kant's point of view would seem to be something 65. Like this. Sensible data present themselves to human minds in separation from one another. So long, therefore, as we are content to remain in a state of passivity, we shall become acquainted with nothing but isolated impressions, and every datum will stand entirely by itself. There is only one way in which sense presentations can become associated with one another, namely, by an exercise of intelligence, when the spontaneous activity of our understanding is brought to bear upon the given, we are enabled to connect that which as such is wholly unconnected. It follows that our understanding is to be held responsible for any and every connection which may be displayed by what we are sensibly aware of. Or to put it in Kant's peculiar terminology, combination is a representation which cannot be given through objects. The argument we have outlined is open to fatal objections. It is by no means true that the human mind finds itself confronted with isolated presentations. On the contrary, whenever perception occurs, we are made aware of complexes of sensa. It is only by the utmost effort of analysis that simple sense data can be got hold of at all. If it were true that sense presentations lacked connectedness altogether, apart from some intellectual activity on the part of the human mind, it would simply follow that there could be no such thing as perceptual knowledge. For in such a case the objects of our knowledge could not be said to be properly real at all, since one of their most characteristic features, viz., the connectedness of their various elements, would then have to be said to derive entirely from the knowing subject. Having shown that the interpretation so far relied upon renders Kant's argument wholly implausible, we proceed next to try a different interpretation. Let us presume that Kant does not propose to tell us anything about the way in which human beings come to perceive things or the contribution which the intellect may have to make towards perceptual awareness. He is concerned with connectedness solely inasmuch as it is predicated in judgment. If his reasoning is understood in this sense, there would seem to be no good ground for denying that he is right on the following points. Judgment is essentially an intellectual activity. It is different in kind from passive sensation, which latter is characterized by the fact that the given is simply accepted. 66. Perceptual judgments are always directed towards the same sort of material, namely, sensible complexes made up of various elements. These elements are supposed to be arranged in certain definite ways prescribed by the nature of things. Or to put it in a different way, in making a judgment upon the sense given, the knower postulates an objective or necessary order of presentations, that is to say, an order which is to be valid not merely for a single subject but for all subjects, and which, in consequence, does not allow a being altered at will. And it is precisely because of this that all perceptual judgments must be said to involve a synthesis of a special kind, i.e., one which has its root in intelligence. Kant alleges that connection is intellectual per se, that sensibility is unable to account for it, and that connectedness of presentations, instead of being given, is wholly due to the understanding which has to bring it into existence. The language which he uses, in making these points, may be agreed to be most peculiar and even seriously misleading. On the other hand, his position seems sound enough, so long as one can be sure that the connectedness dealt with is that which makes its appearance in judgments purporting to describe objective matters of fact. The idea that several presentations belong together, and that they cannot be separated, without one's bringing oneself into conflict with the facts as they really are, cannot possibly arise on the level of sensation. And this is why the idea in question, which is indispensably required by knowledge proper, can be accounted for only in one way, namely, by supposing that it derives from our capacity for intelligent interpretation. I3 Text quoted. It must be possible for the I think to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented in me which could not be thought at all, and that is equivalent to saying that the representation would be impossible, or at least would be nothing to me. That representation which can be given prior to all thought is entitled intuition. All the manifold of intuition has, therefore, a necessary relation to the I think in the same subject in which this manifold is found. But this representation is an act of spontaneity, that is, it cannot be regarded as belonging to sensibility. I call it pure apperception, to distinguish it from empirical apperception, or, again, original apperception, because it is that self-consciousness which, while generating the representation I think, cannot itself be accompanied by any further representation. The unity of this apperception I likewise entitle the transcendental unity of self-consciousness, in order to indicate the possibility of a priori knowledge arising from it. For the manifold representations, which are given in an intuition, would not one and all be my representations, if they did not all belong to one self-consciousness. As my representations they must conform to the condition under which alone they can stand together in one universal self-consciousness, because otherwise they would not all without exception belong to me. Comments. It is by no means easy to decide what Kant wishes to convey by his contention that unity of self-consciousness is necessarily involved in all our knowledge of things. Does he mean to assert that self-consciousness is an a priori condition, in the sense that without it we are incapable of perceiving objects? If that is his meaning, his view would be that no percipient subject could become aware of anything as objective, unless it had, first of all, become conscious of itself as being one. Unity of consciousness can be accomplished solely by way of the subject's coming to realize that, in synthesizing, or connecting, sense presentations, it remains invariably one and the same. In becoming conscious of its own identity, that is to say, of the fact that it stands apart from the manifold of sensible presentations, the subject is enabled, for the first time, to become conscious of objects proper, as distinct from purely private impressions. Conversely, so long as we are not conscious of ourselves as ourselves, we shall be confronted with presentations which lack any objective reference, and none of our presentations will be recognized as belonging to an object. It will be plain enough that Kant's theory of self-consciousness has little or no plausibility, so long as we take him to be discussing the question how objects are perceived by human minds. On the other hand, we find once again that his point of view becomes much more acceptable, if he may be supposed to be concerned with bringing out the essential nature of perceptual judgments. In order that 68. There should be such a thing as judgment, the mind must exercise a certain intellectual activity which expresses itself in the fact that a multiplicity of sense presentations are thought of as belonging together and constituting a unity. And it is precisely the supposition, that presentations are arranged in a definite and unalterable manner, which makes its appearance whenever a sensible complex is brought before the mind with a view to some statement or other being made about it. That it is the subject qua thinker which is to be held responsible for the idea of objective, or necessary, connectedness can be made still more evident by these further considerations. The subject, inasmuch as it sets out to make statements about what is sensibly presented to it, has taken itself out of that situation in which impressions are received in a purely passive manner. Indeed, it is precisely this capacity to detach oneself from the condition in which impressions are simply accepted which makes it feasible to differentiate between a sensible and an intellectual element in knowing. The factor of intelligence in our grasp of sensible reality manifests itself in our ability to make statements about what is presented to us, and this is why we may even go so far as to say that the thinking self is involved in any and every factual statement which we make. Yet a word of caution is here necessary. However true it may be to say that all our factual statements presuppose the thinking self, which remains one and the same over against the multiplicity of sense presentations, we must be careful not to dehypostatize that aspect of the self which has been recognized as a universal condition of judgment. If we are obliged to postulate an intelligent self, this is for one reason and one reason only, namely, that otherwise it remains impossible to explain how human beings can, in judgment, hold various presentations together, while considering them to be connected with each other in certain quite definite and unalterable ways. This alone should be sufficient to show that the intelligent self cannot be treated in isolation, as a substantial entity as it were, and that its reality consists solely in its being a prerequisite of our judgments about matter of fact. Kant has many different names for the fundamental act of the human intelligence. He often speaks, as in this passage, of the I think. Other expressions he uses include pure apperception, original apperception, transcendental unity of self-consciousness. 69. Most of these terms have awkward psychological associations, and, as a result, Kant's reasoning has frequently to take the most curious twists and turns. For example, he argues that our ideas would not be properly ours, unless they were capable of standing together in one universal self-consciousness, while, on the other hand, there is no need that we should actually be conscious of them as being ours. Surely, it is because Kant somehow imagines that self-consciousness is involved in the act of our coming to perceive things he is led to produce this most unconvincing piece of reasoning. Indeed, it is obvious enough that the whole complication could have been easily avoided. Kant should have set out to prove that every perceptual judgment presupposes a unitary self, and the question, what goes on in particular percipients, should have been left entirely alone. If he had proceeded in this way, he would have had no need to resort to the absurd notion of ideas which, in one sense, the knowing subject recognizes as its own, while yet, in another sense, they are not thus recognized. Yet although we may rightly find fault with Kant's manner of expression, we ought to agree that his main position is essentially sound. He assigns to the fundamental principle of all understanding the following characteristics. It is a manifestation of spontaneity. It is original, as distinct from being derivative. It is a priori. In making these points, he seems to us to be arguing along the right lines, so long as it is clearly understood that what he is talking about is the supreme condition of all judgment, or if you like, of all language. At the very least, we are obliged to concede him this much. A self, such as the human self is, namely, one which has the capacity to describe presentations by way of language, is a self different in kind from one which is unable to objectify its presentations. If we ask what special properties must be assigned to a mind which has the power of having recourse to language and of using it, with it view to ascertaining matters of fact, we may answer by drawing attention to the following points. Language is essentially a function of intelligence. In being able to use language, we display an activity, or spontaneity, of a quite distinct character. For if the knowing subject is to be in a position to make statements about what is given to it, it must have the ability to detach itself from the state of mere givenness, as distinct from being wholly immersed in it. While the animal 70. Mind, for example, may be presumed to rest content simply to accept presentations, doing no more about them than react in some way or other, the human mind refuses to remain in this condition of mere acceptance. But if we are capable of approaching the given in such a manner, this clearly goes to show that we take up, quite spontaneously, a certain attitude towards what is presented to us, an attitude altogether different from that which is characteristic of a non-intellectual type of consciousness. In subjecting the given to linguistic interpretation, the human mind adopts a wholly original point of view which has the most striking results. Human minds can become aware of the fact that they share a common reality, and they can do so because they have the power of communicating their ideas to one another. No such situation is conceivable in the case of an awareness which excludes the possibility of proper intercommunication. 133-5. Text quoted. This thoroughgoing identity of the apperception of a manifold which is given in intuition contains a synthesis of representations, and is possible only through the consciousness of this synthesis. For the empirical consciousness, which accompanies different representations, is in itself diverse and without relation to the identity of the subject. That relation comes about, not simply through my accompanying each representation with consciousness, but only in so far as I can join one representation with another, and am conscious of the synthesis of them. Only in so far, therefore, as I can unite a manifold of given representations in one consciousness, is it possible for me to represent to myself the identity of the consciousness in these representations. In other words, the analytic unity of apperception is possible only under the presupposition of a certain synthetic unity. The thought that the representations given in intuition one and all belong to me, is therefore precisely the same as the thought that I unite them in one self-consciousness, or can at least so unite them, and although this thought is not itself the consciousness of the synthesis of the representations, it presupposes the possibility of that synthesis. In other words, only in so far as I can grasp the manifold of the representations in one consciousness, do I call them one and all mine. For otherwise I should have as many colored and diverse a self as I have representations of which I am conscious to myself. Synthetic unity of the manifold of intuitions, as generated a priori, is thus the ground of the identity of apperception itself, which precedes a priori all my determinate thought. Combination does not, however, lie in the objects, and cannot be borrowed from them, and so, through perception, first taken up into the understanding. On the contrary, it is an affair of the understanding alone, which itself is nothing but the faculty of combining a priori, and of bringing the manifold of given representations under the unity of apperception. The principle of apperception is the highest principle in the whole sphere of human knowledge. Comments. Kant's cumbersome terminology prevents him from putting his case very convincingly, and even leads him into serious mistakes. He recognizes that the very idea of a sense-given manifold implies that various sensa should be connected in such a way as to form a unity. Taking this for his starting point, he proceeds to argue along the following lines. If human beings are to become aware of anything sensible, it is necessary, first of all, that they should synthesize their presentations, and secondly, that they should be able to become conscious of the fact that they themselves are the source of that synthesis. The ideas of synthesis and synthetic unity are inseparable from one another. And a further point to be noted is that both synthesis and synthetic unity, or what comes to the same thing, consciousness of synthesis, are intellectual in character, and that they have their origin in the subject. Indeed, we are fully justified in asserting that connection is wholly due to the understanding, that it cannot on any account be borrowed from objects, and that, if there are such things as connections, this is because the human intellect brings them into existence, while, at the same time, being conscious of doing so. I have previously shown on what grounds I find it impossible to accept this reasoning as it stands, and I have no wish to repeat myself here. Yet I may be permitted to draw attention to certain interesting features of Kant's theory which he will bring out at a later stage of his argument. The idea of synthetic unity is that which alone is, properly. 7.2. Speaking, intellectual in character. The synthesis of sense presentations, on the other hand, falls outside the purely intellectual sphere, and this is why it ought to be assigned to the imagination, which is in immediate contact with the sense given, whereas the understanding stands in no direct relation to sensibility at all. Perceptual knowledge does indeed require consciousness of a synthesis of sense presentations. However, that is not to say that such consciousness must be actually present in the knower. It is sufficient that, on reflection, and when called upon, he should be in a position to become aware of the synthesis in question. The reader is aware from what I have previously said why I believe Kant's doctrine of perceptual judgment to be essentially sound. He appears to me to be right on the following points. Perceptual knowledge proper involves a synthesis, the conception of unity, an intellectual factor, and an a priori factor. The chief interest of the present passage seems to me to lie in the fact that here, for the first time, it is made clear that, although synthesis and synthetic unity are distinguishable, the latter can express itself only in relation to the former. This observation may prevent us from falling into the error of supposing that Kant regards the thinking self as independently real. Up to now there has been something suspicious about his insistence that the intelligent self maintains its identity and unity, over against the ever-varying flux of sensible perceptions. For this way of talking might suggest that intelligence had to be thought of as being in the nature of a sense-transcendent reality existing wholly in its own right. Yet what Kant has to say about the indissoluble connection between transcendental apperception and synthesis of sense presentations should make it clear how far he is from imagining that the notion of a factor of pure thought in perceptual knowledge signifies an actual entity to be found somewhere beyond the field of sense experience. As against this, his real view is as follows. While it is indeed true that judgment cannot be properly accounted for except by postulating an intelligent self, it must be kept clearly in mind that the latter lacks independent reality altogether, and that there is only one way in which it can express itself, namely, by its ability to recognize unity in sense presentations wherever it may be found. 135. 73. Text quoted. Through the I, as simple representation, nothing manifold is given, only in intuition, which is distinct from the I, can a manifold be given, and only through combination in one consciousness can it be thought. An understanding in which through self-consciousness all the manifold would eo ipso be given, would be intuitive. Our understanding can only think, and for intuition must look to the senses. I am conscious of the self as identical in respect of the manifold of representations that are given to me in an intuition, because I call them one and all my representations, and so apprehend them as constituting one intuition. This amounts to saying that I am conscious to myself a priori of a necessary synthesis of representations to be entitled the original synthetic unity of apperception under which all representations that are given to me must stand, but under which they have also first to be brought by means of a synthesis. Comments. In this passage Kant has recourse to a device which he employs on a great many occasions. He contrasts human knowledge with a knowledge of an entirely different sort. The purpose of the comparison is, in the present instance, to draw attention to the following points. It has been shown that the supreme principle of the human intellect, viz. Unity of apperception, necessarily involves a synthesis. Why is that so, and why is it that the self as thinking cannot express itself otherwise than by a synthetic activity? The explanation is as follows. Although the notion of unity, or identity, is to be regarded as intellectual in character, so that we are obliged to assign it to the understanding, while admitting that sensibility is incapable of accounting for it in any way, the fact remains that this notion must remain entirely barren, so long as our intelligence is content simply to turn upon itself. It is only in so far as the mind directs itself towards the sense given, which lies altogether outside the intellectual sphere, that apperception and its principle of unity can become fruitful at all. This is why we must speak of synthetic unity of apperception, instead of just unity of apperception. The reality of the thinking self consists solely in its ability to connect together a variety of presentations, and, while thus connecting them, to become aware both of its own unity and of that of the 74. Sensible material which is being subjected to judgment. Kant expresses all this somewhat ambiguously. The consciousness which we have of ourselves as identical takes place, as he puts it, in reference to a manifold of sense-given presentations, and in virtue of the fact that we are made aware of them as being ours and as forming a unity. But this simply means that we are, at the same time, a priori conscious of a necessary synthesis of these presentations. What Kant has to say about the difference between our understanding and an intuitive understanding is likewise put rather badly. He wishes to show that, if a priori synthesis is essential, so far as our way of understanding is concerned, this is by reason of the fact that we have to deal with sense-given manifolds which lie outside the intellectual sphere. As against this, as intellect equipped with a faculty of intuitive understanding would have no need of such synthesis, since it would, through an act of direct apprehension, become immediately conscious both of its own reality and of that of its objects. In the passage under examination, Kant confuses the whole issue by giving a questionable description of the nature of intuitive understanding. He alleges that an intuitive understanding would be one which, solely by virtue of self-consciousness had, at the same time, everything manifold given to it. It seems fairly clear, however, from what he says elsewhere, first, that an intelligence capable of intuitive understanding would have nothing given to it at all, and secondly, that the realities towards which an intelligence of this sort was directed would be quite unlike sensible manifolds, having nothing whatever in common with the latter. To prevent all misunderstanding, Kant's position may best be explained by saying that, in the case of intuitive understanding, a priori synthesis would be altogether absent, and that there would be no such thing as an original synthetic unity of consciousness. An intellect which could think intuitively would have its own reality as well as that of its objects guaranteed to it, solely by virtue of its exercising its power of thought. Accordingly, there would be no call in such a case to have recourse to that synthetic a priori function which, as regards perceptual knowledge, constitutes the intelligent self, on the one hand, and on the other, makes it possible for that self to bestow an objective status upon sense presentations. The supreme principle of the possibility of all intuition in its relation to sensibility is, according to the transcendental aesthetic, that all the manifold of intuition should be subject to the formal conditions of space and time. The supreme principle of the same possibility, in its relation to understanding, is that all the manifold of intuition should be subject to conditions of the original synthetic unity of apperception. In so far as the manifold representations of intuition are given to us, they are subject to the former of these two principles; in so far as they must allow a being combined in one consciousness, they are subject to the latter. For without such combination nothing can be thought or known, since the given representations would not have in common the act of apperception, I think, and so could not be apprehended together in one self-consciousness. Understanding is, to use general terms, the faculty of knowledge. This knowledge consists in the determinate relation of given representations to an object, and an object is that in the concept of which the manifold of a given intuition is united. Now all unification of representations demands unity of consciousness in the synthesis of them. Consequently, it is the unity of consciousness that alone constitutes the relation of representations to an object, and therefore their objective validity and the fact that they are modes of knowledge, and upon it therefore rests the very possibility of the understanding. Comments. Kant's reasonings throw further light upon his view of the relation between unity of consciousness and unity in objects. He considers the two to be strictly correlative. The unity which is to be found in an object consists in its being brought before a unitary self. The unity of the self consists in its coming to recognize that unity which is manifested in every object of sense experience. I have explained before that Kant's theory is open to one serious objection. Adopting throughout an attitude of unwarranted subjectivism and idealism, he frequently maintains that unity, or connectedness, in objects is entirely due to the human intellect. He goes so far as to imply that, apart from our understanding and its various conceptions of synthetic unity, phenomenal reality lacks. 76. Unity altogether, and no real connections are to be found anywhere, in other words, that, if there is such unity and its various manifestations in the reality confronting us in experience, this is because they are imposed by the human mind upon the sense given. The subjectivist and idealist tendency of Kant's thought is clearly prominent also in his definition of an object as that in the concept of which the manifold of a given intuition is united. In criticism of this, we may be permitted to draw attention to the following points. Kant's description of the general nature of an object is unacceptable, unless we can be certain that what he is describing is not just an object but an object, inasmuch as human minds come to recognize it as an object. It makes good sense to say that any and every sensible manifold which is made subject to judgment, and which, in being judged, is recognized as representing something objective, is nothing more, in the last analysis, than simply a complex of presentations brought before the unity of consciousness. However, once one goes a step further, and supposes that such an account of sensible realities contains everything that is to be said about them, one finds oneself committed to a most unplausible view, namely, that the real is by itself completely disorderly and chaotic, a view which would have the objectionable implication that, if unity and orderliness are displayed by the sense given, this is solely because they have been introduced into reality by the human mind, which, by virtue of transcendental apperception and the various rules of synthesis deriving from it, bestows an orderly structure upon that which as such is wholly unorganized. The first pure knowledge of understanding, then, upon which all the rest of its employment is based, and which also at the same time is completely independent of all conditions of sensible intuition, is the principle of the original synthetic unity of apperception. Thus the mere form of outer sensible intuition, space, is not yet knowledge, it supplies only the manifold of a priori intuition for a possible knowledge. To know anything in space, I must draw it, and thus synthetically bring into being a determinate combination of the given manifold. 77. So that the unity of this act is at the same time the unity of consciousness, and it is through this unity of consciousness that an object is first known. The synthetic unity of consciousness is, therefore, an objective condition of all knowledge. It is not merely a condition that I myself require in knowing an object, but is a condition under which every intuition must stand in order to become an object for me. For otherwise, in the absence of this synthesis, the manifold would not be united in one consciousness. Comments. Kant's argument here deserves to be taken seriously even by those who have felt obliged to dissociate themselves from his theory of a priori forms of intuition. His contention is that sensible manifolds are not, properly speaking, objects, in so far as they are simply given to us in space or in time, for that matter. If anything sense-given is to become an object, in the strict sense of that term, the principle of synthetic unity of apperception has to come into operation, and to direct itself towards what is sensibly presented. It will be obvious that this view of Kant's may be perfectly correct, even though he be mistaken in assuming that sense-givenness itself involves an a priori factor, and that space and time have to be singled out as a priori ideas apart from which the human mind cannot be presented with anything at all. The reader is aware from what one have said before to what extent I am in agreement with Kant's view that the very possibility of there being objects of knowledge depends on our resorting to the principle of the original synthetic unity of apperception. If what he is thinking of is the contrast between a sensible manifold which is simply accepted, and one which is to be capable of having definite statements made about it, he appears to me to be right in nearly everything he says. His contention is that sensible manifolds, inasmuch as they are merely given, are wholly indeterminate in character. They acquire definiteness and determinacy only through being dealt with by the unity of apperception. I see no reason why one should wish to object to this, so long as two things are kept clearly in mind. First, the act of apperception must not be confused with a psychological operation, it is to be regarded as nothing more than a necessary condition logically involved in knowing. Secondly, the phrase knowledge of an object implies not merely that something or other should be present to our consciousness, bulletin, in addition, that we are in a position to make statements about that something or other. Kant's assertion that unity of apperception involves a special synthesis of sense presentation seems to us likewise to contain a good deal of truth. For surely this much ought to be admitted. The notion of a synthetic unity of a variety of data is present, whenever anything sense-given is subjected to judgment, whenever it is talked about, and has a statement made about it. It is precisely this notion of synthetic unity according to which the constituents of a spatial or temporal manifold are taken to belong to one another which enables us to become aware of these manifolds as something definite and determinate, while it is impossible to suppose that this sort of awareness is to be found already on the purely sensory level. In short, everything must remain entirely vague, so long as the interpretative activity of the intellect has not begun to manifest itself, and the subject is content to accept the given unquestioningly, making no attempt to judge it or make statements about it. The reader will have noted that, in my restatement of Kant's position, I have been at pains to avoid psychological terms. Kant himself is not nearly cautious enough. For instance, he wishes to argue that we cannot, apart from synthesis and consciousness of synthesis, come to have proper knowledge of anything in space. To illustrate this, he takes for his example a simple line, making the point that, in order to acquire knowledge of it, we must, first of all, draw it, i.e. bring into being synthetically a determinate intuition of the given manifold. In conclusion, he remarks that the unity of this act is, at the same time, the unity of consciousness in the concept of a line, and that it is only thus that an object allows of becoming known. The trouble with this reasoning is that the term object, as well as the term to know or to have knowledge, are used rather ambiguously. The latter term may be taken to denote the state existing in us when we become perceptually conscious of an everyday object, an interpretation which will make manifest nonsense of Kant's argument, for reasons which it would be tedious to specify once again. On the other hand, Kant's terms permit of a quite different interpretation which would have the effect of strengthening his position very considerably. When he speaks of knowing or having knowledge, he is thinking of the condition in which someone or 79. Other finds himself, inasmuch as, besides being acquainted with what is given to him, he has the ability to make statements about what is present to his mind. And when Kant speaks of objects of knowledge, he is thinking of sensible realities, inasmuch as statements are made about them. One more point may be briefly touched upon in this context. Kant tends to believe that, while the principle of synthetic unity of apperception is at work in judgments about physical objects proper, this does not hold good with regard to judgments about mere sense collocations to which no real existence is attributed. I shall explain, later in this book, the reasons which led Kant into making such a distinction, and why I find it impossible to agree with him on this issue. For the time being, I can do no more than state my own position somewhat dogmatically. If it is really true that the very possibility of factual statements depends on the subject's adopting a special attitude towards the sensible material to be dealt with, this must apply not only to judgments about material objects, but also to judgments about mere sense data, even though the latter be taken to be confined to a particular percipient, and not to have any reality apart from that. For whatever important differences there may be between the two types of judgment, they both share one feature, namely, that they involve the distinction between the subject making the judgment and the sensible manifold which is judged, and which, in being judged, acquires an objective status. In short, if Kant's general view of the nature of all understanding is essentially sound, it would seem to follow that even sense data statements are, in the last resort, dependent on what he calls original synthetic unity of apperception. 138-9. Text quoted. This principle is not, however, to be taken as applying to every possible understanding, but only to that understanding through whose pure apperception, in the representation I am, nothing manifold is given. an understanding which through its self-consciousness could supply to itself the manifold of intuition and understanding, that is to say, through whose representation the objects of the representation should at the same time exist would 80. Not require, for the unity of consciousness, a special act of synthesis of the manifold. For the human understanding, however, which thinks only, and does not intuit, that act is necessary. It is indeed the first principle of the human understanding, and is so indispensable to it that we cannot form the least conception of any other possible understanding, either of such as is itself intuitive or of any that may possess an underlying mode of sensible intuition which is different in kind from that in space and time. Comments. Kant adds hardly anything new in what he says here about the contrast between an intuitive understanding and the human understanding which, being a faculty of mere conception, cannot by itself make us aware of anything at all. His argument gives rise to one difficulty of interpretation to which I have previously drawn attention, namely, that he describes an intuitive understanding as one which, by way of merely reflecting upon itself, would have the manifold of intuition given to it at one and the same time. I have shown that objections can be brought forward against this way of putting the matter. The difficulty mentioned is, however, for the most part one of expression, and affects Kant's main argument very little. The points which he desires to establish are the following. That our way of understanding really involves a principle of synthetic unity can be made evident by reflecting that it could, in actual fact, be dispensed with only in the case of an intelligence which had a power of intuitive understanding at its disposal. An intelligence of this sort would, it is true, not stand in need of any artificial intellectual activity, in order to have guaranteed to it its own reality as well as that of its objects. For all that would be apprehended directly. Yet the intelligence of man requires a special principle which will constitute the unity of the subject, on the one hand, and that of the known object, on the other. Since perceptual knowledge is the only kind with which we are acquainted, it is very hard for us to conceive of the nature of intuitive understanding with any degree of distinctness. Its actual existence cannot in any case be presumed, and while it may be allowed to be logically possible, inasmuch as the idea of it is free from contradiction, we are not entitled to regard it as even possible in the real sense of that term. In the present case Kant obscures the issue somewhat by bringing 81. In not merely the intuitive understanding but another type of understanding as well. This third type is supposed to be like our understanding, in that it has to do with sense-given presentations, while, at the same time, its sensible material differs from that with which human beings are concerned, in that it fails to exhibit spatial and temporal relations. Kant's procedure in differentiating between three modes of understanding in this way is distinctly unsatisfactory. The reader may indeed be expected to grasp what is intended by a comparison between our discursive understanding, on the one hand, and intuitive understanding, on the other. Yet, at this stage of the argument, at any rate, he will find it exceedingly hard to make anything of Kant's reference to a discursive understanding different from the one concerned with spatial and temporal manifolds. Again, Kant himself will later make the point that the principle of synthetic unity of consciousness is presupposed by discursive thought as such, and that it would be required even by an intelligence directed towards sensible data which did not present themselves under the forms of space and time. This alone should make it plain that the third type of understanding should not have been brought in at all in the course of an argument whose object is to show that a certain principle which, in the case of an intuitive understanding, would be unnecessary, is yet wholly indispensable, so far as discursive thinking is concerned. 144-5. Text quoted. A manifold, contained in an intuition which I call mine, is represented, by means of the synthesis of the understanding, as belonging to the necessary unity of self-consciousness. This category therefore shows that the empirical consciousness of a given manifold in a single intuition is subject to a pure self-consciousness a priori, just as is empirical intuition to a pure sensible intuition, which likewise takes place a priori. Thus in the above proposition a beginning is made of a deduction of the pure concepts of understanding, and in this deduction, since the categories have their source in the understanding alone, Independently of sensibility, I must abstract from the mode in which the manifold for an empirical intuition is given, and must direct it then. 82. Solely to the unity which, in terms of the category, and by means of the understanding, enters into the intuition. But in the above proof there is one feature from which I could not abstract, the feature, namely, that the manifold to be united must be given prior to the synthesis of understanding, and independently of it. How this takes place, remains here undetermined. For were I to think an understanding which is itself intuitive, the categories would have no meaning whatsoever in respect of such a mode of knowledge. They are merely rules for an understanding whose sole power consists in thought, that is, in the act whereby it brings the synthesis of a manifold, given to it from elsewhere in intuition, to the unity of apperception, a faculty, therefore, which by itself knows nothing whatsoever, but merely combines and arranges the material of knowledge, that is, the intuition, which must be given to it by the object. Comments. Kant's reasoning is complicated in several ways and requires a good deal of discussion. Certain points, however, need not be dealt with again, for example, Kant's thesis that an intuitive understanding would have no use for categories. Yet the crucial difficulty remains. Is Kant justified in affirming that human knowledge, in involving an a priori activity of understanding that activity, namely, by means of which the manifold to be judged is referred to the unity of apperception involves, at the same time, a certain limited number of categories? It will be well to bear in mind that in a way we have made our difficulty for ourselves. So far as Kant is concerned, the conclusion is obvious enough, since it follows for him directly from the argument of the metaphysical deduction. In accordance with this, if it is true to say that, prior to being able to have experience proper, we are obliged to exercise our discursive understanding, it must be true likewise that this experience presupposes the application of the categories. For the categories express the nature of discursive intelligence as such. I have explained earlier why I believe Kant's reasoning in the metaphysical deduction to be most unconvincing, and I have no 83. Intention of withdrawing this verdict here. Yet it seems to me that one admission ought now to be made. Kant's argument gains a much higher degree of plausibility, once it has become fully apparent what precisely the purpose is that the categories are supposed to serve. To clarify matters, we shall do well to refer to the section which precedes the one at present under discussion. Kant makes there the following points. The manifold given in sensible intuition comes necessarily under the original synthetic unity of apperception, for that is the only way in which unity of intuition is rendered possible. The act by means of which the manifold of given representations is brought under the one apperception is the act of judgment. Everything manifold, in so far as it is given in a single empirical intuition, is determined in respect of one of the logical functions of judgment through which it is brought before consciousness in general. The categories are these very functions of judgment, inasmuch as they are employed in determining the manifold of a given intuition. The manifold in a given intuition is, of necessity, subject to the categories. Although Kant's language here is certainly queer, there is nothing unreasonable about the way in which he works out his position. Yet that is not to say that he is successful in proving his point. On the contrary, we must insist once again that, in believing the categories to be deducible from certain elementary forms of judgment, Kant makes himself guilty of a serious error. In view of this, we are obliged to ask what becomes of Kant's transcendental deduction, seeing that he cannot be allowed to take a step in his argument which he himself considers to be essential. In my view, this question ought to be answered as follows. Kant may still be right in holding that all experience proper presupposes an a priori activity of the intellect, as the result of which it is made possible for a sense-given manifold to be brought before a unitary subject which is to pronounce judgment upon it, and the subject is in a position to find unity in the sense given, wherever such unity may be discoverable. Further, and this is an even more interesting point, Kant may be right also in holding that a priori concepts, or categories, under 84. Lie perceptual awareness strictly speaking. This would be so in the event of its being found that nothing sense-given could acquire an objective status except by having applied to it some category or other, the function of the category being to predicate a certain kind of unity in respect of the sense given. Or to put the matter in a different way, we might come to conclude that it was of the very nature of a priori thinking that it should have to express itself by way of categories, and the validity of the latter would then consist in the fact that, apart from them, there was no possibility of objectifying presentations so as to make them suitable for judgment. It is only later in this book that I shall be in a position to explain fully to what extent I find myself in agreement with Kant's theory of categories. For the present, I can do no more than indicate my point of view quite summarily. First, I believe that a separate investigation is needed in the case of each category, if it is to be decided whether or not it is at work in perceptual knowledge. Secondly, I believe that, while every perceptual judgment involves the operation of some categories, certain of these judgments, viz. those upon perceptual objects proper, require a larger number than is the case with judgments upon mere sense echolocations. This point, which has been touched upon before, will be discussed in full in Chapter V of the present work. 146. Text quoted. To think an object and to know an object are thus by no means the same thing. Knowledge involves two factors: first, the concept through which an object in general is thought, and secondly, the intuition through which it is given. For if no intuition could be given corresponding to the concept would still indeed be a thought, so far as its form is concerned, but would be without an object, and no knowledge of anything would be possible by means of it. So far as I could know, there would be nothing, and could be nothing, to which my thought could be applied. Now, as the aesthetic has shown, the only intuition possible to us is sensible. Consequently, the thought of an object in general, by means of a pure concept of understanding, can become knowledge for us only in so far as the concept is related to objects of the senses. Sensible intuition is either pure intuition or empirical intuition of that which is immediately represented, through sensation, as actual in space and time. Through the determination of pure intuition we can acquire a priori knowledge of objects, as in mathematics, but only in regard to their form, as appearances. Whether there can be things which must be intuited in this form, is still left undecided. Mathematical concepts are not, therefore, by themselves knowledge, except on the supposition that there are things which allow of being presented to us only in accordance with the form of that pure sensible intuition. Now things in space and time are given only in so far as they are perceptions, therefore only through empirical representation. Consequently, the pure concepts of understanding, even when they are applied to a priori intuitions, as in mathematics, yield knowledge only in so far as these intuitions and therefore indirectly by their means the pure concepts also can be applied to empirical intuitions. Even, therefore, with the aid of intuition, the categories do not afford us any knowledge of things, they do so only through their possible application to empirical intuition. In other words, they serve only for the possibility of empirical knowledge, and such knowledge is what we entitle experience. Our conclusion is therefore this: the categories, as yielding knowledge of things, have no kind of application, save only in regard to things which may be objects of possible experience. Comments. I do not propose to provide a detailed interpretation of this passage. To do so would in any case be out of place in a book in which the question of the tenability of Kant's theory of mathematics is left entirely alone. However, I may be permitted to draw attention to several interesting points. Kant's most striking contention is that, if mathematical concepts can have real meaning, as distinct from a merely formal one, this is solely by reason of the fact that they have application to empirical intuitions, that is to say, to what are nowadays called sense data. Kant puts this point in a needlessly complicated way by arguing 86. That, even in mathematics, the categories derive their meaning from being applicable to empirical intuitions in space and time. The difficulty about this argument is that it is hard to see how any of Kant's categories, except that of quantity, can be said to play any part in mathematics at all. To simplify the position, we may put the matter thus. Whenever concepts function in mathematical knowledge, and this applies as much to the pure concepts of understanding as to the more strictly mathematical ones, these concepts remain meaningless in the literal sense, so long as their reference to sensible data is left out of account. The following considerations may serve to show that this tenet of Kant's is both instructive and important. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that his theory of mathematics is essentially correct, i.e. that he is right in holding that mathematical knowledge is obtained by way of constructing objects in space and time, which latter are purely a priori in character, and again in affirming that all mathematical propositions are synthetic a priori. This would seem to suggest that to a certain extent, at any rate, the knowledge obtained in mathematics is on a par with knowledge concerning matters of fact. Hence a special warning has to be given to the effect that mathematical thinking results in knowledge, in the proper sense of that word, only because mathematical concepts and propositions allow of being exhibited in actual sense presentations. That Kant has, from his own point of view, good grounds for cautioning us in this way may be made evident thus. He is convinced that mathematical knowledge involves two factors, conceptual activity and the a priori forms of sensible intuition. But if that is the correct view of the matter, there is surely some danger of one's coming to suppose that, in the field of mathematics, the human mind can, without needing to refer to anything other than itself, become the source of literally meaningful concepts and propositions, or to put it in a different way, human beings can produce a certain factual, or at least quasi-factual, knowledge entirely out of their own heads. However, further reflection goes to show that this supposition is quite unfounded. Admittedly, mathematical concepts refer primarily to space and time, that is to say, to the a priori factor in sensible intuition. Yet it is just as true that if they are capable of becoming properly meaningful, this is pre-87. Seizely because something exists which is not in any way due to the mind, namely, actual data to which they can be applied, and in being thus applied, demonstrate their real significance. There is, of course, another and quite different way of dealing with Kant's reasoning, namely, to argue that his theory of mathematics is entirely mistaken. Mathematical thinking, according to many modern philosophers, is purely analytic, and mathematics is not immediately concerned with space and time at all. The adoption of such a view must plainly have important consequences. In discarding Kant's view that mathematical propositions are synthetic, in other words, that they are quasi-factual, one will likewise have to discard his view that they require to be referred to sensible data. It is obvious why this must be so. The whole point of saying of mathematical propositions that they do not of themselves signify anything real, is that they are regarded as instructive propositions. Yet once it is found that they are, in fact, purely analytic, it is no longer possible to hold on to that position. Neither is there any need why one should wish to hold on to it. Mathematical propositions are now recognized as not purporting to supply any factual information at all, and as claiming only a formal significance. But this formal significance they can be allowed to have wholly irrespective of anything sense given. The only thing required for the truth of a mathematical proposition is that it should be deducible, along logically correct lines, from certain primitive propositions assumed with a view to building up a deductive system. And this sort of truth, instead of demanding of us that reference should be had to the realm of matter of fact, permits of being fully ascertained by logical means alone. It remains to say a word about Kant's doctrine that the categories cannot of themselves give us any knowledge. This doctrine will come up for frequent consideration in later parts of this book, and we may here confine ourselves to a bare statement of the Kantian position. On the one hand, he argues, we are obliged to admit that certain conceptions arise solely in our intelligence, and quite apart from sensibility, namely, those which lay down the general conditions of objectivity. On the other hand, he thinks, we must admit with equal readiness that the conceptions in question do not by themselves have real meaning, and that, in order to acquire such meaning, they have to be applied to sense-given presentations. The 88. Categories are as such both a priori and intellectual in character, but they have, so long as they are taken in isolation, only formal significance. That they come to have real significance is due to the fact that they are brought to bear upon empirical intuitions, and have to be employed in this manner, since otherwise proper knowledge of the sense given would remain an impossibility. 148-9. Text quoted. The above proposition is of the greatest importance, for it determines the limits of the employment of the pure concepts of understanding in regard to objects, just as the transcendental aesthetic determined the limits of the employment of the pure form of our sensible intuition. Space and time, as conditions under which alone objects can possibly be given to us, are valid no further than for objects of the senses, and therefore only for experience. Beyond these limits they represent nothing, for they are only in the senses, and beyond them have no reality. The pure concepts of understanding are free from this limitation, and extend to objects of intuition in general, if only it be sensible and not intellectual. But this extension of concepts beyond our sensible intuition is of no advantage to us. For as concepts of objects they are then empty, and do not even enable us to judge of their objects whether or not they are possible. They are mere forms of thought, without objective reality, since we have no intuition at hand to which the synthetic unity of apperception, which constitutes the whole content of these forms, could be applied, and in being so applied determine an object. Only our sensible and empirical intuition can give them body and meaning. Comments. Kant's reasoning in this passage proceeds somewhat clumsily. He wishes to show that, although the categories arise wholly independently of sensibility, they are none the less incapable of being applied to anything lying beyond the field of experience. To emphasize the peculiar character of the categories and the contrast between them and the a priori forms of sensibility, he points out, first of all, that they are meaningful not only in respect of our intuition, which is subject to space and time, but in respect of any kind of 89. Intuition, so long as it is sensible and not intellectual. He concludes by saying that this extension of the pure concepts of understanding can be of no help to us. By themselves they are empty forms of thought, without real content, and since the only intuition at our disposal is that which comes under space and time, it is solely through being referred to empirical data that they can become meaningful in the real sense of that term. There is no reason why one should wish to object very strongly to Kant's thesis that the same categories as play a part in human consciousness would also be used by an intelligence which did not receive its data under the forms of space and time. That some sort of categorical activity would be required in such a case will at all events have to be conceded by those who believe Kant's general theory of understanding to be essentially sound. According to that theory, the human mind has recourse to the categories, in order that they may serve as criteria of objective reality. Now, since the same would hold good for any intelligence except one which was purely active, and in being so, was, through mere consciousness of an object, immediately assured of its reality, it follows that a priori thinking could in no circumstances be dispensed with by a mind which was dependent on what Kant calls sensible intuition. Kant goes a step further and alleges that the concepts involved would necessarily have to be the categories. This conclusion, at which he arrives as the result of purely logical considerations, seems to us to have no warrant. In turning to the remarks which Kant makes, in the passage at present under discussion, upon a sensible intuition other than our own, and upon the way in which categories and intuition are related to one another, we find that they are apt rather to mislead than to instruct. Towards the end of Kant's argument, at any rate, the impression is given that space and time are, after all, responsible for the fact that we are obliged to resort to categorical thinking, and further, that the categories might provide knowledge of nonsensible realities, if only we had at our disposal an intuition different from that which is subject to space and time. In actual fact, however, Kant's opinion is the exact opposite. Our need to have recourse to categorical activities is not due to space and time at all, but to the fact that our consciousness contains an element of sheer passivity, or givenness. Nor could the categories in any Stances have meaning in respect of sense-transcendent realities. Knowledge of the supersensible could be accomplished only by a mind capable of intellectual intuition, and such knowledge would, ex hypothesi, not involve the categories at all, seeing that they are essentially bound up with the discursive type of consciousness. From the point of view of our interpretation of the Kantian doctrine, it must be a matter of particular regret that Kant should fail to make his position sufficiently clear. However, now that things have been straightened out a little, we shall have no great difficulty in showing to what extent we find it possible to agree with him. First, since his theory of a priori forms of intuition appears to us untenable, we welcome his implicit admission that the requirement of categorical thinking follows from the nature of sensible intuition, and not specifically from the nature of space and time. Secondly, we believe Kant to be right in holding that all statements concerning matters of fact are rooted in certain fundamental ideas which have to be regarded as both a priori and intellectual in character. As for particular categories, we are convinced, in view of our rejection of the metaphysical deduction, that Kant has so far said nothing worthwhile upon this issue. Thirdly, we are in agreement with Kant's thesis that in the sphere of theoretical knowledge, at any rate the human mind is wholly incapable of transcending sense experience, and we are likewise in sympathy with his suggestion that the fact of a priori thinking does nothing to refute that view but on the contrary confirms it. He argues that the categories would be inoperative in the case of a knowledge which was directed towards the supersensible. From this it would seem to follow that, if we are under the necessity of evolving certain a priori concepts, to serve as the basis of factual statements, this proves, if anything, that we are debarred, once and for all, from ever coming into contact with anything beyond the confines of sense experience. 152. Text quoted. The pure concepts of understanding relate, through the mere understanding, to objects of intuition in general, whether that intuition be our own or any other, provided only it be sensible. The concepts are, however, for this very reason, mere forms of thought. The transcendental deduction. Of the categories 91. Through which alone no determinate object is known. The synthesis of combination of the manifold in them relates only to the unity of apperception, and is thereby the ground of the possibility of a priori knowledge, so far as such knowledge rests on the understanding. This synthesis, therefore, is at once transcendental and also purely intellectual. But since there lies in us a certain form of a priori sensible intuition, which depends on the receptivity of the faculty of representation, the understanding, as spontaneity, is able to determine inner sense through the manifold of given representations, in accordance with the synthetic unity of apperception, and so to think synthetic unity of the apperception of the manifold of a priori sensible intuition, that being the condition under which all objects of our human intuition must necessarily stand. In this way the categories, in themselves mere forms of thought, obtain objective reality, that is, application to objects which can be given us in intuition. These objects, however, are only appearances, for it is solely of appearances that we can have a priori intuition. This synthesis of the manifold of sensible intuition, which is possible and necessary a priori, may be entitled figurative synthesis, to distinguish it from the synthesis which is thought in the mere category in respect of the manifold of an intuition in general, and which is entitled combination through the understanding. Both are transcendental, not merely as taking place a priori, but also as conditioning the possibility of other a priori knowledge. But the figurative synthesis, if it be viewed merely in its relation to the original synthetic unity of apperception, that is, to the transcendental unity which is thought in the categories, must, in order to be distinguished from the merely intellectual combination, be called the transcendental synthesis of imagination. Imagination is the faculty of representing in intuition an object that is not itself present. Now since all our intuition is sensible, the imagination, owing to the subjective condition under which alone it can give to the concepts of understanding a corresponding intuition, belongs to sensibility. But inasmuch as its synthesis is an expression of spontaneity, which is determinative and not, like sense, determinable merely, and which is therefore able to determine sense a priori in respect of its form in accordance with the unity of apperception. 9.2. Imagination is to that extent a faculty which determines the sensibility a priori, and its synthesis of intuitions, conforming as it does to the categories, must be the transcendental synthesis of imagination. This synthesis is an action of the understanding on the sensibility, and its first application and thereby the ground of all its other applications to the objects of our possible intuition. As figurative, it is distinguished from the intellectual synthesis, which is carried out by the understanding alone, without the aid of the imagination. In so far as imagination is spontaneity, I sometimes also entitle it the productive imagination, to distinguish it from the reproductive imagination, whose synthesis is entirely subject to empirical laws, the laws, namely, of association, and which therefore contributes nothing to the explanation of the possibility of a priori knowledge. The reproductive synthesis falls within the domain, not of transcendental philosophy, but of psychology. Comments. In this section Kant thrusts his whole technical vocabulary upon the reader, and expresses himself even more clumsily than he usually does. However, although a detailed analysis of the argument would remove most of the difficulties, I do not propose to engage in this task. Instead, I shall confine myself to the raising of a more general issue. We have throughout dissociated ourselves from Kant's thesis that a priori concepts are deducible from certain elementary forms of judgment. In view of this, it is clearly a matter of some urgency to inquire whether any real value can be attached to his distinction between figurative and intellectual synthesis. Kant himself has, of course, no doubt at all that our consciousness of things presupposes certain acts which as such are intellectual and nothing but intellectual. There are, on the one hand, the pure categories which, inasmuch as they are mere ways of thinking, do not immediately refer to anything sensible at all, but arise spontaneously in the intellect, standing wholly apart from anything sense-given. On the other hand, there are the categories as applied to the objects of intuition. And while the pure concepts of understanding omit all reference to time, the fundamental form of our sensible intuition, this reference is introduced in their application by the transcendental schemata, with the result that the categories as applied in experience must be regarded not as products of our intellect so much as products of the imagination. 93. A restatement of the distinction between pure and schematized categories will in any case have to be insisted upon by those who hold Kant's argument in the metaphysical deduction to be invalid. Nevertheless, the crucial question remains whether we may continue to assert that all categorial activity exhibits a factor of pure thought. That this question requires an affirmative answer may be made evident thus. We take it to have been established by Kant that experience proper presupposes the idea of unity. Moreover, we believe him to have made it very probable to say the least that a number of a priori concepts are at work in our consciousness of things. Or to put it in a different way, the human mind has several a priori concepts at its disposal by means of which it can assure itself of the objective status of sense presentations. But if all this has to be conceded to Kant, we seem obliged to make a further concession to him, namely, that our capacity to recognize various types of unity is an expression of intellectual activity pure and simple. Our recognition of objective togetherness is evidence that our consciousness contains an element of pure thought. For, clearly, the fact that the human mind evolves a number of a priori concepts of unification can be accounted for in one way and one way only. We must suppose that it has a power of spontaneous conception, that is, which, in the first instance, is wholly independent of anything sensible. What has been said may suffice to show that there is a great deal of good sense in Kant's distinction between pure categories and categories referred to the sense given. However, one objection has still to be faced, namely, that Kant himself is forced to admit that the categories are, in actual fact, wholly incapable of functioning by themselves. This objection can, in my view, be answered best by reference to a particular example. Let us select the category of ground and consequent, while asking ourselves how Kant deals with it as compared with an 18th-century rationalist. He agrees with the rationalists that the concept of ground and consequent is as such purely intellectual in character. At the same time, he insists that it can become really meaningful only by being employed in reference to sense-given presentations. To put it in technical language, the pure category of ground and consequent is nothing more than a form of thought, and what 94 is significant, in the real or factual sense, is only the schematized category of cause and effect. Should the reader still wish to find fault with us for our attempt to argue in defense of Kant's notion of pure categories, our reply would be that such an objection would be justified, only if the metaphysical way of thinking could be said to have something unnatural and artificial about it. But the speculative approach to philosophical problems has a great deal of initial plausibility, and has at all times exercised a powerful influence. To take a specific instance, concepts such as those of substance and cause have time and again been employed with a view to making statements about sense-transcendent realities. Moreover, it may be remarked in passing that the so-called plain man is in this matter entirely on the side of rationalism, and that he sees no reason why such concepts should not be extended beyond experience. This alone should be sufficient to show that there is a strong tendency to make an unrestricted use of certain concepts, and that a way must be found to curb that tendency. Kant's introduction of pure categories, and his distinction between pure categories and schematized ones, will, it seems to us, do the trick most effectively. For the error into which those inclined towards metaphysical speculation are apt to fall can now be laid bare quite simply. It is the schematized categories which are involved in our consciousness of things. The metaphysician tends to substitute pure categories for schematized ones. This may seem to serve his purposes very well. Yet, in actual fact, the position is that, once this process of abstraction has been carried out, the categories retain only their formal significance, while their real or factual one is made to vanish altogether. We proceed next to draw attention to an awkward feature of Kant's teaching upon figurative and intellectual synthesis. There would seem to be no doubt that a certain element of obscurity and ambiguity is bound up with the very notion of a self-subsistent and purely intellectual synthesis. How, then, is the position to be clarified? This can be done in one of two ways. Either we leave the intellectual synthesis entirely alone, while contending that, in reality, there is only one kind of synthesis, namely, the figurative one, by means of which a priori concepts are employed in reference to the sense given. Or else we understand 95. The term intellectual synthesis in a severely restricted sense, holding that it makes its appearance when a category is used entirely by itself. To take an example, a philosopher gets hold of the causal category, while supposing that this concept may serve him to come to know sense-transcendent realities. The illusion at work in such a case may be exposed thus. When the causal category is taken out of its proper context, within which it is capable of being factually significant, we are left with nothing but the bare thought of a connection between ground and consequent. But the idea of a purely intellectual connection here relied upon turns out to have no real application, and it follows from this that it is incompetent to give rise to any consciousness whatsoever. I now turn to a different point. Kant contends that the figurative synthesis is to be assigned not to the understanding but to the imagination. It is obvious how he is led to take this view. He wishes to emphasize that the a priori synthesis, which is a prime condition of factual judgment, must on no account be separated from the sensible material to be dealt with. Now the understanding has all along been defined as a purely intellectual power. Consequently, since it has been established that judgment concerning matter of fact involves not merely an intellectual factor but also a factor of sensible presentation of that which is conceived in thought, it is necessary to postulate yet another power of the mind, namely, transcendental imagination. There are those who would wish to object to Kant's procedure, on the ground that it is impossible seriously to believe in the existence of different faculties of knowledge. And in particular, it may be felt that he ought not to have brought in an additional faculty at so late a stage of his argument. I have shown before that this objection has but little force. Kant nowhere supposes that the various cognitive faculties of which he speaks are substantial entities, or that they have an actual existence of their own. In the case of imagination and understanding, it is particularly obvious that Kant differentiates between them solely for the sake of analysis, and that he does not conceive of them as subsisting in separation from one another. How else could he describe the fundamental act of understanding as transcendental synthesis of imagination? Further, there would seem to be no grounds for finding fault with what Kant has to say about the essential nature of the a priori. 96. Synthesis. He affirms, as so often, that it displays the characteristic of being active and spontaneous, and that, by virtue of thls, it differs radically from mere sensation. To bring out this point, he talks of the imagination as a power of determining sensibility in an a priori manner, and he explains that sensibility is as such merely determinable, that is to say, wholly passive. All this seems to me to make perfectly good sense. In fact, I do not even see much harm in Kant's saying of the transcendental synthesis of imagination that it must be thought of as an effect of the understanding upon sensibility. However, two criticisms must, I think, be made. The first of them is not particularly formidable. Kant holds that the transcendental synthesis is primarily directed towards space and time, which in their turn have to be regarded as transcendental ideas. This view cannot be accepted by those who, like us, are out of sympathy with his doctrine of a priori forms of intuition. We prefer to say that the transcendental synthesis is directed towards the sense given which, of course, exhibits spatial and temporal relations, and it is by virtue of the fact that the transcendental synthesis is thus directed, that it is capable of having real significance. The second criticism, which is much more serious, has been made on so many previous occasions that we may here put the matter quite summarily. What is fundamental to the transcendental synthesis is, according to Kant, the idea of unity. Further, he holds quite correctly, I believe, that unity, or rather the various ideas of unity which underlie the categorical syntheses, are products of the human mind which gives rise to them entirely spontaneously. However, Kant seems to me wholly mistaken when he goes a step further, suggesting that the sense given does not by itself exhibit the fundamental connections thought of in the categories, that the human mind imposes these connections upon what is sensibly presented to it, and that, apart from the mind, they would not be there at all. I have tried to show before that it is impossible to agree with this, and that Kant's reasoning must be corrected in the following manner. That a spontaneous activity, on the part of the knower, is required, if certain connections are to be recognized, cannot be seriously doubted. Yet this does not imply that they have been manufactured by us, and that they are not actually to be found in sensible reality. 97. 152. Text quoted. This is a suitable place for explaining the paradox which must have been obvious to everyone in our exposition of th form of inner sense, namely, that this sense represents to consciousness even our own selves only as we appear to ourselves, not as we are in ourselves. For we intuit ourselves only as we are inwardly affected, and this would seem to be contradictory, since we should then have to be in a passive relation to ourselves. It is to avoid this contradiction that in systems of psychology inner sense, which we have carefully distinguished from the faculty of apperception, is commonly regarded as being identical with it. What determines inner sense is the understanding and its original power of combining the manifold of intuition, that is, of bringing it under an apperception, upon which the possibility of understanding itself rests. Now the understanding is in us men not itself a faculty of intuitions, and cannot, even if intuitions be given in sensibility, take them up into itself in such manner as to combine them as the manifold of its own intuition. Its synthesis, therefore, if the synthesis be viewed by itself alone, is nothing but the unity of the act, of which, as an act, it is conscious to itself, even without sensibility, but through which it is yet able to determine the sensibility. The understanding, that is to say, in respect of the manifold which may be given to it in accordance with the form of sensible intuition, is able to determine sensibility inwardly. Thus the understanding, under the title of a transcendental synthesis of imagination, performs the act upon the passive subject, whose faculty it is, and we are therefore justified in saying that inner sense is affected thereby. Apperception and its synthetic unity is, indeed, very far from being identical with inner sense. The former, as the source of all combination, applies to the manifold of intuitions in general, and in the guise of the categories, prior to all sensible intuition, to objects in general. Inner sense, on the other hand, contains the mere form of intuition, but without combination of the manifold in it, and therefore so far contains no determinate intuition, which is possible only through the consciousness of the determination of the manifold by the transcendental act of imagination, which I have entitled figurative synthesis. Comments. One complication can fortunately be left out of account discussing this passage and those which follow it. Kant's doctrine of inner sense is admittedly most obscure, and so far as one can make anything of it, appears to be objectionable in several ways. However, whatever difficulties there may be in this theory, they have very little bearing upon what is said about self-knowledge in the transcendental deduction. Kant's concern there is plainly neither with explaining the possibility of introspection, nor with showing how the knowledge we have of ourselves is distinguished from that which we have of external objects. His attention is, in the present instance, taken up with questions of a quite different kind. He is asking what ontological status belongs to the self, in so far as it becomes known, what are the various cognitive elements involved in the awareness we have of ourselves, and how these elements are differentiated from one another. Kant's answer to the first question is that the self which becomes known to us has the character of an appearance. He himself believes that there is something paradoxical about this contention. However, it would be a mistake to take this observation over seriously. After all, the fundamental difference between an appearance and a thing in itself has been explained often enough. A thing in itself is a reality such as would reveal itself to an intelligence which could rely on a faculty of intellectual intuition, or intuitive understanding. An appearance, on the other hand, is a reality such as is the concern of a mind which understands discursively, and which, if it is to come to know anything at all, must invariably have something or other given to it. But, once proper attention is paid to this distinction, there is nothing in the least paradoxical about the assertion that even the self, qua known, has the status of a mere appearance. As regards Kant's various remarks upon the factors at work in self-knowledge, it is fair to insist that, while his language is admittedly once again both clumsy and over-technical, his doctrine is comparatively simple and straightforward. As one would expect, he posits, first of all, a sensible factor in self-knowledge, which he calls inner sense. Secondly, he posits an intellectual factor. The 99. Latter is described precisely as before. The intellect is said to function by means of bringing sense-given presentations before the unity of apperception, and this is rendered possible in virtue of the fundamental act of understanding which has been termed figurative synthesis, or else transcendental synthesis of imagination. Further, Kant points out that, while inner sense is wholly passive, and, by reason of this, does not as yet contain any determinate connection of the given manifold, the synthetic unity of apperception is active per se, and accordingly has to be regarded as the source of all such connection. There is nothing fundamentally new here, and the doctrine has the same merits and defects, as applied to the self, as \VE saw it to have when applied to objects. The understanding does not find in inner sense a combination of the manifold, but produces it, in that it affects that sense. How the I that thinks can be distinct from the I that intuits itself, and yet, as being the same subject, can be identical with the latter, and how, therefore, I can say, I, as intelligence and one laking subject, know myself as an object that is thought, in so far as I am likewise given to myself in intuition, but know myself, like other phenomena, only as I appear to myself, not as I am to the understanding. These are questions that raise no greater nor less difficulty than how I can be an object to myself at all, and, more particularly, an object of intuition and of inner perceptions. Comments. This passage is yet another instance of Kant's cumbersome method of exposition. His words may cause one to suspect that he considers the self to be a substance, or even a compound of several substances, when his real view is quite different. That view may be set out as follows. It is undeniable that the fact of introspection gives rise to a special problem, and that it is difficult to understand how the subject of knowledge can, at the same come the object of knowledge, so that, in some 50 rt of way, there is a coincidence between the two. However, the following points must here be kept in mind. First, our present reflections do not purport to offer an explanation of the possibility of introspection. Secondly, the diffi 100 culti of giving a satisfactory account of introspection is neither increased nor diminished by the theory of knowledge which we are advocating. The truth of this will be readily admitted once it is realized that we have sought to show no more than that human knowing, whenever it occurs, or whatever object it may be concerned with, always involves two separable factors, sensible intuition and discursive understanding. In consequence, any and every object of perceptual knowledge must be described as a phenomenal object, or as having the status of an appearance, and in being thus described, must be differentiated from realities such as would concern not a discursive intelligence but an intuitive one. As regards the special case of self-knowledge, our contention is that the fundamental facts just enumerated allow of no exception whatsoever. There are no good grounds for supposing either that the self, qua known, has a status different from that of external objects, or that the consciousness we have of ourselves involves factors other than those at work in the consciousness we have of external objects. The only valid objection which could be brought forward against our taking up such a position would be, if we had to admit that, by so doing, we rendered the problem of self-knowledge more difficult of solution. However, it can be seen, on reflection, that this objection is baseless, and that no additional complications are introduced by the theory we have adopted. 157-9. Text quoted. In the transcendental synthesis of the manifold of representations in general, and therefore in the synthetic original unity of apperception, I am conscious of myself, not as I appear to myself, nor as I am in myself, but only that I am. This representation is a thought, not an intuition. Now in order to know ourselves, there is required in addition to that act of thought, which brings the manifold of every possible intuition to the unity of apperception, a determinate mode of intuition, whereby this manifold is given. It therefore follows that although my existence is not indeed appearance, the determination of my existence can take place only in conformity with the form of inner sense, according to the special mode in which the manifold, which I com 101 bin, is given in inner intuition. Accordingly, I have no knowledge of myself as I am but merely as I appear to myself. The consciousness of self is thus very far from being a knowledge of the self, notwithstanding all the categories which constitute the thought of an object in general, through combination of the manifold in one apperception. Just as for knowledge of an object distinct from me I require, besides the thought of an object in general, an intuition by which I determine that general concept, so for knowledge of myself I require, besides the consciousness, that is, besides the thought of myself, an intuition of the manifold in me, by which I determine this thought. I exist as an intelligence which is conscious solely of its power of combination, but in respect of the manifold which it has to combine I am subjected to a limiting condition, namely, that this combination can be made intuitable only according to relations of time, which lie entirely outside the concepts of understanding, strictly regarded. Such an intelligence, therefore, can know itself only as it appears to itself in respect of an intuition which is not intellectual and cannot be given by the understanding itself, not as it would know itself if its intuition were intellectual. Comments. In this section Kant puts forward a summary of his argument. His principal contention is that the self, inasmuch as it becomes known, is on exactly the same footing as other objects of knowledge. There is nothing more I wish to say about this except that I believe Kant's position to be essentially sound. As regards Kant's presentation of his case, our complaints are the same as they have been throughout. First, in being called upon to give a description of the various factors distinguishable within the act of knowing, he tends to speak of them as if he supposed them to be real entities. Secondly, instead of using language appropriate to an epistemological inquiry, he frequently relies upon expressions which have misleading psychological associations. Our next business is with particular points of interpretation. Every perceptual judgment involves, in Kant's opinion, an element of pure thought, and in places he even suggests that ordinary sense perception is dependent on the presence of this element. While criticizing this latter tenet of his, we have sought to show that Kant is right in holding that all our perceptual judgments presupp. 102. Pose a factor of intelligence pure and simple. However, although we are in general agreement with Kant's theory, many of his statements appear to us open to serious objections. As an instance of this, we may refer to an argument brought forward at the beginning of the section under discussion. What he says there would seem to imply that, in making a factual judgment, we are made aware, in the first place, that we are the source of the intellectual synthesis, and secondly, that we are in possession of a thinking self. That such a view, or anything like it, is untenable may be made evident thus. First, the synthesis which functions in judgment is, on Kant's own showing, not the intellectual synthesis at all, but the figurative synthesis, that is to say, the synthesis of understanding as applied to the sense given. Secondly, the person who makes a factual judgment has, in point of fact, no consciousness whatever of either the figurative or the intellectual synthesis. If such a person discovers, by way of philosophical analysis, that all factual judgments depend on a priori synthesis, and that this synthesis relies upon concepts which, in the first instance, are wholly nonsensible, he is justified in claiming that he has the sort of mind which, among other factors, involves a purely intellectual one. But this is the only conclusion he is warranted in drawing. Apart from the difficulty just discussed, there are other difficulties in Kant's reasoning about which we need not worry ourselves here since they have been dealt with on previous occasions. All that remains is to indicate to what extent we approve of Kant's distinction between various aspects of the self. Throughout the argument under examination the self is taken in three separate senses. The self, in so far as it has the power of intuition, that is to say, that of receiving impressions. The self, in so far as it has the power of pure thought. The self, in so far as it becomes known. As for the last, Kant alleges that it must have the status of a mere appearance, because nothing except that which is cognized by way of intellectual intuition can ever be regarded as anything else. The reader is aware of my reasons for being in general agreement with Kant's analysis. Yet it is important to note that here, as in so many other instances, he spoils his own case by introducing unnecessary ambiguities. A striking example is the way in which he seeks to account for the fact that we cannot, by means of the categories, acquire knowledge of the self as it is in itself. The Cate 103. Gories are debarred from yielding knowledge of the self in itself because the various ideas of connectedness present in these concepts are under the necessity of being referred to time relations, and because the latter lie wholly outside the concepts of understanding strictly speaking. It will be explained in what follows why this reasoning of Kant's must be said to be quite inconclusive. We have been told time and again that the categories have no significance outside the sphere of discursive thought, and that an intelligence capable of intellectual intuition would have no use for categories. Further, Kant has shown that a self which could become known to itself as what it really was in itself would have to be one which had a capacity of pure intellection, and which was directed towards the supersensible, that is to say, a realm of things altogether beyond the reach of the categories. It is, accordingly, a serious mistake, on Kant's part, to suggest now that the categories might in certain circumstances supply knowledge of the self in itself, and that, if they are prevented from doing so, this is solely because, as human beings, we are obliged to refer them to the sense given, and more particularly, to time as the universal form of our sensibility. I have argued in the first chapter of the present book that Kant's reflections upon intellectual intuition are of genuine philosophical interest. Kant's introduction of the notion of intellectual intuition into his discussion of the problem of self-knowledge seems to me likewise interesting in several respects. To bring out this point, I shall in what follows tidy up his reasoning somewhat, so that the essential features of his theory may come into greater prominence. \VE may note, in the first place, that when Kant talks of the self in itself, there is no suggestion that he believes such an entity actually to exist. At any rate, T holds good for the theoretical part of his philosophy, and the fact that the noumenal self plays an important part in his ethics need not, of course, concern us here. It will thus be evident that, when Kant resorts to the notion of the self in itself, his procedure is appreciably different from what it was when he worked out his general theory of things in themselves. He then supposed mistakenly, as we have tried to show, that the reality of supersensible things in themselves could be safely assumed. No parallel assumption can be met with in the present case. He makes the notion of the self in itself serve one purpose, and 10.4. One purpose only, namely, to bring out the more clearly the specific character of the self revealed to us in self-knowledge. This brings us to another point which Kant fails to stress sufficiently. The main conclusion which follows from the various arguments he brings forward is that the thinking self, the source of transcendental apperception and the categories, ought not on any account to be identified with the self in itself. Discursive consciousness and the fundamental conceptions to which it gives rise are admittedly an expression of intelligence. On the other hand, it is certain that the intelligence in respect of which they are to be meaningful must be one which, in all its knowledge, is confined to the realm of sensible presentations. It follows that such an intelligence is in every way unlike what is denoted by the term self in itself, a term referring to an entity which, by definition, would have no concern with anything sensible. It will be agreed that nothing we have said is in any way contrary to Kant's own point of view. The most characteristic feature of his doctrine of self-knowledge is, indeed, its fundamental opposition to the rationalist approach with its startling metaphysical conclusions. Philosophers have always tended to draw hasty inferences from the fact of self-consciousness and that of pure thought, basing on this the assertion that the thinking self is an independent reality with access to the supersensible. Kant, however, will have none of this. He insists that the thinking self must not be treated as a self-subsistent entity, or substance. He insists further that, apart from sense presentations, we can have no knowledge at all, and that this holds good quite as much for the knowledge we have of ourselves as for that we have of other objects. I am not quite sure whether Kant would be prepared to go as far as I should like to go. But it seems to me that much the best way of clarifying the position is to argue that the phrase the intelligent self does not designate any reality at all, but ought instead to be held to refer to nothing more than a necessary factor in perceptual knowledge, both that which we have of ourselves and that which we have of physical objects. Kant's views on self-knowledge will corn up for further consideration in Chapter 11 of the present book. There are two more topics discussed in the transcendental deduction as set. 105. Fourth, in the second edition of the Critique. First, the so-called subjective deduction reappears in a very much shortened form. Secondly, Kant expounds, with only slight variations, his doctrine that the understanding is the source of universal laws of nature. I do not propose to concern myself with the passages in which these matters are dealt with. The reasons which have prompted me to ignore Kant's teaching upon universal natural laws will be fully explained in the next chapter. As for the subjective deduction, I do not feel at all happy about simply disregarding an argument to which students of the Critique have always attached the very greatest importance. The only excuse I can offer is that I find insuperable difficulties in assessing the value of Kant's reasoning, chiefly on the ground that he expresses himself throughout in the language of psychology. It is true enough that there are many other reasonings of Kant's in \vh. This tendency is likewise prominent. However, while it is, generally speaking, easy enough to restate his position, and to substitute epistemological terms for psychological ones, I fail to see how this could be done at all in the case of the subjective deduction, and more particularly, in the case of Kant's theory of the threefold synthesis. Chapter 4. Kant's doctrine of a priori. Principles of understanding. My first business in this chapter is to explain the method I shall use in discussing Kant's doctrine of a priori principles of understanding. Since my approach will be somewhat one-sided, this point will have to be dwelt upon at some length. Let us begin by stating Kant's own view of the investigation to be undertaken. He aims at giving an exhaustive account of those principles which the human intellect has to employ, if it is to be in a position to refer sense impressions to objects, and he assumes that, once the principles in question have been discovered, we have likewise assured ourselves of the supreme laws by which sensible reality is governed. I have previously said that I propose to confine myself in this book to a consideration of Kant's theory of perceptual consciousness, and that I find it impossible to agree with his thesis that the ultimate presuppositions of perceptual judgment are to be identified with the universal laws of nature. The reader who has followed me through the 3 preceding chapters will understand why I am somewhat suspicious of Kant's theory of the natural sciences. There is, first of all, a fact which will not be questioned by anyone, namely, that Kant's teaching is largely dependent on the scientific outlook prevalent in the 18th century, and that he makes certain assumptions which have since proved untenable. Secondly, I cannot see my way to accepting Kant's view that nature is, to a certain extent, at any rate, a product of the human understanding, and that our intellect is to be held responsible for the most general laws encountered in experience. Kant's account of the principles underlying perceptual consciousness is, as we have seen, open to a similar objection. Yet, while it seems to me to be possible to modify his theory of perceptual consciousness in such a way as to remove any suggestion that our knowledge of things involves an element of making, I have grave doubts whether a procedure of this sort would be at all feasible in the case of his theory of Uni-07. Versal laws of nature. In consideration of this, I have thought it best to concentrate exclusively upon the former theory, while ignoring everything Kant has to say about the basic assumptions of scientific investigation. I now turn to a different point. In seeking to assess the value of Kant's doctrine of the understanding, we have up to now been greatly hampered by the fact that we found it necessary to dismiss the argument of the elementaphysical deduction as unsound. We have agreed that, in the transcendental deduction, Kant makes out a good case for his view that perceptual knowledge involves an a priori activity of the intellect, and we believe him to be right also in insisting upon a clear-cut distinction between intuition and understanding, the former standing for the passive factor in cognition, the latter for the active one. Moreover, we have expressed our sympathy with Kant's suggestion that perceptual consciousness proper requires certain a priori concepts which are as such wholly intellectual in character. On the other hand, we have by no means conceded to Kant that anything has been proved so far, as regards the particular concepts involved. Instead, we have maintained throughout that hitherto no acceptable argument has been brought forward which would serve to give any indication as to the specific nature of the a priori concepts upon which perceptual judgments are ultimately dependent. The procedure outlined above has had one awkward result, namely, that we were obliged to discuss Kant's teaching in terms more abstract than those he himself employs. Whenever he brought in particular categories, for example that of substance or causation, we had to insist that his reasoning was valueless, except in so far as it purported to provide a general description of categorical thinking. All this has naturally been troublesome, and has put a severe strain upon our interpretation, a strain which we shall find to be lessened considerably, when we now come to concern ourselves with his doctrine of a priori propositions. It must be a matter of surprise that Kant's inquiry into the principles of understanding should make things so much more comfortable for those who have no use for his metaphysical deduction and the list of categories resulting from it. After all, Kant believes two things to have been already established, namely, that certain concepts are bound up with discursive consciousness as such, and that the human understanding has to become operative, if experience is to be possible. In view of this, one might expect Kant to take no great trouble about validating the a priori principles of understanding. For what is it that, according to him, is expressed by the principles in question? Every such principle declares it to be necessary that a particular category should be manifested in the given, and the validity of the principle is guaranteed, if it can be shown to specify one of the conditions required for the purpose of referring sense presentations to objects. Further, as regards the principles of understanding taken in their entirety, the following might serve as an appropriate description of their nature. We meet in them all those a priori concepts but for which there can be no consciousness of objects, and the sole function of the principles is to indicate the various ways in which the categories are applied to the sense given, so that human beings, instead of having to be content with purely subjective impressions, can have knowledge in the proper sense of that word. Even this sketchy account of the general character of Kant's synthetic a priori principles will be sufficient to show that there is something odd about the way in which he elaborates his theory. In the case of each principle he makes the greatest efforts to bring forward convincing proofs of its universal application to every object of experience. I have said that there would seem to be no obvious reason why Kant should take all this trouble. He holds it to have been previously decided what particular categories must be at work in perceptual consciousness strictly speaking, and it is thus by no means apparent why it should be so urgently necessary to vindicate the principles, seeing that it is on the categories that these principles rest. I am not in a position to offer a solution of this puzzle, and I wish to do no more here than draw attention to a point in connection with it. Those who attach no importance to Kant's derivation of the categories from the forms of judgment must consider it a most welcome circumstance that he should work out his theory in the way he does. It is in the analytic of principles that the critic is, for the first time, presented with concrete material. Here and not till here is he offered a detailed analysis of operations executed by the human intellect in the interpretation of the given. Again, owing Kant's doctrine of principles of understanding 109 to the fact that Kant offers a proof of each principle, and in many cases more than one, his expositor is in a position to examine his reasonings critically, with a view to deciding whether the principle under consideration, and with it the concept of understanding upon which that principle rests, really has the universal application which he attributes to it. One more matter must be briefly touched upon in this context. Kant is convinced that his list of synthetic a priori propositions is complete, just as he is convinced that his list of categories is complete. He is, of course, convinced of the former, precisely because he holds his list of categories to be exhaustive, there being a limited number of forms of judgment from which categories are deducible. It goes without saying that a Kantian student who does not believe in the possibility of such a deduction will on this issue be in complete disagreement with him. In fact, such a student will necessarily consider Kant's ideal of providing an exhaustive list of a priori propositions to be unrealizable in principle. For it could be realized, only on condition that a limited number of categories allowed of being elicited by an analysis of discursive understanding as such. And this is the very thing which has been called in question. I do not propose to write a full-length commentary upon Kant's text. In point of fact, certain of his a priori principles will be disregarded altogether in what follows, while the account which he gives of others will be dealt with at length. The principles which will come up for discussion are, extensive magnitude, substance, causality, possibility, and actuality. The reasons which have prompted me to make this selection will become apparent later. This is all that need be said about the manner in which Kant's doctrine of principles of understanding will be approached in the present book, and we may now proceed to our proper task. The main question to be settled has already been touched upon in our preliminary observations. What, in Kant's opinion, is the general character of a priori principles? What is the common feature they all share, and what precise status is to be assigned to them? At first sight, it may seem easy enough to find the right answer. Principles of understanding are for Kant a certain species of judgment. In fact, they are his synthetic a priori judgments to which he 110 attaches such enormous importance. However, the crucial difficulty lies just here, since there is a good deal of ambiguity in what Kant has to say about the nature of these judgments. Kant's account of synthetic a priori judgments is much harder to follow than his account of the difference between analytic judgments and synthetic a posteriori ones. We shall do well, therefore, to leave the synthetic a priori judgments alone for the present, and to concentrate exclusively upon the view he takes of the essential contrast between analytic judgments, on the one hand, and empirical judgments, on the other. In Kant's opinion, analytic judgments exhibit one characteristic in virtue of which they are differentiated from every other kind of judgment, namely, that the denial of their truth results in self-contradiction. His usual way of accounting for this feature is to say that the predicate concept of an analytic judgment does not go beyond the subject concept, but merely makes explicit what, although covertly, is already contained in the latter. Further, he maintains that an analytic judgment relies on one principle, and one principle only, viz., that of identity, and that this is the very reason why such a judgment cannot be denied without contradiction. That Kant's general description of analytic judgments can scarcely be accepted as it stands may be made evident thus. In his account of analytic judgments, and the same applies to his account of synthetic ones, Kant assumes throughout that all judgment is necessarily of the subject-predicate type. But this is a view to which present-day philosophers will rightly refuse to give their assent. Yet, although no attempt should be made to minimize the force of this objection, we must realize that it can do no more than show that Kant's analysis of various types of judgment stands in need of modification. For, surely, no one would wish to quarrel with his main contention, that there is a class of propositions whose distinguishing feature is that it is impossible to deny their truth without contradiction, and that, in virtue of this, they have to be considered different in kind from empirical propositions. In this section I shall try to elucidate further Kant's thesis that analytic and synthetic a posteriori judgments are wholly distinct from one another. His teaching in this matter may be stated as follows. That an analytic judgment is a necessary judgment, in the III sense indicated above, is due to the fact that, to put it in Humean language, it is a judgment concerned with relations of ideas, as distinct from one concerned with matters of fact. Kant is in complete agreement with Hume in the view he takes of matters of fact and of the judgments by which matters of fact are ascertained, inasmuch as he too is convinced that no factual judgment allows of being true in the sense that its denial would result in self-contradiction. For example, he would fully endorse the opinion expressed by Hume in the following passage. The contrary of every matter of fact is still possible, because it can never imply a contradiction, and is conceived by the mind with the same facility and distinctness, as if ever so conformable to reality. That the sun will not rise tomorrow is no less intelligible a proposition, and implies no more contradiction than the affirmation, that it will rise. As regards the distinction to be drawn between analytic and factual propositions, Kant's standpoint is thus exactly the same as Hume's. The concern of analytic propositions is exclusively with logical relations. If they are to be thought of as necessary propositions, this is by virtue of the fact that it is impossible to deny their truth. Factual propositions are never necessary in this sense. Their truth can always be denied without there being the least fear that self-contradiction might follow. What has been said will have made it sufficiently clear how Kant conceives of the fundamental opposition between analytic and synthetic a posteriori judgments. But he believed, of course, that, in addition to these two, there existed yet another type, viz., synthetic a priori judgments. In fact, it is with these alone that the critique is properly concerned, and the synthetic a posteriori, or empirical, judgments are brought in merely for the purposes of illustration. I have previously pointed out that it is by no means easy to decide what status is to be assigned to Kant's synthetic a priori judgments. And I may add that his own observations upon their nature are frequently apt rather to mislead than to instruct. The principal difficulty is that Kant is liable to talk of synthetic a priori and a posteriori judgments as two closely resembling species assignable to the same genus, that of factual judgments. And as a result, it often seems as if he wished to defend something like the 112I following view. There are, first of all, synthetic a priori judgments by virtue of which we can, prior to experience, anticipate certain matters of fact, although, admittedly, these facts are of a very general nature. Secondly, there are synthetic a posteriori judgments by virtue of which we can ascertain particular matters of fact, this being dependent on our actually experiencing them. And now the trouble here is that Kant does not really regard his synthetic a priori judgments as factual at all. On the contrary, he is perfectly able on occasions, at any rate, to indicate with great clarity the complete contrast which exists between factual judgments, on the one hand, and synthetic a priori judgments, on the other. The latter do not state any matters of fact at all, but I shall show later that Kant's theory can quite easily be reformulated in such a way that every doubt about the essential difference between synthetic a posteriori, or factual, and synthetic a priori, or non-factual, judgments is removed. Moreover, I shall argue that, when Kant's theory is thus amended, it may be allowed to contain a good deal of truth. It will not, however, be possible for me to defend my estimate of the value of Kant's teaching properly until, in subsequent chapters of this book, I have the opportunity of examining and discussing his detailed account of the various principles of understanding. For the time being, I am compelled to be somewhat dogmatic, and I can hardly expect to carry much conviction, when, at this comparatively early stage, I explain to the reader the view I myself take of the position. Kant's synthetic a priori judgments are not considered by him necessary in the sense that their denial would result in contradiction. Although they are a priori, that is to say, although their truth can be established without an appeal to experience, the necessity which belongs to them is not logical at all. It consists merely in the circumstance that their truth does not allow a being called in question, if one agrees that the human mind can make the transition from the sphere of private impressions to that of objects proper. But the denial of the reality of sense experience implies, of course, no contradiction whatsoever, and to this extent, then, K/Nt's Doctrine of Principles of Understanding 113 we are perfectly free to contest the validity of synthetic a priori judgments. The special kind of necessity which pertains to them may, accordingly, be brought out thus. Supposing we are prepared to concede that there is such a thing as experience, and that human beings are actually endowed with consciousness of the objective, we must concede likewise that certain judgments are necessarily valid, namely, those by means of which experience is first rendered possible. On this view, synthetic a priori judgments must be clearly differentiated from factual ones. Indeed, if one wishes to reserve the term factual judgments for statements concerning specific facts, the judgments which underlie our experience cannot be said to be judgments of fact at all. For no fact can be anticipated prior to, and independently of, experience, and synthetic a priori judgments can do no more than lay down the general structure of matter of fact as such. The answer to the question what synthetic a priori judgments have in common with analytic judgments, on the one hand, and empirical judgments, on the other, and how they differ from them, can now be stated summarily. The only characteristic which synthetic a priori judgments share with analytic ones is that they can be validated independently of experience. Yet their a priori status is quite different from that of analytic judgments which, being concerned solely with logical relations, do not in any way refer to matter of fact. The feature which synthetic a priori judgments share with empirical ones is that both types refer to the sphere of matter of fact. However, this reference is, in the case of synthetic a priori judgments, of a purely general nature, and no statement about any particular matter of fact, such as is of the very essence of empirical judgments, is here forthcoming. We now come to an examination of Kant's own preliminary observations upon synthetic judgments which are to be found in a section headed The Highest Principle of All Synthetic Judgments. The passages which will be discussed first read as follows. The explanation of the possibility of synthetic judgments is a problem with which general logic has nothing to do. It need not even so much as know the problem by name. But in transcendental logic it is the most important of all questions, and indeed, if in treating of the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments, we also take account of the conditions and scope of their validity. It is the 114. Only question with which it is concerned. In the analytic judgment we keep to the given concept, and seek to extract something from it. If it is to be affirmative, I ascribe to it only what is already thought in it. If it is to be negative, I exclude from it only its opposite. But in synthetic judgments I have to advance beyond the given concept, viewing as in relation with the concept something altogether different from what was thought in it. This relation is consequently never a relation either of identity or of contradiction, and from the judgment, taken in and by itself, the truth or falsity of the relation can never be discovered. Granted, then, that we must advance beyond a given concept in order to compare it synthetically with another, a third something is necessary, as that wherein alone the synthesis of two concepts can be achieved. What, now, is this third something that is to be the medium of all synthetic judgments? There is only one whole in which all our representations are contained, namely, inner sense and its a priori form, time. The synthesis of representations rests on imagination, and their synthetic unity, which is required for judgment, on the unity of apperception. In these, therefore, we must look for the possibility of synthetic judgments, and since all three contain the sources of a priori representations, they must also account for the possibility of pure synthetic judgments. For these reasons they are, indeed, indispensably necessary for any knowledge of objects, which rests entirely on the synthesis of representations. In seeking to evaluate the reasonings brought forward in these passages, we find ourselves beset by a large number of difficulties. One of these has already been mentioned. Kant takes it for granted that all judgments are of the subject-predicate type, and that the differences between them are due to the way in which the subject concept and the predicate concept are related to one another. We have previously argued that Kant's view of the nature of all judgment is unacceptable, and that his main position is not seriously endangered, even though his method of classifying judgments is open to objections. In what follows I shall indicate my own point of view more clearly than I have so far been able to do. What is really fundamental to Kant's doctrine is that two kinds of judgment must be sharply distinguished from each other. There are, first of all, those whose concern is exclusively with logical relations. The only test required to establish their truth is that of self-consistency. To validate a judgment of this sort we need not go beyond the sphere where purely logical rules operate, i.e. that of thought and the rules governing thought. It will thus be seen that, in the case of these judgments, it is wholly unnecessary to have any reference to sense experience, and that, in consequence, they have to be regarded as a priori judgments. Secondly, there are judgments of the instructive or informative type. The test of self-consistency must here likewise be satisfied, but by itself it is wholly insufficient. With judgments purporting to supply factual information we require not merely a logical criterion but criteria such as will lead us altogether outside the sphere of thought, and it is only by way of referring to sense experience that a judgment of this sort can be either confirmed or refuted. In this section I propose to put before the reader another difficulty which I have encountered in seeking to assess the value of Kant's teaching concerning analytic and synthetic judgments. It is tacitly presupposed by Kant, in the passages quoted above, that the discovery of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments is of vital importance for his transcendental philosophy, and that it is from there that the critical problem immediately takes its rise. The same view is expressed throughout the Critique, and again in the Prolegomena. Kant's account of the position must, of course, be accepted without question, inasmuch as it purports to describe the way in which his thinking actually developed. However, that is not to say that the same view need necessarily be taken by a critic who, instead of being concerned about Kant's development, rather wishes to decide whether the unique place which his theory of knowledge occupies in the history of philosophy can in fairness be attributed to the fact that he was successful in distinguishing clearly between analytic and synthetic judgments. The following considerations may serve to show that it would seem impossible to accept Kant's standpoint in this matter. The distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments was drawn as early as Locke, and it was fully developed in Hume, who saw quite clearly that propositions allowed of being divided into two. 2.6. Species, those concern in a relations of ideas, and those concerning, b. matters of fact. We are thus plainly entitled to argue that the discovery that propositions are divisible into analytic and synthetic should not be regarded as Kant's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, for the division had been made by his predecessors. Seeing, then, that the views held by these earlier thinkers differed radically from Kant's own, and that they did not even ask themselves the same questions, there can be little doubt that we shall fail to bring out the specific character of Kant's teaching, so long as our attention is taken up with what he has to say about the way in which analytic and synthetic judgments are distinguished from each other. If we still feel hesitant about taking up a position plainly contrary to Kant's own, there are other considerations which may perhaps be sufficient to set our doubts at rest. Let us remind ourselves of what is, after all, a most significant fact, namely, that according to Kant, there are other synthetic a priori judgments as well, apart from those dealt with in the analytic of principles, i.e. the synthetic a priori judgments of mathematics. The reasons which make it advisable to refer to Kant's theory of mathematical knowledge in this context may be set out thus. If it be asked whether Kant is justified in contending that his doctrine of analytic and synthetic judgments is of crucial importance for his philosophy as a whole, our decision cannot but be influenced, to a considerable extent, by the view we take of the tenability of his theory of mathematics. Now we believe Kant's account of perceptual knowledge to contain a great deal of truth, while suspecting, at the same time, that he may be wholly mistaken in declaring mathematical judgments to be synthetic a priori. And as a result, we shall inevitably incline towards the opinion that Kant overrates the importance of his teaching upon analytic and synthetic judgments. He himself was bound to see things in a different light, for he felt certain that his account of mathematical knowledge was as unexceptionable as the remainder of his doctrine. To bring out the contrast between Kant's own standpoint and that of an expositor attaching little or no value to what he has to say about mathematics, I shall in what follows give a summary account of the manner in which Kant actually proceeded in his analysis of human knowledge. 2.7. Having distinguished analytic judgments, which are a priori, from factual judgments, which have to await confirmation from experience, Kant proceeded to investigate the judgments made in the field of mathematics. The result of his investigation was, as he believed, that they were found to be synthetic a priori. They shared characteristics both of analytic judgments, i.e. those concerned with relations of ideas, and of synthetic a posteriori judgments, i.e. those concerned with matters of fact. Mathematical judgments were like analytic judgments, inasmuch as their true 1h could be established without an appeal to experience, but unlike them, in that they did not rest on the law of contradiction. Now, if an analytic judgment allows of being validated apart from experience, this is because its structure is such that a denial of the judgment would result in self-contradiction, and there is every reason to expect that no judgment except one which has this structure can lay claim to a priori validity. However, the analysis of mathematical thinking reveals a startling fact about human knowledge: certain judgments of ours are valid, prior to, and independently of, experience, despite the fact that they are not merely concerned with relations of ideas, and that the principle underlying them is not that of contradiction. The argument worked out above, although expressed in terms appreciably different from those Kant normally employs, is, it will be agreed, a fair statement of the procedure he usually adopts, when he is called upon to explain the distinguishing features of our judgments. In this connection it is worth remarking that there is something very curious about Kant's approach to the problem whether synthetic a priori judgments are to be found in fields other than mathematics. His point of view would seem to be something like this. Once it is realized that mathematical judgments are synthetic a priori, and that, in mathematics, the human mind finds itself in the possession of synthetic a priori knowledge, there is a strong presumption that other synthetic a priori judgments will likewise be discoverable, and that mathematical knowledge is not the only kind of synthetic a priori thinking. And indeed, it turns out that the position is exactly what one would expect. For as we proceed with our analysis of empirical knowledge, we come to realize more and more clearly that sense experience is ultimately dependent on certain judgments which must be held to be valid prior to experience, on the ground that they state the conditions of its very possibility. To state the objections to this line of thought summarily, it would seem to be a very weak sort of inference which makes one conclude that, because synthetic a priori judgments occur in mathematics, they are likely to occur somewhere else as well. In examining Kant's mathematical judgments and comparing them with those he puts forward in the Analytic of Principles, we find that the two types are singularly unlike one another, and that the alleged analogy between them is very slight. Kant renders his whole procedure somewhat suspect by his admission that he was, from the outset, on the lookout for synthetic a priori judgments, and that he made the greatest possible efforts to establish the reality of synthetic a priori knowledge. For my part, I agree that Kant's manner of expressing his theory of the a priori is somewhat unfortunate, and that the contemporary philosopher can hardly be blamed if he concludes that the theory does not deserve serious consideration. But I believe this conclusion to be unwarranted, and shall therefore in what follows try once again to show that Kant's theory of the a priori can quite easily be restated in terms much more satisfactory than those he commonly employs. Let us be completely unconcerned about Kant's development, or the question what he wished to find, whether, for instance, he wished to find synthetic a priori propositions because the possession of a priori knowledge appeared to him a thing much to be desired. Instead, let us ask ourselves simply what he thought he had found. The proper answer is supplied by the argument of the transcendental deduction which we have examined in the preceding chapter. Kant is convinced that the following points have been established beyond possibility of doubt. If we are to be in a position to recognize anything as objective, this requires a special act of understanding by virtue of which sense impressions are referred to consciousness in general. Apart from this act, no proper awareness of anything is possible, and no factual statement can be made. The bringing of sense impressions before consciousness in general depends on our presentations being synthesized under the guidance of categories. The latter have their origin in our intellectual power, i.e. that of thinking or understanding, and are absent on the level of intuitio_n, with the result that, on this level, there can be no proper awareness of anything, and that no statement purporting to assert factual truth can be made. It is easy enough to gather from the above what must be the function of the judgments to be dealt with in the Analytic of Principles. We may take it to have been established that a priori concepts are essential, if any statement concerning matter of fact is to be forthcoming. And we understand by a priori principles of understanding, or synthetic a priori judgments, those which specify the ways in which various concepts are made to have reference to the sense given. VVE can now proceed to a closer examination of the passages quoted in section 9 of the present chapter. Kant's contention in the first passage is that, while it is the supreme task of transcendental logic to offer an explanation of the possibility of synthetic judgments, they are of no concern whatever to general logic, i.e. to what is nowadays called formal logic. It is easy enough to understand how Kant is led to take this view. The sole business of general logic is, in his opinion, with formal truth, and the question of the material truth of judgments is there left entirely alone. As he puts it in many places, general logic abstracts, of set purpose, from the content of our knowledge, and concentrates exclusively upon its form. It is evident, therefore, that an inquiry undertaken with such an aim in mind, cannot make the least contribution towards the solution of a problem which, as regards synthetic judgments, is of crucial importance, namely, how to vindicate their claim to be considered significant in the material, or real, sense of that term. That empirical and synthetic a priori judgments are members of the same class follows for Kant immediately from the fact that the predicate concept goes, in the case of either judgment, beyond the subject concept, as distinct from being simply contained in it. Yet even those who are in disagreement with Kant on this issue are entitled to argue that the two types of judgment should be classed together. What they have in common is that they are incapable of having their truth established, unless they are brought into relation with sensible data. Admittedly, This relation is very different in the case of synthetic a priori judgments from what it is in that of MP. 120. Empirical judgments. The latter are taken to refer to some particular feature of sense experience, while the former are taken to refer to sense experience in general. However, the fact remains that, whereas analytic judgments do not require to bear a lack to sensibility at all, the two kinds of synthetic judgment can be allowed significance, only inasmuch as they are thought of as being directed towards the sense given. Another way of bringing out the differences between the three types of judgment would be the following. Analytic judgments are not about matters of fact at all. Synthetic a posteriori judgments are about specific matters of fact. Synthetic a priori judgments are about matter of fact in general. Throughout the passages supposed to serve as an introduction to the analytic of principles, Kant makes it most difficult for the reader to be at all sure when his statements are to be taken as giving a general account of synthetic judgments, and when they are to be taken as describing synthetic a priori judgments exclusively. For instance, it is doubtful whether Kant means to assert that the inquiry to be undertaken in transcendental logic deals with empirical as well as synthetic a priori judgments, or whether his view is rather that its concern is with synthetic a priori judgments alone. So far as I am concerned, I feel quite certain of my own preference for the former alternative. In point of fact, instead of complaining about Kant's bringing in empirical judgments, I should wish to emphasize their vital importance, and my complaint would be that he fails to make it sufficiently clear that what he is called upon to explain is precisely how such judgments are possible. I have referred to this matter several times before, expressing my dissatisfaction with Kant's frequently expressed opinion that the vindication of a priori judgments is the supreme aim to be accomplished. Moreover, I have suggested that Kant's problem in the analytic of principles can be more conveniently stated as follows. In examining the nature of empirical judgments, we find that they have something puzzling about them, inasmuch as they purport to lead us beyond the sphere of subjective impressions into that of objective matters of fact. It is just this puzzle which gives rise to the critical problem which, accordingly, may be formulated in the words how are empirical judgments possible at all, or how can there be judgments which can be truly said to describe. 121. The objective, i.e. that which is to be valid not merely for a single subject but for all subjects. The answer is given in the analytic of principles. The possibility of empirical judgments arises from the fact that they are grounded in certain a priori judgments, which account for the capacity of the human mind to have consciousness of the objective. We have seen before that Kant fails in a good many places to pay sufficient attention to the essential difference between synthetic a priori and synthetic a posteriori judgments. In most cases the trouble is that he assigns to synthetic a priori judgments properties which, on his own showing, are not really applicable to them at all. Yet at times he falls into the opposite mistake, ascribing to empirical judgments characteristics which in fairness can be ascribed only to synthetic a priori ones. An instance of this is afforded by a passage quoted in section 9 of the present chapter. The structure of the argument propounded there may be set out thus. Kant's original intention is to give a general account of synthetic judgments, and the first point he makes is that, unlike analytic judgments, they require to be referred to what he calls a third something. Having shown this, he produces a somewhat involved piece of reasoning, the main points of which are the following. There is only one whole which contains all our representations, i.e. inner sense and its a priori form, time. The synthesis of representations rests on imagination, while their synthetic unity rests on the unity of apperception. The possibility of synthetic judgments must be looked for in inner sense, imagination, and apperception. Since inner sense, imagination, and apperception contain sources of a priori representations, the possibility of pure synthetic judgments will likewise have to be looked for here. The pure synthetic judgments based on these grounds are indispensably necessary for any knowledge of objects, which rests entirely on the synthesis of representations. There would seem to be little doubt that Kant's argument develops in a somewhat peculiar manner. At the beginning, he appears to be under the impression that all the statements he is about to make will apply not only to synthetic a priori judgments but to empirical judgments as well. Later, however, certain observations are made which Kant himself recognizes as having application only. 122. To synthetic a priori judgments. The difficulty all along is that no sense whatever can be made of the majority of Kant's assertions, unless one can be sure that they are not about empirical judgments at all but about synthetic a priori judgments exclusively. If the argument at present under discussion is interpreted in the sense suggested, we may still wish to find fault with Kant, on the ground that he puts his case in terms which are highly artificial and unduly technical. However, the gist of his reasoning will be grasped easily enough by anyone who has followed him through the aesthetic and the deduction. No new point of substance is introduced, and the various steps of the argument here have been dealt with earlier. The possibility of experience is, then, what gives objective reality to all our a priori modes of knowledge. Experience, however, rests on the synthetic unity of appearances, that is, on a synthesis according to concepts of an object of appearances in general. Apart from such synthesis it would not be knowledge, but a rhapsody of perceptions that would not fit into any context according to rules of a completely interconnected consciousness, and so would not conform to the transcendental and necessary unity of apperception. Experience depends, therefore, upon a priori principles of its form, that is, upon universal rules of unity in the synthesis of appearances. Their objective reality, as necessary conditions of experience, and indeed of its very possibility, can always be shown in experience. Apart from this relation synthetic a priori principles are completely impossible. For they have then no third something, that is, no object, in which the synthetic unity can exhibit the objective reality of its concepts. Synthetic a priori judgments are thus possible when we relate the formal conditions of a priori intuition, the synthesis of imagination and the necessary unity of the synthesis in a transcendental apperception, to a possible empirical knowledge in general. We then assert that the conditions of the possibility of experience in general are likewise conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, and that for this reason they have objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. The passages quoted will again be easily understood by those who have made the necessary effort to master the arguments brought. 12.3. Forward in the aesthetic and the deduction. To make this evident, we need only remind ourselves of the main lines of Kant's reasoning in these chapters of the Critique. It is essential to distinguish within human knowledge between two aspects, that of givenness, and that of consciousness of the given. So long as we are on the level of passive sensation, we cannot be said to be properly aware of anything at all. Knowledge, in the strict sense, is possible only if the given is referred to consciousness or apperception, and this is the work of our intellectual power, that is to say, of our understanding. In bringing the manifold of sense presentations which alone is available to us for the purposes of knowing before consciousness, we approach it under the guidance of certain fundamental thoughts or concepts, and it is in this way that we come to recognize the unity of the knowing self as well as that of the object to be known. In considering the intellectual element in knowledge by itself, we find that the thoughts of synthetic unity which arise in the intellect do not, in their character as pure thoughts, give us any indication as to the nature of the material the unity of which is to be recognized. On the other hand, once the sensible material is taken into account, we are no longer on the purely intellectual level. This goes to show that it would be misleading to speak of a transcendental, or a priori, activity of understanding. Instead, we ought to speak of a transcendental synthesis of the imagination which, in holding together and connecting sense presentations, allows its procedure to be governed by concepts of unification that have their source in the intellect. Transcendental imagination occupies an intermediate position between intuition and understanding. It belongs to the sensible realm, inasmuch as, in its synthesis, it is directed towards sense presentations. It belongs to the intellectual realm, inasmuch as, in its synthesis, it places reliance upon the prime functions of the intellect. In asking ourselves once again what is the precise character of Kant's synthetic a priori judgments, we find that it is, after all, not so very difficult to find the right answer. Awareness proper has been declared to be dependent on a condition, namely, that the given manifold, of which the mind is to achieve full consciousness, should, in being synthesized, be made subject to Kant. I 24 steps of understanding. The nature of synthetic a priori judgments may therefore be described as follows. They specify rules of synthesis in accordance with which presentations must be connected under the direction of certain fundamental concepts of understanding. Moreover, as regards what Kant calls sensible appearances, these judgments assert that real consciousness of them remains impossible, unless they have the rules in question applied to them. This leads up to the question whether Kant's theory of a priori judgments rests upon sound foundations. In my view, the answer depends largely on whether one can be sure that Kant does not understand by a synthetic a priori judgment one actually made by the individual percipient. We're here confronted with the same difficulty as arose when we examined the argument of the transcendental deduction. It appeared then that Kant had an unfortunate tendency to treat a priori activities as being on a par with psychological operations. We maintain that this identification must be given up, if Kant's general position is to be upheld. Similarly, if we are to render his teaching on synthetic a priori judgments at all acceptable, we are obliged to make him cons. VE of these judgments in purely logical terms, and we must presume that the relation between a priori judgments and empirical ones is likewise to be thought of as logical in character. Keeping this point in mind, let us try various ways of bringing out the special nature of synthetic a priori judgments. They formulate those conditions apart from which sensible presentations do not allow of being thought of as objects of knowledge proper. They must be allowed to be valid in respect of all phenomena, and to apply to them necessarily, because otherwise it remains impossible to bestow an objective status upon sensible presentations. They are indispensable to experience, strictly speaking, by reason of the fact that they are the sole means of guaranteeing the validity and meaningfulness of our empirical judgments. When synthetic a priori judgments are spoken of as prescriptive, or as mere rules of direction, this again would seem a convenient way of drawing attention to the essential difference between them and those based on experience. The principal advantage of such a formula is that it makes one thing immediately apparent. In assigning objective validity to certain a priori judgments, 1. 12.5. has no intention whatever of maintaining that they enable us to anticipate particular matters of fact. Instead, it is recognized that their sole function is to prescribe, in the most general terms, the manner in which presentations must be approached, if proper knowledge is to come about. However, it should be noted that the terms prescriptive judgments, or rules of direction, give rise to certain difficulties of their own. When it is said of a priori judgments that they are to be regarded as prescriptive or directive in character, this may, after all, suggest that no knowledge can ever arise, unless the knower has previously become aware of what is prescribed by these judgments, and has deliberately followed the directions laid down by them. But this implies a view which is palpably absurd, namely, that a number of a priori judgments have first to be made, in order that human beings should be in a position to make any judgment about particular matters of fact. \V has been said may suffice to show that synthetic a priori judgments ought not to be regarded as judgments actually made by anyone. They are to be conceived of merely as second-order propositions which need not be entertained by the individual knower at all. If their truth must nonetheless be conceded, this is because they provide the necessary guarantee of the truth of first-order propositions. Every empirical proposition has underlying it, to use a favorite expression of Kant's, a set of a priori propositions whose nature is quite distinct, in that their sole concern is with specifying the ultimate conditions of factual truth. We now turn to another point, the last to be dealt with in the present chapter. Kant maintains that the conditions of the possibility of experience are, at the same time, conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience. This may be understood in either of two ways. Either we take the words experience and objects in a narrow sense, holding that synthetic a priori judgments are operative only in the field of science, and that they have no part to play in judgments made about everyday objects. Or else we take it that they are involved in any perceptual judgment whatsoever. Kant is neither clear nor consistent on this issue. At times he appears to suppose that, whenever awareness of an object occurs, this is accompanied by the actual formulation of both empirical and a priori. 126. Judgments. At other times he goes to the opposite extreme, and his view would then seem to be that empirical judgments, strictly speaking, are confined to the field of scientific inquiry, and that the same holds good for the synthetic a priori judgments which specify the conditions of the truth of empirical judgments properly so called. My own estimate of the position will be plain to the reader from what I have said before. Kant's vacillations in this matter seem to be due to the fact that there are 2 points on which he is not as clear as he ought to be. First, since his problem is an epistemological one, he is not supposed to tell us anything about the state of mind existing in percipients when they are made aware of objects. It is thus quite unnecessary for him to commit himself either to the view that we always make judgments, whenever an object is properly perceived, or to affirm the opposite, namely, that perception of an object does not require the making of any judgment. This leads immediately to the second point. If Kant inclines at times towards the opinion that synthetic a priori propositions are found only in science, one of his reasons would seem to be that he wishes to restrict them to a sphere where there is at least the possibility of their being actually entertained. As against this, we have argued above that it must be a matter of complete indifference to an inquiry into the status of synthetic a priori propositions whether or not they are expressly formulated. Our position may, accordingly, be summed up thus. Should it be found, on proper examination, that Kant's teaching on the a priori is essentially sound, it ought to be agreed likewise that he is successful in establishing that certain a priori principles of understanding underlie the statements we make about everyday objects. Consequently, when Kant maintains that the conditions of the possibility of experience are, at the same time, conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, the most convenient interpretation of the terms objects and experience will be the following: objects are the realities with which we have to do in our ordinary perceptual consciousness. Experience, on the other hand, signifies 2 things. First, it stands for the statements by which we determine the special characteristics we wish to assign to everyday objects. Secondly, it stands for certain a priori judgments declared to be indispensable, if any truth or validity is to be conceded to our perceptual judgments. Chapter V. A discussion of Kant's account of the principle of extensive magnitude, followed by some general comments upon his theory of knowledge as a whole. In seeking to establish the principle of extensive magnitude, Kant employs the same method as he does throughout the analytic of principles. He begins by putting forward a proposition according to which a certain a priori concept is said to apply to everything sense given, and he then seeks to show that this proposition is necessarily and universally valid in respect of all sensible manifolds which are to become objects of experience. The validity of the proposition, it is argued, in each case is an a priori condition of experience, and, accordingly, while the proposition refers to experience, it is none the less possible to validate it prior to, and independently of, any actual experience. In the case of the principle of extensive magnitude, the proposition, the universal validity of which is to be established, is expressed in different ways in the first and second editions of the Critique. In the first edition it is formulated thus: principle of the pure understanding, all appearances are, in their intuition, extensive magnitudes. In the second edition it runs simply: all intuitions are extensive magnitudes. There is no proper proof in the first edition. The proof in the second edition proceeds as follows: appearances, in their formal aspect, contain an intuition in space and time, which conditions them, one and all, a priori. They cannot be apprehended, that is, taken up into empirical consciousness, save through that synthesis of the manifold whereby the representations of a determinate space and time are generated, that is, through combination of the homogeneous manifold and consciousness of its synthetic unity. Consciousness of the synthetic unity of the manifold homogeneous in intuition in general, insofar as the representation of an object first becomes possible by means of it, is, however, the concept of a magnitude. 128. Thus even the perception of an object, as appearance, is only possible through the same synthetic unity of the given sensible intuition as that whereby the unity of the combination of the manifold homogeneous is thought in the concept of a magnitude. In other words, appearances are all without exception magnitudes, indeed extensive magnitudes. As intuitions in space and time, they must be represented through the same synthesis whereby space and time in general are determined. Having brought forward this so-called proof, Kant explains the precise signification of the term extensive magnitude. He then gives an account of the manner in which perception is rendered possible by way of our synthesizing intuitions under the guidance of the concept of quantity, and he argues that no perception of an object can ever come about, unless this a priori concept is applied to the synthesis of the sensible appearances given to us in space and time. The upshot of his reasoning is that everything appearing to us must be an extensive magnitude, by reason of the fact that otherwise no sensible manifold can become known to us at all. The above points are made in the following passage. I entitle a magnitude extensive when the representation of the parts makes possible, and therefore necessarily precedes, the representation of the whole. I cannot represent to myself a line, however small, without drawing it in thought, that is, generating from a point all its parts one after another. Only in this way can the intuition be obtained. Similarly, with all times, however small. In these I think to myself only that successive advance from one moment to another, whereby through the parts of time and their addition a determinate time magnitude is generated. As the pure intuition in all appearances is either space or time, every appearance is as intuition an extensive magnitude. Only through successive synthesis of part to part in its apprehension can it come to be known. A critical examination of Kant's exposition of extensive magnitude shows at once that it is open to serious objections. The reasons responsible for my taking this view will be plain to the reader from what I have said in the preceding chapter. I argued there that two requirements had to be met, if Kant's theory of the a priori was to be rendered acceptable. First, synthetic a priori. 12.9. Judgments must be clearly differentiated from factual ones. A synthetic a priori judgment ought on no account to be formulated in such a way as to make it indistinguishable from an ordinary empirical judgment bearing on some particular matter of fact. Secondly, Kant's synthetic a priori judgments should not be taken for statements about the psychological conditions of sensible perception, or about mental operations which the percipient has to perform for the purpose of becoming aware of an object. Kant's account of the principle of extensive magnitude fails to satisfy these conditions, as is immediately apparent from the character of the proposition put forward at the beginning, namely, that all intuitions are extensive magnitudes. Surely, this looks precisely like an ordinary factual proposition, and the conclusion would seem to be that Kant believes the human mind to be capable of having a priori knowledge of a certain matter of fact which is exactly on the same level as are others which we ascertain experientially. Further, in setting out to establish the above proposition, Kant is led to propound a most unconvincing piece of reasoning. What the individual percipient has given to him, in the first instance, he argues, is a number of intuitions presented under the forms of space and time. Perception of an object, on the other hand, is dependent on certain conditions, namely, that these intuitions should be synthesized, or connected, by the mind, and that there should be consciousness of their unity. This consciousness is made possible by the mind's having the a priori concept of quantity at its disposal, ready to apply to the synthesized presentations. To illustrate the view he takes of the way in which awareness of an object arises out of a synthesis of sense presentations, Kant refers us to a particular case, that of a simple line. We are unable to represent to ourselves a line, however small, he maintains, without drawing it in thought, that is to say, generating from a point all its parts one after another. It is only by our proceeding in this manner that the representation of the whole line can come about, and the case of periods of time is exactly analogous. There would be little point in a detailed discussion of Kant's various arguments, since there can be no doubt at all that his whole approach is open to fatal objections, and that his theory stands in need. 13 degrees of drastic modifications. Before we go on to inquire whether there is any way of rendering his position more acceptable, we may draw attention to yet another difficulty to which his exposition gives rise. Let it be conceded to Kant that he is entitled to concern himself with the problem how perception comes about in the individual percipient. But if what he has to say be supposed to be a description of various stages to be gone through before perception of an object can be obtained, the analysis offered is easily seen to be entirely without plausibility. He puts forward the view that the parts of a sensible manifold are presented in separation from one another, and that consciousness of it requires that the totality of its parts should have been synthesized by the percipient. The first objection which must here be brought forward is that sensible complexes are, in actual fact, perceived by us as wholes, and that it is only by way of analysis that we can become aware of their parts at all. Secondly, and this is an even more important point, if Kant were right in holding that perception of a sense manifold was dependent on a previous synthesis of all its constituent parts, it would simply follow that no such perception could ever come about. For the parts of which a sensible complex is made up are, on Kant's own showing, unlimited in number, by reason of the fact that everything sensible comes under space and time, and that, in consequence, it must allow of further and further subdivision. The unsatisfactory character of Kant's theory can be brought out even more clearly by an examination of the example he introduces in so many places in the Critique, that of the representation of a simple line. His contention that the whole of a line cannot be represented, unless all its parts have been antecedently represented, is indefensible for the reason just given, namely, that there are no such things as ultimate parts in the case of a line, just as little as there are in the case of any other sensible complex. Kant himself will insist later, when he comes to concern himself with the problem of the divisibility of matter, that we must never speak of the totality of the parts of a sense manifold. Every sensible appearance should be allowed to be something divisible ad infinitum, and this in spite of the fact that it would be wrong to speak of it as consisting of an infinity of parts. Having been engaged for some time in showing up the many 13.1. Weaknesses of the reasoning upon which Kant relies in his discussion of the principle of extensive magnitude, I shall in what follows attempt a restatement of Kant's teaching about the concept of quantity. It will be my aim to make my version of the theory free from the difficulties to which I have drawn attention. The argument I shall put forward will be distinctly Kantian in more respects than one. At the same time, I shall seek to render my reasoning less vulnerable to attacks from the realist and empiricist standpoints than is the case with Kant's arguments. The first thing which is necessary, for the purpose of making Kant's general thesis more readily defensible, is to change the order of the argument. We have observed several times before that Kant tends to think of a priori knowledge as a particularly desirable possession. One of the great merits of his theory is, in his estimate, that it is successful in establishing the validity of a number of synthetic a priori propositions. This general attitude of his is, to a certain extent at any rate, responsible for the procedure he adopts in the analytic of principles. In the case of the principle of extensive magnitude, as well as in that of every other principle, he starts by setting out an a priori proposition, attempting thereafter to establish its universal application to all objects of experience. In this way he makes it appear as if the most characteristic feature of his doctrine were that it endowed the human mind with the capacity to establish truth, and to obtain knowledge, prior to, and independently of, experience. Admittedly, it is obvious throughout that Kant assigns to his a priori a merely relative validity. It is asserted time and again that no synthetic a priori proposition can be meaningful in the real sense except in reference to the sense given. However, a good many of Kant's statements tend to obscure this point, the impression being given that the theory advocated is essentially rationalist, or at any rate, not wholly unlike one which believes the human mind to be capable of gaining knowledge by way of rational insight alone. To remove this erroneous impression, we must, in restating Kant's teaching about the universal application of the concept of quantity, reverse the order of his reasonings. Instead of beginning with the a priori proposition, and thus making it seem as if its validation were the thing we were principally concerned about, we must begin with experience, making it clear, from the outset, that the question which puzzles us is how empirical judgments are POS. 132. Cybele. Further, we ought to acknowledge that, should there be such a thing as a valid a priori judgment, this can be so for one reason and for one reason only, namely, that it permits of being shown to be necessary for the explanation of the possibility of empirical, or factual, judgments. The first point we note, in setting out to reformulate Kant's doctrine in the terms suggested, is that one significant feature is shared by all factual assertions, namely, that they are directed towards sensible data presented to us in spatial and temporal relations. However, we shall do well to remember that the question which engages our attention at present is not that of sensible presentation, but the quite different question how there can be proper statements about what is sensibly presented. The fundamental difference between a situation in which something is merely presented and one in which we have the ability to make statements about it can best be brought out by saying that, in the former case, we need not be aware of anything definite at all, whereas in the latter this is absolutely essential. A vague feeling of the presence of a complex of presentations is insufficient to give rise to judgment. To put it in Kantian terms, judgment, strictly speaking, presupposes that there should be consciousness of a determinate intuition. The inquiry undertaken in the transcendental deduction has shown that the intellect must be brought to bear upon the given, if assertions of fact are to be possible, and if we are to become aware of something more than wholly indeterminate assemblages of presentations. It is in virtue of the a priori act of understanding that we are enabled, for the first time, to become aware of something lending itself to description in objective terms. However, it is important to note once again that the language of psychology is wholly unsuited to express the thesis that knowledge proper presupposes a priori thinking, and that the mind must employ various categories in its interpretation of the given. It is not mental events that we are here describing, but certain general conditions apart from which it would be impossible to bestow an objective status upon sensible data. We take it to have been established that certain a priori concepts i.e. concepts which have not been formed through abstraction from particular objects have a necessary application to everything that is to allow a being accounted for. 133. In terms of empirical concepts or propositions. Or to put it in another way, our contention is that, so long as the a priori functions of understanding are ignored, and we concentrate solely upon what constitutes the element of givenness in perceptual knowledge, the mind is considered on a level where any consciousness of the objective is excluded. This leads up to a question which Kant believes to have been previously settled by the metaphysical deduction, namely, what particular categories are involved in our knowledge of things. We find it impossible to follow him on this issue, and we cannot, therefore, allow it to be a foregone conclusion that the concept of quantity is one of those which are universally valid in respect of every object of experience. This is why we should wish to state Kant's problem in the following manner. Are there any good grounds for suspecting that the concept of quantity applies necessarily to all sensible manifolds, on the ground that, apart from it, they could not be held to represent anything objective? And should we come to conclude that this question requires an affirmative answer, can any proof be supplied which would render it certain that the concept in question is invariably involved in sensible presentations, inasmuch as they are made subject to judgment? It seems to me possible to bring forward a not altogether unconvincing argument which may serve to establish Kant's main thesis, and which may take the place of his proof of the principle of extensive magnitude. An argument of this sort will be worked out in the next section. Everything presented to us is bound to exhibit spatial and temporal relations, a circumstance which has the consequence, first, that all our presentations display the properties of extension and duration, and secondly, that we are never confronted with an individual sensum but always with a manifold of sensa which allows of being divided. Now, it might seem as if consciousness of extension and duration could occur already on the level of sensation, and that it did not require any intellectual activity. The truth would, however, on reflection appear to be that, on the non-intellectual level, where we accept presentations in an entirely passive manner or at best connect them imaginatively, nothing definite can be encountered at all, whether a definite object, or a definite extension and duration. 134. What has been said does not imply any denial that, even at this primitive stage, there may be found a vague feeling, or impression, that we have something objective before us, and that the manifold presented has extension and duration. Yet this sort of unreflective condition is incompetent to give rise to factual assertions, the distinguishing characteristics of which may be set out thus. First, they are concerned with a definite object. Secondly, their ultimate aim is to determine accurately the extension and duration of the sensible complexes towards which they are directed. If, therefore, we wish to explain how there can be proper consciousness of the sense given, we are obliged to make certain assumptions, namely, that it rests ultimately on a specific activity of the intellect, and that it is grounded in a certain a priori concept, that of quantity. In view of all this, we may conclude as follows. No statement purporting to be valid of, and to apply to, sensible presentations can be said to have real meaning, i.e. to be capable of being either true or false, unless it be conceded, at the same time, that the concept of quantity is valid of, and applies to, these presentations. I am well aware that a good many objections can be brought forward against the argument I have substituted for Kant's proof of the principle of extensive magnitude, and I am ready to admit that it may, in fact, be impossible to replace Kant's proof by a really satisfactory one. Yet I remain convinced that a theory proceeding on Kantian lines is preferable to one of pure empiricism. In what follows I shall give a summary account of the sort of view which I should be prepared to defend. Every judgment of fact involves reference to something objective, inasmuch as the person making it differentiates between his own state of mind and the thing talked about. Mere reception of presentations, or their connection by way of imagination, cannot account for this objective reference. Indeed, the very possibility of the latter remains inexplicable, so long as intelligent activity is left out of account. Now, if a special question is asked, namely, what is required in order that we should be able to ascertain the extension and duration of sense collocations, the following reflections may help us to find the right answer. Whenever there is a judgment about sensible manifolds, it is implied that their accurate measurement should 135. Be obtainable, in the last resort, at any rate. This tendency towards precise determination of the given, which is a characteristic of every perceptual judgment, makes it feasible to suppose that they involve the general notion of quantity, and that, epistemologically speaking, this notion takes precedence over the determination of particular quanta. There is no suggestion in this that the notion of quantity as such causes sensible presentations to have a particular extension in space or duration in time, still one less, that extension and duration are properties imposed by the mind upon the given. However, we are inclined to believe that the general thought of some quantity or other has to come into operation, if particular quanta are to be ascertained, or properly recognized, and that, in consequence, this thought ought to be granted an a priori status. To avoid misunderstanding, the matter may be expressed in yet another way. The principle laying it down that the category of quantity has universal and a priori application to everything sense-given should not be taken for an assertion of fact. Instead, it should be regarded as a principle formulating a certain question which has to be asked by anyone who desires to arrive at a proper understanding of the given. The answer to this question is supplied solely by experience. Matters of fact can become known only in one way, i.e. by being actually experienced. However, it seems to us that no such answer will, in fact, be forthcoming, unless a specific question be asked, and we set out, under the guidance of the a priori concept of quantity in general, to determine the particular quantitative characteristics of the sensible collocation we are investigating. We may now return to the Kantian text. We have previously expressed our dissatisfaction at the manner in which Kant presents his teaching on extensive magnitude, and one of our complaints has been that the so-called synthetic a priori proposition, which appears at the beginning, is indistinguishable from an ordinary proposition about a matter of fact. However, we find, on further reflection, that our criticism is somewhat misguided, and that the position is more complicated than we have so far allowed. We shall do well to remind ourselves here of the actual wording of the proposition Kant seeks to establish. It runs, all intuitions are extensive magnetal. Now can there be any doubt that this is not really a synthetic proposition at all, either a priori or a post? 13.6. Priori, and that it must be regarded as a purely analytic proposition, so long, at any rate, as Kant's own premises are accepted? He believes it to be a priori certain that all sense presentations will exhibit spatial and temporal predicates. But if this is so, the proposition that all sensibilia are extensive magnitudes turns out to be a mere tautology. Or to put it in a different way, if we are entitled to presuppose that any and every sensibile is under the necessity of occupying a certain amount of space and time, it follows immediately that the property which Kant calls extensive magnitude is bound to be manifested in everything sense given. The assertion that it is to be assigned to all sense presentations does no more than make explicit something already implied by the assertion that space and time have universal application with regard to the objects of experience. I now turn to a point which is closely connected with the one just discussed. It seems to me that Kant's presentation of his case tends to obscure the fundamental difference between his own standpoint and that of those who believe that perceptual consciousness is in no way dependent on a priori concepts. It would, surely, be most misleading to allege that what Kant and the empiricists are at loggerheads about is that the former affirms, while the latter deny, the truth of the assertion that extension and duration are properties attributable to everything sense given. The disagreement concerns not the truth but the basis of this assertion. Kant proclaims that sense awareness involves, even on the level of intuition, an a priori factor, and that space and time, being a priori ideas, have universal validity in regard to the objects of our knowledge. Those whose thinking proceeds on empiricist lines, on the other hand, will wish to dissociate themselves altogether from this thesis, and they may then go on to argue as follows. The proposition that every sense presentation is a spatial or temporal quantum can be satisfactorily accounted for without any recourse to a priori reasoning. It may be regarded either as a proposition which is inductively certain, or else, we may argue that the very idea of sensible presentation implies that everything sense given should be a spatial or temporal quantum, and that the statement declaring this to be the case is an analytic proposition pure and simple. What has been said may suffice to show that, if we desire to bring into prominence the specific difference in outlook between MP 137 Riesists, on the one hand, and, on the other, those who are in general sympathy with Kant's theory of a priori conception, there is no point in letting the two parties have their quarrel over the proposition which affirms all sensible collocations to be spatial or temporal quanta. The contrast of the two standpoints should instead be explained in terms such as the following. First, there are those who wish to hold on to the main Kantian position. They may be at variance with him on many issues. For example, they may suspect, as I myself do, that he is mistaken in holding that space and time are a priori forms of sensibility. On the other hand, they are prepared to accept his thesis that certain a priori concepts are presupposed by perceptual consciousness proper, that empirical propositions are ultimately dependent on a priori ones, and that the concept of quantity is among the a priori concepts which are at work in human knowledge. Further, they concur with Kant's view that this concept gives rise to a synthetic a priori proposition, laying it down that the idea of quantitative determination has necessary and universal application in respect of everything sense given. Secondly, there are Kant's empiricist critics who are in disagreement with him on all the points mentioned. They are convinced that perceptual consciousness involves no a priori thinking, and that there are no such things as factually significant a priori concepts or propositions. Empirical thinking can, in their estimate, stand on its own feet without requiring any further aid. Lastly, they hold that no reference to a priori concepts or propositions is to be met with in the statements by means of which we describe the quantitative characteristics of the given, just as little as there is in any other statement about matters of fact. I proceed next to offer some comments upon Kant's distinction between the pure category of quantity and extensive magnitude. The question here is whether, in view of our rejection of the metaphysical deduction, we can allow him to postulate a pure category of quantity, in contradistinction from quantity as manifested in sensible presentations. I have pointed out, on a former occasion, that, even when Kant's theory is modified in the terms recommended throughout this book, there is nothing which would oblige us simply to dismiss Kant's contention that our understanding gives rise to certain conceptions which, taken by themselves, viz. in their character as mere thoughts, do not stand in any immediate relation to sensibility. As regards the special case of the concept of quantity, the position may most conveniently be explained in terms such as the following. We have expressed our agreement with Kant's view that, in the absence of original acts of understanding, there can be no consciousness of anything objective, and no statement of fact. If it be asked, therefore, what condition must be fulfilled, so that we should be in a position to obtain full consciousness of quanta, to recognize them properly, and to determine them accurately, the correct answer would seem to be this. Since no such consciousness is conceivable on the intuitive level, where there is nothing but passive acceptance, or at best imaginative connection, of sensible data, it can be explained only on the assumption that it is due to an original and spontaneous act of intelligence, which has nothing sensible about it, and which, in the first instance, is purely intellectual in character. In other words, the ability of the human mind to become aware of determinate quanta can be satisfactorily accounted for only by supposing that our intellect evolves the thought of quantity as such, that is to say, the pure concept of quantity. It remains to say a word about Kant's definition of extensive magnitude, which runs thus. I entitle a magnitude extensive when the representation of the parts makes possible, and therefore necessarily precedes, the representation of the whole. Kant falls here, as we have previously pointed out, into the error of using language wholly inappropriate to an epistemological inquiry. He makes it appear that his concern is with various psychological operations to be performed by the individual percipient for the purpose of obtaining full consciousness. However, it is worth remarking that there is, in fact, little difficulty in substituting for Kant's account one which describes the property in question in purely objective terms, free from unwarranted psychological implications. We might say that a sensible quantum exhibits certain distinguishing features, namely, that it is, of necessity, divisible into parts, and that these parts, which make up the whole quantum, do so by virtue of being placed alongside one another. Or to put the same thing in a different way, in analyzing a sensibile, we find that 139. It consists of discrete parts standing to one another in the relation of externality, while the whole sensibile must be thought of as consisting of various elements which have combined with one another, and which, in thus combining, have come to build up the totality of sensa contained in the sense collocation under consideration. I see very little to object to in the above descriptions, which contain nothing that would in any way be incompatible with what Kant has to say about extensive magnitude. However, it will be well to draw once again attention to the fact that, when sensible phenomena are spoken of as extensive magnitudes, this amounts to no more than saying that they are spatial and temporal quanta. When the property in question is attributed to sensibilia, no additional information is given. Extensive magnitude is a characteristic which follows immediately from the nature of space and time. It has been suggested, earlier in this chapter, what conclusion \VE should wish to draw from the fact that Kant's extensive magnitude denotes simply spatial and temporal quantity. It seems to us that, in seeking to demonstrate the a priori validity of the concept of quantity, Kant relies on a most ineffectual method of reasoning. Instead of attempting to prove that every sense manifold must be an extensive magnitude, he should have been content to explain the precise signification of that term, and then have gone on to argue that our ability to make judgments concerning determinate extension and duration could be explained only on the assumption that the concept of quantity had universal and a priori validity in respect of the objects of experience. If Kant had worked out his theory on these lines, he would, in our opinion, have been far more likely to carry conviction. I have now come to the end of my examination of Kant's account of the principle of extensive magnitude. The remainder of his observations upon this principle cannot be dealt with in a book in which his theory of mathematics is left out of account. To conclude this chapter, I shall explain, at some length, the view which I myself take of the nature of perceptual consciousness. What I should wish to emphasize, first of all even more strongly than is done by Kant, is that an a priori activity of intelligence has to manifest itself whenever there is to be judgment, or even the slightest tendency towards it. To avoid the impression 14.0 that this activity is to be regarded as a psychological event, the matter may be expressed by saying that there are certain a priori concepts underlying all knowledge properly so called. The following considerations may serve to show that Kant is essentially right in holding that the concept of quantity is among those which ought to be thought of as logically prior to any particular statement about sense presentations. Everything sense-given is what Kant calls a sensible manifold, that is to say, it is not a simple entity but one divisible into constituent parts standing beside one another, or following upon one another. When such a manifold becomes a subject of judgment, it is always presumed that a multiplicity of sensa are really connected with one another, and this goes to show that judgment presupposes consciousness of the unity of the many. But there would seem to be little doubt that the concept of quantity is one of those which are to be held responsible for this consciousness. The contrast between a type of awareness which involves a priori conceptual thinking and one which does not can be brought out in the following manner. In the latter case, the possibility that anything presented should be accounted for in objective terms is excluded from the very outset. Human awareness, on the other hand, having certain a priori concepts at its disposal, can achieve just that. For example, in making use of the concept of quantity, we are enabled to describe sense presentations in accurate and definite terms, and we can at least aim at actual measurement by reference to a numerical standard. In the absence of the concept of quantity, on the other hand, none of this is even conceivable. The statement that our consciousness of things involves the concept of quantity, and that the latter renders possible precise measurement, stands in need of further clarification. There is no suggestion here that, to become aware of anything sensible, the individual mind must actually entertain the idea of quantity, or that we cannot be said to be properly aware of a complex of presentations until after it has been measured. All that is suggested is that a form of awareness which, on reflection, can be seen to involve the concept of quantity differs fundamentally from one in which this concept is not to be met with at all. An awareness which lacked the capacity for objectifying presentations, or for subjecting them to measurement, would be radically different from one whose final goal is invariably to account for presentations in objective terms. 141. And to determine them accurately by measuring them. This brings us to a point which has been referred to several times before. Kant's concern in the analytic of principles is with material objects. He seeks to establish that our knowledge of them presupposes a number of a priori principles. Further, he distinguishes between two kinds of a priori principles, mathematical and dynamical. There is no great difficulty in grasping the significance of this distinction. Insofar as the mathematical principles are applied to the objects of experience, the latter are thought of merely as sense collocations to which no objective existence is attributed, while, in applying the dynamical principles, we are thinking of objects proper to which we attribute a reality of their own. However, as we have previously noted, Kant's exposition of the principles of understanding has one somewhat baffling and perplexing feature. He is convinced that a priori principles are at work exclusively in judgments about objects proper, and that there is no a priori element in judgments about sense collocations which are regarded, not as independent objects, but as collections of private sense impressions. And he is convinced of this, although, as we have just seen, he is ready to acknowledge that certain a priori principles are not in any way concerned with reality or existence. I have suggested before that Kant's position in this matter is untenable, and should now like to sketch an alternative to it. A specific act of the intelligence is required, and a priori concepts have to become operative, if there is to be any judgment at all, be it only one concerning a complex of sense impressions supposed to be confined to the mind of an individual percipient. In the absence of such activity and such concepts, there can be no reference to anything objective, and as a result, there can be no judgment. Kant is plainly under the impression, and many philosophers of later days have followed him in this, that the problem of objective reference arises when it is asked how we are in a position to make judgments about objects in the strict sense of that term. He does not admit that any such problem arises in those cases in which the sensible material to be judged is not taken to have any independent reality. As against this, I believe it to be a serious mistake to conceive of the distinction between the subjective and the objective in such terms. The reasons which prompt me to take this view will be 142. Explained more fully in what follows. I have no doubt that, as soon as the human mind shows the least tendency to interpret sensible data and make assertions about them, the sphere of subjectivity has been left behind and that of objectivity entered, and that an exercise of intelligence is required to make the transition from the subjective to the objective. To single out within sense awareness a state of mere givenness is indeed a wholly unobjectionable procedure. Yet it ought to be acknowledged, at the same time, that this state is, in fact, inaccessible to introspection. We hear a great deal from present-day philosophers about what happens when a percipient finds himself confronted with color patches of various kinds, without reflecting upon them in any way, or making the slightest effort to account for them either to himself or to others. I agree that there are good reasons why one should wish to postulate such a condition characterized by sheer passivity. Yet to talk of it as if it were something with which we are particularly well acquainted is, surely, quite misleading. Epistemologists are apt to identify two situations which I believe to be wholly different, namely, one in which sense data are simply accepted without any interpretative activity, and one in which we are sufficiently aware of these data to be in a position to describe their nature. This identification must have the effect of obscuring a fundamental distinction. The state of mere givenness is a most primitive state, so primitive, in fact, that it is not directly accessible at all, because, by definition, it is found only on a level where we refrain from accounting for our presentations in any way. The state in which mere sense data, mere patches, etc., are talked about, on the other hand, is an extremely sophisticated state. In point of fact, no one would ever dream of concerning himself with simple sense collocations except a philosopher who sought to explain the nature of perceptual consciousness. The rest of us, as well as the philosopher in his non-philosophical moods, are interested exclusively in proper objects, i.e. entities which are not thought of as collections of impressions but as having, apart from this, a reality of their own. The distinction between private impressions and real objects is perfectly legitimate. Yet when it is used with insufficient care, awkward consequences may follow, and very strange miscon 143. Septions have arisen as the result of its misapplication. Let us consider certain instances of this. Many idealist philosophers have argued that sense collocations are indeed simply given to us quite apart from any intelligent activity. As for objects, in the strict sense, on the other hand, nothing could be further from the truth than to allege that they were independent of mind. On the contrary, the mind constructs them out of what is immediately given, and it would thus be a gross distortion of the facts if they were conceived of as standing by themselves and as being unrelated to the mind which comes to know them. In criticism of this, realist thinkers have frequently sought to establish that, if objects were constructs of the mind, it would simply follow that they possessed no proper reality at all. The knowledge we have of physical objects cannot be satisfactorily explained on principles of idealism, since the latter invariably supposes that the object to be known stands in a necessary relation to the knowing mind which, under the guidance of certain principles entirely its own, manipulates the given and transforms it into something else. V hat vitiates the whole theory is precisely this wholly unwarranted assumption, that making is a factor in knowing, and that the mind, in coming to know a reality, has to make a contribution of its own. The truth of the matter is, on the contrary, that, if there is to be such a thing as knowledge of a reality, the latter must be supposed to exist entirely in its own right, and independently of our knowledge of it. There are, of course, various shades of realism as there are of idealism. Certain idealists make the whole of reality dependent upon mind, while others are much more cautious. Some realists deny that our knowledge of anything is conditioned by a special activity on the part of the mind, while others maintain that such activity is involved in the knowledge we have of objects proper, but is absent in our consciousness of mere sense collocations, in which case we are simply dealing with the given. In what follows I shall explain the view I myself take in this matter. I believe that a wrong conception of the contrast between bare impressions and real objects is responsible for certain serious 144 errors into which both realist and idealist philosophers have fallen. It is indeed most interesting to observe how, throughout the history of philosophy, idealists have time and again scored points against their realist opponents by demonstrating the untenability of their assumptions, while realists have won similar triumphs over their idealist antagonists, because they could show that their views were incapable of defense. As against this, Kant seems to me to have managed to work out a theory of perceptual consciousness more sophisticated than those previously defended, or for that matter, many theories elaborated since his day. I am convinced that his doctrine is less one-sided than any its of rivals, that it does greater justice to the facts, and that it gives a more satisfactory account of the various elements at work in our knowledge of things. On the other hand, I have no wish to deny that the doctrine he recommends is tainted by a good deal of pretty crude idealism. Moreover, it seems to me that many of the statements Kant makes about the relation between mind and reality are unacceptable, if only because it is impossible to reconcile them with other parts of his teaching. Let us consider first what he has to say about the element of ideality in perceptual knowledge. The trouble here is that there is a suggestion in all his reasonings that the a priori forms of intuition and understanding have the effect of changing, or even creating, sensible reality. Kant's theory of space and time need not concern us in the present context, and we may concentrate exclusively upon his account of a priori principles of understanding, which implies throughout that, when these principles are applied to what is given in sensible intuition, the given suffers an alteration and becomes something wholly different from what it formerly was. Now Kant's realist critic would appear to have every right to protest against such a thesis. He may very well argue that, if it were indeed true that our consciousness of sensible reality involved a process of transformation, or even creation, the conclusion would have to be that nothing properly real could become known to us at all. The statements Kant makes about the real, insofar as it does not stand in any relation to the human mind, give rise to similar difficulties. He is convinced that there is such an independent reality, a solidly objective one, which stands wholly apart from the subjective forms of intuition and understanding. He holds more 145 over that, by conceding the existence of a realm of things altogether divorced from the human mind, he is in a position to secure his teaching against the charge that it relies upon a principle of subjective idealism. Here again the realist will have little difficulty in showing that Kant's doctrine is open to objections. Kant contends, on the one hand, that anything which is to become known to the human mind comes under the forms of intuition and the principles of understanding, and, on the other, that there is a reality subsisting by itself and independently of both space and time and the functions of the human understanding. The only conclusion to be drawn from this would seem to be that, on his principles, there can be no such thing as knowledge at all. So long as he persists in his view that spatial, temporal, and categorical characteristics are due to the mind, he will have to allow that the awareness we have of the objects of sense experience is not, strictly speaking, knowledge, and that these objects cannot properly be described as real objects. Further, as for the reality alleged to lie behind sensible appearances, it is, on Kant's own admission, incapable of becoming known to us in any way, and it is thus somewhat difficult to see what right he has to suppose that the postulate of such an altogether inaccessible something or other may serve to save his theory from the accusation that it confines the human mind to a realm of mere illusion. The reader knows from what I have said earlier in this book how I propose to modify Kant's theory so as to make it less vulnerable to attacks from the realist standpoint. What ought to be made quite clear is that, when a principle of understanding is applied to the given, the latter, far from being interfered with by the intelligent activity to which the principle gives expression, is, on the contrary, recognized as what it really is. We reject the theory commonly referred to as naive realism, on the ground that it simply ignores the problem of recognition, the mind being regarded as a mere receptacle which yet, in some mysterious way, comes to know things solely in virtue of their entering into it. The theories advocated by the more sophisticated realists we believe to be untenable on different grounds. In this type of theory it is generally held that the reality of sense data cannot reasonably be in doubt, we become aware of them without any interpretative activity on the part of the knower. Material objects, on the other hand, are not directly presented to us, neither do they possess the same sort of reality as sense collocations do. Our objections to a view of this sort may be stated thus. In the first place, we admit the force of the argument brought forward by the more radical realists, and agree that knowing should not be conceived of as containing an element of making. Secondly, the theories under consideration seem to us to have the effect of undermining the whole realist position. If it is only sense data that are real, and proper reality has to be denied by implication, at least to material objects, it appears to follow that the world of sense experience is, after all, nothing more than a fabrication deriving its origin from the human mind. Our disagreement with those in favor of a policy of strict empiricism may once again be summed up in the following manner. While we have no intention whatever of maintaining that the human mind can anticipate matters of fact prior to experience, we believe that, unless an a priori activity of the intelligence be exercised, the mind can have no proper consciousness of anything factual. Or to put it in a different way, the validity of empirical, or factual, judgments seems to us to involve the validity of certain a priori judgments. Further, among factual judgments we wish to include those upon sensible collocations which are not assigned to any object open to inspection by others, but are thought of as confined to the mind of the person who makes the judgment. We may illustrate this point by an example. Let us suppose somebody maintains that he has had the sensation of an oddly shaped red patch in the right-hand corner of the room. What sort of proposition is he enunciating? Surely, it is one that permits of being true or false in the factual sense. The man may, after all, have invented the whole story, so as to please one of his philosophical colleagues. This goes to show that the proposition in question is quite unlike an analytic proposition, inasmuch as it is impossible to determine its truth or falsity by reference to logical laws and definitions. The person who makes the statement can admittedly go a step further, saying not merely that he has had certain sensations, but 147. Alleging, in addition, that they are to be regarded as evidence of an actually existing object. In that case he might be confusing what was, in reality, a purely private experience with one accessible to others. But what does his mistake consist in? Clearly, in his taking a fact of one kind for a fact of a different kind. There are indeed no good grounds why one should wish to deny that special criteria are required for the purpose of deciding whether or not sensible data are to be thought of as belonging to a real object. However, it is unnecessary to raise this issue in the present context, since our concern here is solely with establishing the following point. Judgment about anything at all, be it only about purely private impressions, presupposes an a priori activity of understanding to be regarded as a prerequisite of our ability to describe that of which we are sensibly aware. In the example we have chosen, the sort of example fashionable among present-day philosophers, interpretation has actually gone a long way. The fact that general concepts such as patch, red, etc., are used leaves no doubt that the person making the judgment has got altogether beyond the state in which sensations are simply accepted. However, This is a matter we may likewise disregard, seeing that our business is not with the question what are the means of ascertaining the particular characteristics of the given, but with the quite different question how it is possible to bestow an objective status upon sense presentations at all. Our contention is that there is only one satisfactory explanation, namely, to suppose that our consciousness of the objective involves the operation of one, or several, activities of understanding, by virtue of which an a priori concept, or more than one, is referred to the sense manifold which is to become the object for judgment. We are satisfied, so long as the truth of this general contention is conceded. It would not greatly matter to us, if the concept of quantity turned out not to be one of those necessarily presupposed by judgment, or even if it were found that the same held good for all the concepts appearing in Kant's list of categories. For in making the foregoing observations, we have had one aim and one aim only, namely, to show that a quite specific problem arises within the theory of knowledge, when one is called upon to make explicit the general conditions of factual judgments, with their reference to something which is to permit of being accounted for in objective terms. Chapter 6. The Principle of Substance. It is with a good deal of trepidation that I set out to concern myself with Kant's exposition of the principle of substance, for I am only too well aware that the difficulties which stand in my way are very great. I have to confess, in the first place, that I have never succeeded in fully grasping the various arguments Kant brings forward with a view to establishing the validity of this principle. Many of his statements have remained unintelligible to me, and there are several which I have found it impossible either to understand by themselves, or to connect with one another. Secondly, the main effect produced upon me by my study of Kant's commentators and critics has been to increase my confusion, and a similar result has followed from my putting my worries before my philosophical friends. In deciding, in spite of these perplexities, to embark upon a discussion of Kant's account of substance, I have been prompted by the following considerations. I feel certain, and in this I disagree with the large majority of present-day philosophers, that a concept, very much like Kant's concept of substance, is presupposed by every perceptual judgment which takes complexes of sensible data to belong to, or to be constituents of, a real object to which independent existence may be assigned. And if I find Kant's inquiry into substance most interesting and even fascinating, this is because I believe him to be struggling here with a problem which is of crucial importance to the theory of perceptual knowledge, and which peremptorily demands solution. I have indicated that there are many things about Kant's treatment of substance which I do not profess to understand. On the other hand, Kant makes, in the course of his investigation, a number of assertions which I think I do understand, while yet they seem to me open to the gravest objections. However, the persistent efforts I have made to make sense of Kant's views have greatly affected my own thinking. Under the influence of his discussion, I have been led to adopt a theory of substance which 149. While essentially Kantian in character, differs in many important respects from the theory he himself propounds. It is only later in this chapter that I shall be able to explain to the reader the precise character of the changes in his theory which I consider to be necessary. For the time being, I can say no more than that I believe Kant's statement of his problem to be open to serious objections. It is chiefly because he asks the question in the wrong way that the answer he gives turns out in the end to be so unsatisfactory. In view of this, I shall, in dealing with Kant's theory, adopt the following procedure. In place of Kant's own presentation of the problem of substance, I shall argue in favor of a quite different presentation, and shall recommend a solution which will differ appreciably from that which Kant himself puts forward. The method I shall adopt, in taking this course, will not be unlike what it has been in other places in this book. There have been many occasions on which I sought to defend Kant's general position, while maintaining that his argument required considerable alterations and modifications. However, in the present case, I find myself faced with a special difficulty. In previous discussions I was able, first of all, to explain to the reader what I believed Kant's views to be, and I could then go on to show why they seemed to me unacceptable as they stood. My present situation is much less comfortable, and I shall throughout be confronted with the same dilemma. Since I am by no means certain of the precise character of the doctrine Kant wishes to propound, it will be impossible for me to decide whether I am reading things into him which are not really there at all, or whether the position is the exact opposite, namely, that my so-called modifications are, in actual fact, his own views which I have failed to grasp properly. To sum up, my interpretation of Kant's theory of substance will throughout suffer from the great weakness that exposition and criticism are kept insufficiently apart. This will be a source of constant trouble both to myself and to the reader, and will make it very difficult for me to carry conviction. After these preliminary remarks, I turn to my discussion of Kant's theory of substance. The first difficulty which confronts us is one with which we are already familiar. In seeking to vindicate the a priori validity of the principle of substance, Kant begins by putting forward a proposition which has every appearance of being on precisely the same footing as a proposition about matters of fact. He then goes on to establish that the feature of fact stated in the proposition must be exhibited by every object of sense experience. We have argued throughout the two preceding chapters that there is something radically wrong with this procedure. It may well be the case, so have insisted all along, that certain propositions should be held to be valid prior to, and independently of, experience, and that they require to be interpreted in this way, on the ground that they are statements concerning the general conditions upon which the very possibility of experience depends. But if this thesis is to be rendered at all plausible, no doubt whatever must remain that the propositions in question are different in kind from factual propositions. It is quite inconceivable, on Kant's own principles, that the human mind should be thought of as having a capacity to anticipate matters of fact. It is essential, therefore, to draw a sharp distinction between empirical propositions, which purport to be about matters of fact, and synthetic a priori propositions, which make no assertions about matters of fact at all, but simply lay it down, in the most general way possible, what is involved in consciousness of matter of fact in general. In view of these criticisms, which we believe to be wholly unanswerable, we shall be somewhat vexed when we now come to examine the way in which Kant formulates the principle of substance. For it is immediately apparent that the proposition he sets forth, at the beginning of his discussion, looks very like an ordinary factual proposition. This tendency of Kant's is particularly pronounced in the second edition of the Critique, where the principle of substance is stated as follows. In all change of appearances substance is permanent, its quantum in nature is neither increased nor diminished. In the first edition there is an alternative version reading, all appearances contain the permanent as the object itself, and the transitory as its mere determination, that is, as a way in which the object exists. We cannot, at the very beginning of our investigation, concern ourselves with the many difficulties raised by Kant's two formulations of the principle of substance. Instead, we must be content to take note once again of the fundamental objection to be brought against his whole manner of reasoning. It is perfectly plain from what he says in the second edition, and plain enough from what he says in the first edition, what Kant's aim is in undertaking his proof of substance. He wishes to show that all sensible phenomena are bound to be substances, and that this can be known to be the case quite independently of any actual experience. Now, since we are convinced, from the outset, that this sort of proof cannot succeed, we can hardly help asking whether we are to say that there is no way at all of establishing the a priori status of the principle of substance, or whether we are to say simply that Kant's proof of the principle of substance must be a failure. In other words, the question is whether or not it is possible to substitute a more satisfactory proof of substance for that offered by Kant himself. In my view, this question should be answered in the affirmative, and in what follows I shall indicate the kind of argument I should wish to put in the place of that upon which Kant relies. The principal difference between Kant's proof of substance and the one I shall recommend for consideration may be set out thus. Kant attempts to demonstrate the proposition that all objects of experience must be substances. This seems to me the wrong approach to the problem of substance. It should be assumed, from the start, that an element of permanence is to be encountered in things, and the inquiry to be undertaken should concern itself with the problem under what circumstances the human mind can have consciousness of the element in question. I shall argue that such consciousness involves a certain a priori concept, not at all unlike Kant's concept of substance. I am well aware that what I have said has been expressed in so summary a fashion that I have not been able to state my views properly, let alone defend them with any degree of adequacy. Since it is only much later in this chapter that I shall be in a position to account for the opinions which I hold, I must beg the reader to have patience and await my further explanations. For the time being, I propose to concentrate upon Kant's own proof of substance. The passage which will come up for discussion first is one added in the second edition of the Critique. All appearances are in time, and in it alone, as substrate, can either coexistence or succession be represented. Thus the time in which all change of appearances has to be thought, remains, and does not change. For it is that in which, and as determinations of which, succession or coexistence can alone be represented. Now time cannot by itself be perceived. Consequently there must be found in the objects of perception, that is, in the appearances, the substrate which represents time in general, and all change or coexistence must, in being apprehended, be perceived in the substrate, and through relation of the appearances to it. But the substrate of all that is real, that is, of all that belongs to the existence of things, is substance, and all that belongs to existence can be thought only as a determination of substance. Consequently the permanent, in relation to which alone all time relations of appearances can be determined, is substance in the appearance, that is, the real in appearance, and as the substrate of all change remains ever the same. And as it is thus unchangeable in its existence, its quantity in nature can be neither increased nor diminished. The passage quoted is, it will be agreed, exceedingly complicated. It is by no means easy to grasp the meaning of the various statements made in it. If there is to be any hope of our being able to unravel the intricacies of Kant's reasoning, we must, first of all, ask ourselves what precise function he wishes to assign to the principles of relation, i.e. those of substance, causality, and interaction. According to him, these principles belong to one class, and he entitles them analogies of experience. The chapter which deals with the principle of substance is preceded by one in which Kant explains the general character of the so-called analogies, and we find there a passage from which we may learn what he considers to be the general purpose that the principles of relation are supposed to serve in respect of sensible experience. This passage we shall now quote. Experience is empirical knowledge, that is, a knowledge which determines an object through perceptions. It is a synthesis of perceptions, not contained in perception but itself containing in one consciousness the synthetic unity of the manifold of perceptions. This synthetic unity constitutes the essential in any knowledge of objects of the senses, that is, in experience as distinguished from mere intuition or sensation of the senses. In experience, however. 153. Perceptions corn together only in accidental order, so that no necessity determining their connection is or can be revealed in the perceptions themselves. For apprehension is only a placing together of the manifold of empirical intuition, and we can find in it no representation of any necessity which determines the appearances thus combined to have connected existence in space and time. But since experience is a knowledge of objects through perceptions, the relation in the existence of the manifold has to be represented in experience, not as it is put together in time but as it objectively is in time. In dealing with the problem which presents itself in this context, Kant propounds a rather obscure and complicated argument. If time itself were perceptible, no special act of understanding would be required for the purpose of getting beyond apprehension. Mere apprehension does admittedly involve no reference to anything objective, and there are thus no good grounds for supposing that the order of perceptions to be met with in apprehension is a necessary order, i.e. one which cannot be altered, on the ground that, by so doing, one would come to misrepresent the real facts. Still, it remains true nonetheless that, if it were possible for us to become perceptually aware of time in general, this would enable us to determine the objects of experience simply by way of referring to time as such. The actual position, however, is that there is no such thing as perception of time in this sense. Consequently, if we are to get the reference to time itself, apart from which there is no way of recognizing sensible connections as objectively real, a certain condition must be fulfilled, namely, that a number of a priori concepts should become operative in experience. We are then in a position, by employing the concepts in question, to pass from the subjective order, which belongs to presentations insofar as they are apprehended by a particular subject, to an entirely different order, i.e. one belonging to presentations. 155. Insofar as they may be thought of as manifestations of objects actually existing. In returning to Kant's proof of the principle of substance, we find that certain difficulties have disappeared. For instance, it is perfectly clear now why he lays so much emphasis upon time. The principle of substance is to perform precisely the same function as the other analogies, namely, to render it possible to ascertain the objective time relations assignable to what is sensibly given to the mind. When things are thought of as actually existing, it is supposed that we have something more before us than mere sequences of presentations apprehended by a particular subject. We assume that these presentations are to be found somewhere in a time which is common to all subjects. Again, when sensible phenomena are thought of as displaying actual relations, i.e. relations which appertain to them really and objectively, the implication is that they take place in objective time, as distinct from subjective time, which signifies nothing more than the manner in which perceptions occur in a particular subject. In the passage at present under consideration, Kant's main concern is to account for the fact that there can be such a thing as consciousness of objective time relations. According to him, there are two such fundamental relations, viz. Coexistence and succession, and the question he is trying to settle is under what conditions it is possible to say of sensible appearances that they actually coexist or succeed one another. In having the properties of coexistence or succession assigned to them, these appearances are taken to have a place somewhere in objective time. On the other hand, it seems exceedingly hard to understand how we can get beyond subjective time at all. Kant's solution of this problem is that the transition from the subjective to the objective is accomplished by virtue of the concept of substance which functions as a representative of time in general. The first thing I propose to do, in setting out to evaluate the above reasoning, is to draw attention to certain difficulties I find in what Kant has to say about the nature of time in general. There are two separate assertions to which he commits himself concerning the idea of time which, according to him, underlies every judgment by which sensible phenomena are taken really to coexist. 156. Or really to follow upon one another, namely, that time in general cannot be perceived, and that it exhibits the characteristic of permanence and remains invariably one and the same. The first observation occurs time and again in Kant's discussion of the analogies, and it is clear enough what grounds he has for making it. If time itself were an object of perception, things would have their dates stamped on them, the consequence being that we should be in a position to be immediately assured of their existence, and likewise have immediate certainty with regard to the relations of real coexistence and succession. But time itself cannot be perceived, and this is why the reference to objective time cannot be got otherwise than by the employment of a number of a priori concepts. The trouble with this argument is, it seems to me, that, while there is indeed no reason why anyone should wish to question its premise, it is by no means apparent that Kant's conclusion is at all warranted. We may now turn to Kant's second point, that time should be thought of as essentially unchangeable, and as exhibiting the characteristics of stability and constancy. The most obvious objection which may be raised here is that it would seem as if the very opposite could be asserted with equal right. It can be argued quite plausibly that time should be thought of as preeminently changeable, impermanent and inconstant. Indeed, there have been many philosophers who have talked about time in such terms, and I for one fail to see why their description of the nature of time should be held any less convincing than Kant's. My own view is that improper and misleading language is used, both when time is called essentially changeable and when it is called essentially unchangeable. Kant would, in my opinion, have done much better if he had stated his central contention in quite different terms. He ought to have had no hesitation in agreeing that the characteristics of changeableness and unchangeableness are inapplicable to time, and that, while things may be said to remain the same, or to suffer change, in time, it simply makes no sense to speak of time as exempt from change. We proceed to sum up the position for which we stand. We have found it impossible to attach a great deal of importance to Kant's remarks upon the unperceivability of time itself, and we have dis 157. Associated ourselves from his thesis that time should be regarded as involving an element of permanence. However, in spite of these objections, we are prepared to grant that he may still be successful in showing that every judgment assigning existence to particulars presupposes the concept of substance, and that the function of this concept is to represent time in general, namely the time in which all sensible phenomena are supposed to have their existence and reality. This leads immediately to the crucial difficulty in Kant's theory of substance. His reader may be ready to agree that every empirical judgment, strictly speaking, presupposes the concept of substance. But it is perfectly plain that Kant's proof aims at showing far more than this. He sets out to establish, by way of an a priori argument, a certain matter of fact, namely, that all sensible appearances are bound to be substances. We have pointed out repeatedly that any such argument is open to the gravest objections. It must remain doubtful, therefore, whether Kant's doctrine of substance is tenable at all, and we cannot by any means be certain as yet whether we shall not find it necessary to reject it altogether. It is not till later that we shall be in a position to pronounce final judgment in this matter. For the time being, we must be content to draw attention to a point which has been touched upon on a previous occasion. Kant's formulation of the principle of substance in the second edition of the Critique differs considerably from that found in the first edition, and the later version must be said to be even more suspect than the earlier one. In the second edition Kant seeks to prove not merely that every sensible appearance must be a substance, he commits himself, in addition, to a specific statement about substance, namely, that its quantum in nature is incapable of either increase or decrease. All this is entirely lacking in plausibility, and by comparison, the statement of the principle of substance in the first edition is harmless enough. For Kant here describes substance in much more formal terms, and he refrains from telling us anything concerning particular properties it may possess. In fact, he wishes to establish only that sensible phenomena must exhibit the following characteristics. There is, first of all, substance, to be identified with the object itself, and secondly, the transitory, to be regarded merely as a determination, i.e. as a manner in which the object exists. It remains to be seen what precisely Kant means to convey by identifying substance, or permanence with the object itself, and by contending that, apart from substance, everything else is in the nature of a mere determination, and must be thought of as wholly transitory. To obtain further information upon this point, and several others, we shall do well to consult a number of passages in which Kant adduces various arguments in support of his general theory. Our apprehension of the manifold of appearance is always successive, and is therefore always changing. Through it alone we can never determine whether this manifold, as object of experience, is coexistent or successive. For such determination we require an underlying ground which exists at all times, that is, something abiding and permanent, of which all change and coexistence are only so many ways, in which the permanent exists. And simultaneity and succession being the only relations in time, it follows that only in the permanent are relations of time possible. In other words, the permanent is the substratum of the empirical representation of time itself. In it alone is any determination of time possible. Without the permanent there is therefore no time relation. Now time cannot be perceived in itself, the permanent in the appearances is therefore the substratum of all determination of time, and, as likewise follows, is also the condition of the possibility of all synthetic unity of perceptions, that is, of experience. All existence and all change in time have thus to be viewed as simply a mode of the existence of that which remains and persists. In all appearances the permanent is the object itself, that is, substance as phenomenon. Everything, on the other hand, which changes or can change belongs only to the way in which substance or substances exist, and therefore to their determinations. The passages quoted require careful analysis, and we shall be obliged to discuss them in considerable detail. As one would expect, Kant begins by pointing out that, on the level of apprehension, it remains quite impossible to determine objective time relations. There is not the slightest indication that either real coexistence or real succession is to be met with in the manifold of appearance. The principal argument upon which Kant relies, in support of this thesis, is that apprehension is invariably successive. 159. And ever-changing, and that, as a result, there is no way of deciding whether the apprehended manifold is, taken as an object of experience, to be regarded as coexistent or successive. Kant's contention that our apprehension of sensible data can never be anything but successive involves many difficulties. It is, in the first place, extremely hard to determine what precise status Kant wishes to have assigned to his assertion that apprehension is necessarily successive. And, in whatever way it may be interpreted, it is an assertion we find impossible to accept. Let us suppose that what Kant has to say about the essential nature of all apprehension is to be taken as an observation upon the psychology of sense perception. He wishes to contend that, in perceiving a sense manifold, we are never simultaneously aware of more than one datum, and that, if there is such a thing as awareness of a multiplicity of data, this can happen only by way of their being apprehended one after another. If that is the view he seeks to defend, two main objections must be brought against him. Within the framework of an epistemological inquiry, he has no right to concern himself with a question bearing upon the psychology of sense perception. Secondly, the account he actually gives is wholly lacking in plausibility. It follows from what has been said that only one alternative remains, if any value is to be attached to Kant's view that our apprehension of the sense given is always successive. We must take him to hold that the successiveness of all apprehension may be presumed on epistemological grounds alone. On this interpretation, his position would have to be supposed to be something like this. In seeking to differentiate between the various elements involved in perceptual awareness, we are compelled to assume, solely by reason of epistemological considerations, that this awareness is ultimately grounded in an original state of successive apprehension of the given. Unfortunately for Kant, it seems that there are, in fact, no good grounds for making such an assumption. I must accordingly dissociate myself altogether from Kant's contention in this matter. Having expressed our disagreement with Kant, we proceed to ask whether his main thesis is seriously affected by the criticisms we have made. In reflecting upon this, we find the position to be 160. As follows. First, it is perfectly possible to restate Kant's argument in such a way as to omit all reference to the successiveness of apprehension. Secondly, and this is somewhat surprising, the modified version of the argument is considerably more effective in establishing Kant's central contention than the argument he himself chooses. Let us ask ourselves, first of all, what Kant gains by his insistence upon the successive character of apprehension. Very little, it would seem. True enough, by reason of the fact that he conceives of apprehension as a mere sequence of perceptions, he is in a position to argue that consciousness of objective coexistence cannot arise from apprehension. It is also true that his initial assumption enables him to make the point that, on the level of apprehension, coexistence and succession cannot be distinguished from one another. For since he believes that nothing is to be met with in apprehension except a stream of ever-changing perceptions, and that, accordingly, nothing which could represent coexistence is to be found here, it follows that consciousness of the distinction is impossible on this level. On the other hand, Kant's way of stating the matter has surely one awkward result. The arguments he puts forward almost suggest that he believes successive apprehension of sensible data to be sufficient evidence of the presence of an objective succession. In other words, the reader may come to suspect that, according to him, consciousness of real, or objective, succession can come about solely by reason of the fact that certain sense impressions follow upon one another in the apprehension of the subject. But this is the very opposite of Kant's real view. We shall do well, therefore, to restate his argument, and to present his case in terms very different from those he himself employs. Let us put the matter as follows. One may quite legitimately wish to ask whether a multiplicity of sense data can be apprehended at one and the same time, or whether such data can be apprehended only in succession to one another. Yet, as regards the point at present under consideration, this matter is surely of quite secondary importance. For even though we agree that a percipient may, on certain occasions, have a variety of data presented to him simultaneously, while, on others, such data are presented successively, one thing cannot be seriously called in question. In remaining on the level of mere intuition, the knower is not in a 161 position to become conscious of either objective coexistence or objective succession. Our business at present is with the non-intellectual factor in perceptual awareness. We are concerned with the percipient, solely inasmuch as various sense impressions arise in him which are held together in imagination. Now, as regards this primitive state in which no intelligent activity is brought to bear upon the given, one thing is indeed quite certain, namely that it remains wholly impossible for the human mind, so long as it confines itself to exercising its power of apprehension, to determine the objective order of sensible phenomena. On this level, therefore, there can be no such thing as proper consciousness of real coexistence or succession. There is one more point to which attention must be drawn in the present context. It may be thought that, while percipients, so long as they are merely apprehending, can know nothing of the objective order of sensible appearances, they are yet able, even at this stage, to have knowledge of whatever order may be exhibited by the sense impressions occurring in them. Yet it is evident, on proper consideration, that such a view cannot be seriously upheld. When we consider the percipient, solely in so far as he has something or other given to him, he is clearly thought of as devoid of all power of understanding, and from this it follows, of course, that he is thus far not properly conscious of anything at all. In other words, at the stage of apprehension, the knower is not only incapable of being conscious of objective order, he is incapable also of being conscious of the order of high own sensations. In the absence of an activity of understanding, there can be no real awareness of anything whatsoever, neither awareness of the objective order assignable to the phenomena themselves, nor awareness of the subjective order assignable to the perceptions occurring in us. The point which we have made is an important one, and it must be a matter of regret that Kant should have failed to make his position sufficiently clear. Many of his arguments suggest that he wishes to defend some such view as that we are perfectly able to become aware of the order exhibited by our own perceptions, even while we remain on the level of mere intuition, that is to say, even while we rely upon nothing but our power of apprehending sen. 162. Cybele data. It is only of the objective order that we cannot be conscious at this stage. To render possible such consciousness we must exercise our power of understanding. We are obliged to have recourse to certain a priori concepts which originate in our intelligence, and it is in virtue of these that we can pass from awareness of wholly subjective impressions to awareness of actual phenomena and of the objective relations manifested in them. It would be easy enough to show that the view here outlined is, in fact, the precise opposite of the one Kant really holds. However, this is a matter with which I do not at present propose to concern myself. Instead, I shall in what follows attempt to restate Kant's distinction between subjective and objective order in purely epistemological terms, free from unwarranted psychological associations. In so far as sense presentations fail to exhibit certain characteristics predicated in a number of a priori concepts, for example, in so far as they fail to exhibit permanence, they cannot be considered to be anything else than occurrences in individual minds. They must be held to lack objective reference altogether, and the order manifested in them must be regarded as wholly subjective. If we are to render it intelligible that such presentations, in spite of their initially subjective character, should yet allow of being thought of as representing something objective, we are obliged to suppose that they exhibit certain relations, e.g. the relation of permanence, which corresponds to what is thought in the category of substance. Let us now return to the text, and try to decide whether anything can be made of the various arguments Kant brings forward with a view to establishing the principle of substance. The first thing we note is that, on occasions at any rate, he is perfectly capable of presenting his case in strictly epistemological terms. The question he sets out to settle is that of the supreme condition but for which there can be no objective time relations. In answering it he makes the following points. Objective time relations, i.e. real coexistence and succession, are possible only in the permanent, which is to be regarded as the substratum of the empirical deter 16. 3. Menation of time itself. Since the permanent is the substratum of all determination of time, it is also the condition of all synthetic unity of perceptions, that is, of experience. Although Kant's language here is certainly queer enough, there is no great difficulty in grasping the nature of his problem, or in following the main lines of the solution offered. We are called upon to vindicate our right to assert, with regard to sets of sense presentations, that they exhibit objective coexistence or succession, and that the phenomena of which we become perceptually aware really coexist, or really follow upon one another. The principal point to be noted in this context is that any judgment purporting to be about temporal relations, such as may be attributed to the phenomena themselves, involves the assumption that we have got beyond the subjective sphere of mere apprehension, and have entered that of objective time, i.e., of time inasmuch as it is to be regarded as something which, in some sort of way, stands apart from the subject. It is true that time has, in the first instance, a purely subjective aspect. Initially, it signifies nothing more than one of the fundamental conditions under which sense impressions are received by the subject. However, when certain phenomena are said really to coexist or really to follow upon one another, time is clearly taken in a quite different sense. The very notions of real coexistence or real succession imply the idea of an objective time which stands over against the subject and the way in which something or other is given to that subject. It is to this objective time that phenomena have to be referred, if they are to allow of being determined as coexistent or successive. In seeking to bring out the special difficulty arising from the fact that sensible phenomena, if they are to be recognized as coexistent or successive, must be placed somewhere in objective time, Kant relies, in the passages under discussion, upon an argument he always employs, whenever this point comes up for consideration. He notes that time itself is not a possible object of perception. If it could be perceived, phenomena would have their dates on them, and the problem of assigning their real place in time would then disappear. As things are, however, there is only one way in which we can get the reference to time in general. If the relations exhibited by phenomena in real time are to be ascertained, this requires of us the exercise of special acts of 16.4. Understanding, but for which we remain wholly confined to the realm of subjectivity. I have pointed out before that Kant would, in my opinion, have done much better if he had left the question of the perceptibility of time entirely alone. His reflections upon what he himself takes to be an imaginary situation seem to me somewhat profitless. What he should have said was that time in general did not allow of being represented directly, on the ground that, far from being an independent reality, it was, in fact, nothing more than an implicit presupposition underlying our judgments about objective coexistence and succession. I am well aware that Kant's main argument concerning substance is not seriously affected by the above criticism. In what follows I shall set out his general view as clearly as I can. If we are to be in a position to make valid judgments about temporal relations, it must be possible to find in sensible phenomena certain characteristics which may stand for time in general. Permanence is, in Kant's opinion, one of the characteristics required, and, accordingly, he argues that it is only in relation to something permanent that there can be valid assertions concerning coexistence and succession. Moreover, he maintains that permanence is a condition of the possibility of experience. This is, of course, precisely what one would expect him to say. He believes that every judgment by which a sensible phenomenon is asserted to exist involves the supposition that it has its reality somewhere in time. But if it is correct to say that the presence of permanence is required for the purpose of referring phenomena to time in general, it plainly follows that any empirical judgment predicating existence in respect of a sensible manifold depends for its validity on our being able to find permanence in that manifold. It is not till later in this chapter that I shall explain my own view of the value of Kant's analysis. For the time being, I proceed to concern myself with a different question unduly ignored hitherto, namely, what is, according to Kant, the general character of substance as manifested in sensible appearances. Kant has a special name for this sort of substance. He entitles it substantia phenomenon, in contradistinction from substance in the metaphysical sense. His answer to the question what is the proper way? The principle of substance of describing substance is somewhat unexpected, namely, that phenomenal substance is nothing more than a complex of relations. Those who are familiar with the part which the notion of substance has played in the history of philosophy will realize that Kant's contention has something startling about it. His rationalist predecessors had invariably made use of this notion in a quite different sense. Substance was to be an immovable absolute, i.e., something having its essence and reality solely within itself. Moreover, whenever the rationalists had recourse to the concept of substance, substance always stood for something supersensible and purely intelligible. Reality, in the strict sense, was allowed only to substance which was conceived of as standing behind the objects of sense perception, and, by contrast with it, these objects were declared to be mere appearances. Sensible objects could not, it was argued, be said to be truly real, for the only reality of which they were capable consisted in the way in which they were related to one another. True or absolute reality had to be excluded from the phenomena of sense and to be reserved for substance, which lay behind them and which was an object not of sense perception but of the intellect. It was to this substance alone that we could assign inner being, i.e., a mode of existence making it independent of anything else. The distinction between substance and fleeting appearances consisted precisely in this, that the latter did not exist, and were not real, in their own right at all, but existed, and were real, only relatively to something else. Kant's observations upon substantia phenomenon show quite clearly how radically his view of substance differs from the metaphysical view, and how well aware he is of this distinction. One of the most interesting passages bearing upon this point is, curiously enough, to be found in the chapter of the Critique which is headed Amphiboly of the Concepts of Reflection. It reads as follows: in an object of the pure understanding that only is inward, which has no relation whatsoever to anything different from itself. It is quite otherwise with the substantia phenomenon in space. Its inner determinations are nothing but relations, and it itself is entirely made up of mere relations. There is no need to offer further comments upon Kant's main contention, that substantia phenomenon is simply a complex of 166 relations. One point, however, deserves special attention. In the passage quoted and those following, Kant brings in space, which unfortunately is completely ignored in the chapter on substance. We may observe in passing that Kant's failure even to mention space, in the course of his inquiry into the principle of substance, has the effect of unduly obscuring the fundamental difference between substance conceived of as a supersensible absolute and his own phenomenal substance, which is supposed to manifest itself solely by way of relations in which sensible appearances stand to one another. Moreover, it is most difficult to understand why Kant should have simply ignored space in the chapter on substance. For he holds, whether rightly or wrong, that the concept of substance plays no part in introspection, and that its operation is confined to the knowledge we have of what he calls objects of outer sense, i.e., those presented to us in space. In seeking to bring out the character of phenomenal substance, Kant conveys his ideas in the traditional language of rationalism, and by so doing makes it somewhat difficult for his reader to believe that the only reality he will allow to substance is that of a relation among sensible phenomena. To take an example, he speaks of substance and accidents, and such language has, of course, misleading metaphysical implications. To remove all ambiguity, we may, without cornering into conflict with his point of view, put the matter as follows. According to Kant, we should not be going far enough if we confined ourselves to saying that substance revealed itself solely through the so-called accidents. We must say that substance is, in fact, nothing in itself apart from the accidents and the relations in which they stand to one another. Our next business is to give a more detailed account of the manner in which the relation of substance manifests itself in sensible presentations. It appears, on reflection, that our ability to do so depends to a large extent on whether we are entitled to treat the concept of substance as an equivalent of that of thinghood. Indeed, if substance may be considered to signify the same as thinghood, its nature can be described in perfectly familiar and readily intelligible terms. The special character of substance may then be set out by saying that sense presentations may be thought of as representing an object proper, i.e. a thing which may be said really to. The principle of substance exist, so long as a certain constancy factor is exhibited by them. The element of constancy involved in thinghood consists in the fact that sensible presentations display, in replacing one another, a particular kind of invariableness. In such a case they may be considered to belong to a real object, even though there be perpetual change, one set of presentations vanishing, and another taking its place. In other words, in order that a sensible phenomenon should allow a being regarded as a real thing, it is by no means necessary that certain qualities are retained. Yet it is essential that, when one sense quality is removed, another should at once be exchanged for it. To sum up, thinghood expresses itself in a special kind of constancy, i.e. in an unbroken and continuous exchange of sensible qualities. The first question which faces us, as we now return to Kant, is whether substance and thinghood are really regarded by him as equivalents. On investigation, we find that it is impossible to reach any very definite decision on this point. For while in the first edition of the Critique, he tends to identify substance, or the permanent, with thinghood, with what he calls the object itself, this tendency is far less pronounced in the second edition, and the whole matter is there left in doubt. In any case, even though one could be absolutely sure that there was, from Kant's point of view, no real difference between substance and thinghood, this identification would, in our opinion, have been valuable, only if it had led him to argue on lines such as the following. He might have started out by asking how the representation of an object could arise out of ever-varying perceptions, and then have proceeded to show that, if they were to allow a being referred to an object, they must exhibit a special kind of constancy or permanence. Had Kant dealt with the problem of substance on the lines indicated, he would, in our view, have had a good chance of establishing the following points. Sensible manifolds cannot be thought of as manifestations of an object proper, unless the characteristic of permanence be encounterable among them. Recognition of this characteristic requires an a priori concept, that of substance or thinghood, and apart from this concept, there can be no such thing as consciousness of a real object. However, we have seen that, in working out his proof of sub 168 stance, Kant has recourse to a quite different method. He takes for his starting point our consciousness of real coexistence and succession, while presuming that we are capable of such consciousness, and he then seeks to show that it involves consciousness of a permanent substance, in reference to which alone the relations in question can be determined. In other words, Kant relies upon a method of indirect proof, and this has, I believe, the result of rendering his argument much less effective than it otherwise might have been. It has been pointed out several times before that Kant's so-called proof of substance stands in need of drastic revision, and that the changes made in the second edition, far from improving matters, rather tend to make them considerably worse. I shall now bring forward additional arguments in support of my point of view. Kant insists most strongly, particularly in the second edition, that substance constitutes the element of reality in sensible appearances, and that, as the substratum of all change, it must invariably remain one and the same. Statements such as these seem to me seriously misleading, since they may only too easily convey the idea that the proper reality of things has to be looked for in a mysterious something behind the phenomena, and that, while they themselves are in state of perpetual flux, their transcendent substratum is to be regarded as an immovable absolute. In rewriting the chapter on substance, Kant makes an addition to the heading, so that, instead of reading simply principle of substance, it now reads principle of permanence of substance. My objection is that the impression is here given that, when substance is declared to be permanent, this is a properly significant statement. The actual position, however, is that it is a mere tautology, and that this is, in fact, admitted by Kant himself. The proposition, that substance is permanent, is tautological. For this permanence is our sole ground for applying the category of substance to appearance. In the second edition, Kant takes a great deal of trouble to establish the fact that the quantity of substance in nature is incapable of either increase or decrease. Here we need only repeat our previous criticism. It is wholly inconceivable, on his own principles, that any matter of fact should allow of becoming known prior to, and independently of, experience. But to state that the quantity 16.9 of substance which is here identified with matter is bound to remain constant, is plainly to make a statement about a matter of fact. It follows that Kant cannot succeed in showing that the fact in question is a necessary one, i.e. one which can be demonstrated a priori. \VE shall do well to elaborate this last point a little further, since this will give us the opportunity of explaining why we should wish to approach Kant's theory from a somewhat peculiar angle. In reinterpreting the notion of substance, and giving it an empirical meaning, as distinct from a speculative one, Kant seeks to make out that his phenomenal substance signifies the same as the concept of substance which played so large a part in the physics of his time. He identifies substance with matter, and he is convinced that to assert permanence of substance is equivalent to asserting conservation of matter. The 18th century scientists maintained that the law of conservation of matter was a universal law. Kant believed that he could demonstrate the necessity of this being so, and that his own theory guaranteed the validity of the law in question. According to him, permanence of substance, or conservation of matter, is an a priori condition of experience, and by reason of this, the law which proclaims conservation of matter must be declared to be one which has universal application in respect of sensible phenomena. There is one thing which cannot but strike us, if we reflect upon this tenet of Kant's. If it is really true that his doctrine of substance is inextricably bound up with certain scientific presuppositions, it would seem to follow that its interest, from the point of view of contemporary philosophy, must be strictly limited, for these presuppositions have, after all, changed radically since Kant's day. On the other hand, there is a remedy which has, in fact, commended itself to a number of Kantian interpreters, namely, to bring his theory up to date, and to argue, for instance, that the alleged element of permanence is not to be found in matter but in something else, e.g. in energy. I can see but little advantage in such a modification of Kant's theory, since it can do nothing to remove the fundamental difficulties I find in it. I have drawn attention to these difficulties several times before. I am by no means certain that Kant is right in alleging that certain natural laws must have an a priori 17.0 status assigned to them. Moreover, I am convinced that there can be no such thing as a necessary fact, i.e. one which may be established independently of experience, and the contention that the amount of energy in nature must be constant would worry me quite as much as Kant's view that it is matter in which the principle of necessary conservation manifests itself. The reader will understand from what I have been saying why I should wish to raise the following question. May we not, in considering Kant's theory of substance, simply leave out of account whatever he has to say about universal laws or about the ultimate stuff of nature? In other words, are we entitled to treat Kant's theory just as if it purported to be a theory of material thinghood? Such an experiment seems to us well worth attempting. For apart from everything else, it has this great advantage that the scientific theories and presuppositions of the present time may be safely ignored for the purpose of the investigation to be undertaken. After all, so long as our concern is exclusively with the problem of thinghood, and our aim is to decide whether a certain a priori concept is presupposed by judgments concerning material objects proper, we are clearly raising an issue upon which inquiries carried out in the field of science have little or no bearing. It remains to be seen whether Kant's doctrine of substance really allows of being approached in this manner, of which Kant himself would have strongly disapproved, and it is not till 11 later that the reader will be in a position to judge whether our procedure is capable of defense. To start our discussion, we may remind ourselves of Kant's formulation of the principle of substance in the first edition of the Critique. All appearances contain the permanent as the object itself, and the transitory as its mere determination, that is, as a way in which the object exists. The principal merit of the above formula, from our point of view, is that substance and thinghood are treated as equivalents. However, the crucial difficulty remains. Kant's words imply the view that sensible appearances are under the necessity of being substances, and that this is a fact about them which can be known without any appeal to experience. We have argued repeatedly that his teaching in this matter cannot be accepted, and we may here 17.1. draw attention to a further objection to be brought against him. In setting out to show that all objects of experience are bound to be substances, he would seem to be dealing with the principle of substance in a way most difficult to reconcile with what he himself has previously said about the general character of the analogies. To clarify the position, we shall do well to consult an interesting passage in which Kant seeks to bring out the essential difference in status between the principles of extensive and intensive magnitude, on the one hand, and, on the other, the principles of relation, i.e., those of substance, causality, and interaction. This passage reads as follows. These principles have this peculiarity, that they are not concerned with appearances and the synthesis of their empirical intuition, but only with the existence of such appearances and their relation to one another in respect of their existence. The manner in which something is apprehended in appearance can be so determined a priori that the rule of its synthesis can at once give, that is to say, can bring into being, this a priori intuition in every example that comes before us empirically. The existence of appearances cannot, however, be thus known a priori. There is a good deal of obscurity in what is said here about the non-relational principles, i.e. those concerned with quantity and quality. Fortunately, however, we need not be worried about this, since the only question of interest at present is what status Kant wishes to assign to the analogies, or principles of relation. As regards this matter, his words are clear enough. Three main points are to be established: that the analogies are concerned with existence, that existence consists, as regards sensible appearances, in nothing but various fundamental relations in which these appearances stand to one another, and that existence cannot be known a priori, in other words, that we can have no guarantee, prior to experience, that sensible appearances will exhibit those relations apart from which they cannot be thought of as objectively real. As regards the question at present under discussion, the last point is, of course, far the most important. And there is one feature of Kant's account of the analogies to which special attention must be paid. He is throughout at great pains to show that there is a fundamental distinction between them and the mathematical principles. The latter are described as constitutive principles, while the analogies are declared to be merely regulative ones. In one passage Kant even suggests that an analogy cannot do more for us than to enable us to look for something in experience, so that, in the event of its being there, we should be provided with a criterion for finding it. Kant here goes further than he usually does. On the other hand, it is made evident everywhere that the principles of relation are to be regarded not as statements of fact, but as procedural rules laying down certain general conditions but for which matters of fact would not allow of being discovered. Returning to Kant's account of the principle of substance, we are now in a position to see much more clearly than hitherto what precisely is wrong with the proof he puts forward. As the keystone of our criticism, we may refer to his own statement that a priori knowledge of existence is impossible. This will at once reveal to us the fatal weakness of the reasoning upon which he relies. Kant believes that sensible appearances cannot be thought of as actually existing, unless they exhibit the relation of substance or thinghood. Now, while this may be a perfectly arguable point of view, one thing follows quite plainly from what has been said about the nature of existence in general, namely, that there is no way at all of being certain, independently of actual experience, that sensible appearances will be found to be substances or things. It might well be the case that the human mind found itself confronted with wholly disconnected data which, because of their displaying no regularity whatsoever, did not allow of being coordinated in any way. Seeing, then, that this is a perfectly conceivable situation, and that, on Kant's own showing, no argument can ever be forthcoming which would render it certain that objects, in the strict sense of that term, will present themselves to the human mind, the inevitable conclusion would seem to be this. To seek to establish the presence of the relation of substance, or thinghood, in the given as a necessary fact, i.e. one ascertainable independently of experience, is an enterprise which is bound to end in failure. The reader will have gathered from the way in which Kant's doctrine of substance has been criticized throughout the present chapter what are the main modifications which I regard as essential. In what follows I shall set out, in greater detail than I have done up. 173. To now, the theory of thinghood which I should be prepared to defend. We admit, without the least hesitation, that, should the relation of thinghood be found to be manifested in sensible phenomena, this is simply an empirical fact about them. However, it remains to be asked what is involved in our becoming aware of things as things. The correct answer is, in our opinion, that sensible experience presupposes a certain a priori concept, that of thinghood. Apart from this assumption, it remains impossible to explain how sense presentations can be recognized as objects proper, i.e., as entities to which real existence may be attributed. Or let us put the matter in a different way. Our contention is that consciousness of objects as objects presupposes the a priori concept of thinghood. This does not imply that, in having recourse to this concept, the mind imposes a characteristic upon sensible presentations which they would not otherwise possess, or that we can be sure, prior to experience, that such objects will be encountered. Yet it seems to us that, should the relation constituting thinghood be actually manifested in sensible phenomena, it can be discovered by the mind, only on condition that, under the guidance of the concept of thinghood, it is on the lookout for the relation in question. The above may suffice to show that we consider the principle of thinghood to be nothing more than a rule of direction, laying it down that sense presentations are to be approached in a special way, and that a certain question is to be asked concerning them. Our thesis, that the principle of thinghood is to be thought of as specifying an a priori condition of sense experience, arises solely from the following considerations. Every judgment made about a particular thing involves the notion of a thing in general. But then, it is the principle of thinghood which alone can provide us with a criterion for distinguishing between real objects and mere sense echolocations. This is why all judgments about particular things must be allowed to be grounded in that principle which is concerned with thinghood as such. In its absence, it cannot even be asked what is to be regarded as an object, in the strict sense, and what is not thus to be regarded. Having outlined the theory of thinghood we should wish to put in the place of Kant's theory of substance, we proceed to draw 174. Attention to an awkward feature of the view we have advocated, namely, that it appears to make undue concessions to empiricism, much larger concessions, at any rate, than Kant himself would be prepared to make. To bring out this point, we shall do well to remind ourselves how Kant's reasoning concerning substance proceeds. He starts from our consciousness of coexistence and succession, and goes on to assert that such consciousness presupposes the thought of substance, the latter having to be regarded as that which underlies the phenomena taken to coexist or succeed one another in time. Time itself cannot be perceived, and this is why we require something which may stand for time in general. It appears, on reflection, that substance functions as the representative of time itself, and that, in virtue of this, it is to be thought of as the substratum of all empirical time determination. Kant's final conclusions are that the conception of something which remains and persists, over against perpetually changing sense perceptions, underlies every judgment which takes an appearance to be a physical object, and that exactly the same holds good for all judgments alleging, with regard to sensible phenomena, that they either coexist or follow upon one another. We have previously tried to show up the various weaknesses inherent in these reasonings of Kant's, and have then put forward an alternative argument which treated substance as an equivalent of thinghood. The inevitable result was that the scope of the concept in question had to be narrowed down very considerably. We agreed that judgments referring to material objects could not dispense with the concept of thinghood. Yet there was no suggestion that the same was true of judgments about real coexistence or real succession. In consequence of this, our position was left somewhat uncertain. Is our contention merely that the concept and principle of thinghood can be done without by judgments about real-time relations, or do we mean to assert that these judgments are independent of any a priori concept and principle? It is essential that we should give a precise answer to this question. For if we wish to argue that there can be judgments about something taken to be actually existent, which yet do not involve any a priori concept or principle, we are clearly advocating a thesis which is in every way the opposite of Kant's own. In what follows I shall explain my point of view in this matter. 175. I am indeed most hesitant to accept the statement that the principle of thinghood is presupposed by every judgment about objective time relations, since this seems to me to imply what is surely a wholly indefensible view, namely, that it is only things which can be said to stand to one another in the relation of coexistence and succession. On the other hand, I have no doubt at all that some a priori principle or other is invariably involved in all judgments purporting to refer to something objectively real. Indeed, if there is one thing of the truth of which Kant has convinced me, it is this. No judgment by which a sensible phenomenon is thought of as objectively real, can be granted the validity it claims, unless it be grounded in an a priori judgment, or several of them. And this, of course, must apply to judgments about real coexistence and succession in precisely the same way as it applies to every other judgment about matter of fact. Here, too, we require an a priori principle, or a number of a priori principles, so as to be provided with a criterion for testing the objective reality of the phenomena under consideration. I now come to the last point I propose to discuss in the present chapter. After having explained the nature of substance, or permanence, Kant proceeds to argue that his doctrine renders necessary a reinterpretation of the concept of alteration. He states his view in the following passage: the correct understanding of the concept of alteration is also grounded upon this permanence. Coming to be and ceasing to be are not alterations of that which comes to be or ceases to be. Alteration is a way of existing which follows upon another way of existing of the same object. All that alters persists, and only its state changes. Since this change thus concerns only the determinations, which can cease to be or begin to be, we can say, using what may seem to be a somewhat paradoxical expression, that only the permanent is altered, and that the transitory suffers no alteration but only a change, inasmuch as certain determinations cease to be and others begin to be. This passage must be of considerable interest to a Kantian student who wishes to think of substance and thinghood as strictly synonymous terms. Indeed, however much one may dislike Kant's manner of expression, it would seem to be undeniable that he is here drawing attention to an important fact. There are, in our everyday speech, countless instances of statements conforming to a quite definite pattern. They suppose, with regard to a certain thing, that it is now in a different state from that in which it previously was, and that the properties attributable to it at present are other than those formerly manifested by it. The relation we have here in mind is plainly not one of mere substitution. It is assumed that, whatever change there may be, there is something that preserves its own identity, i.e. the thing itself. Kant seeks to clarify the position by drawing a distinction between alteration and change. His argument on this point may be restated as follows. The expression alteration is properly applicable only where something persists and remains one and the same. The expression change, on the other hand, ought to be reserved for what may be regarded as the element of mere transitoriness in things, i.e. for what occurs when their various determinations, or states, replace one another. I am ready to agree that Kant presents his case in a highly artificial manner, and that his terms are quite unsuitable for the purposes of present-day philosophical discussion. However, this should not make us overlook the fact that his remarks upon the difference between alteration and change may serve to draw attention to a problem which is of great importance to the theory of perceptual knowledge. All languages exhibit what should be allowed to be a most significant feature. There are a large number of statements involving the idea that, while the properties of a thing may undergo perpetual change, the thing itself is to be regarded as standing for an element of constancy and stability. Or to put it in a different way, the thing is thought of as affected by the change of properties, only inasmuch as, at a given moment, it manifests properties other than those it previously possessed. Let us take as an example of this way of talking the proposition "the green leaf has turned yellow." Clearly, what we have in mind in such a case is not merely substitution of one property for another. On the contrary, we presume that the identity of the object talked about is retained, even though it has acquired a new property in place of that which used to belong I-77 to it. In other words, we have here a statement which alleges what Kant calls alteration, as distinct from mere change. The above observations are, I am well aware, open to the objection that they place undue reliance upon an outdated logic of subject and predicate. My defense would be this. While it is indeed possible to work out systems of logic which dispense with the notions of subject and predicate altogether, it is surely significant that, in our ordinary lives, we should cling with so much obstinacy to the old linguistic conventions, and that most of our statements should conform to the subject-predicate pattern. In seeking to account for the objects of perceptual consciousness, we show a special preference for statements containing a subject supposed to represent the thing talked about, and of this subject we predicate various characteristics taken to belong to the thing at some time or other. The subject, i.e. the thing about which the statement is made, is in all such cases thought of as retaining its identity, while it is allowed that the properties assignable to it at different times may vary incessantly. I do not mean to suggest that there is anything inherently rational in this way of talking, and I am prepared to admit that it may all be a matter of linguistic convention. However, it is a singularly widespread convention. It is a way of thinking all-pervasive in respect of what Kant calls empirical knowledge, i.e. a knowledge which sets out to account for the sense given in objective terms. As a result, there arises inevitably the question how this convention can be indulged in, and what are its logical presuppositions. Kant's inquiry into the principle of substance may, it seems to me, greatly assist us in finding the correct answer. The general concept of thinghood should have an a priori status assigned to it. Otherwise there is no way of accounting for the fact that the knower who, in the first instance, has nothing to rely upon except purely private impressions is yet capable of making valid judgments concerning objects proper, that is to say, concerning realities which may be taken to exhibit a specific kind of constancy, however much they may change in respect of the various properties attributable to them at different times. Chapter 7. The Principle of Causality. Kant's discussion of the principle of cause and effect is very elaborate. In seeking to vindicate the validity of this principle, he brings forward no fewer than 6 alternative proofs. It will be sufficient if we confine ourselves to the first 3, since the additions made by the remaining ones are almost negligible. Before beginning our inquiry, we must draw the reader's attention to the fact that we shall approach Kant's theory of causation from a somewhat one-sided point of view. Our concern will be exclusively with his tenet that the causal principle is a necessary condition of perceptual truth. We shall not even raise the question whether he is right in alleging that the causal law has universal applicability in respect of all sensible phenomena. It will be plain to the reader that this is the only course open to us, in view of the fact that, in dealing with Kant's doctrine of a priori principles, we have all along disregarded his view of the understanding as the source of the universal laws of nature. This is all that need be said by way of introduction, and we may now turn to Kant's first proof of causality, which is contained in the following passages. I perceive that appearances follow one another, that is, that there is a state of things at one time the opposite of which was in the preceding time. Thus I am really connecting two perceptions in time. Now connection is not the work of mere sense and intuition, but is here the product of a synthetic faculty of imagination, which determines inner sense in respect of the time relation. But imagination can connect these two states in two ways, so that either the one or the other precedes in time. For time cannot be perceived in itself, and what precedes and what follows cannot, therefore, by relation to it, be empirically determined in the object. I am conscious only that my imagination sets the one state before and the other after, not that the one state precedes the other in the object. In other words, the objective relation of appearances that 179 follow upon one another is not to be determined through mere perception. In order that this relation be known as determined, the relation between the two states must be so thought that it is thereby determined as necessary which of them must be placed before, and which of them after, and that they cannot be placed in the reverse relation. But the concept which carries with it a necessity of synthetic unity can only be a pure concept that lies in the understanding, not in perception, and in this case it is the concept of the relation of cause and effect, the former of which determines the latter in time as its consequence, not as in a sequence that may occur solely in the imagination. Experience itself, in other words, empirical knowledge of appearances, is thus possible only in so far as we subject the succession of appearances, and therefore all alteration, to the law of causality, and, as likewise follows, the appearances, as objects of experience, are themselves possible only in conformity with the law. Kant's manner of expression in this passage is extremely clumsy, and it is thus made very hard for the reader to follow his reasoning. Our first business is to tidy up his argument, so that its most essential features may come into greater prominence. His starting point is plainly what he has to say about the nature of all apprehension, and the fundamental distinction between sense presentations, in so far as they are merely apprehended, and in so far as they may be taken to exhibit real, or objective, succession. In what follows I shall restate Kant's point of view in this matter in terms appreciably different from those he himself employs. The human mind is endowed with the capacity to apprehend sensible data in succession to one another. This happens in virtue of the imagination which connects the various data received. Now the principal point to be noted here is that there is thus far no indication at all how appearances may be really, or objectively, connected with one another. Or to put it in another way, the fact that, in apprehending the given, we give first place to one set of presentations, and second place to another, proves nothing whatever in respect of the order which may be assignable to them in their character as real appearances. It will thus be seen that we must differentiate sharply between objective, or real, order, on the one hand, and the order of presentations in our imagination, on 180. The other. The latter is to be thought of as entirely arbitrary in character, and further evidence of this being so is the fact that it may be reversed at will, and that, in this respect, we are not bound to any rule whatsoever. Seeing, then, that it has been established that mere apprehension of sensible data cannot account for our consciousness of the objective, there arise quite inevitably the following questions. How is it possible to make the transition from the subjective to the objective, and what is the condition under which alone there can be valid judgments concerning the objective order of sensible phenomena? At this point Kant brings forward an argument with which we are familiar, namely that, if time itself were an object of perception, and appearances had their dates imprinted upon them, we should be able to become immediately aware of their objective order. I have shown in the last chapter that it is impossible to attach much importance to Kant's speculations upon what he himself recognizes as an imaginary state of affairs. The actual position is, of course, that there is no such thing as perception of time itself, and this Kant believes gives rise to a problem, namely how we can pass from subjective succession to objective succession. How can we get out of the state in which sense presentations are apprehended in an entirely arbitrary manner, and become conscious of an order attributable to the phenomena themselves? The solution offered is in many ways just what one would expect it to be. There is, in Kant's view, no doubt at all that consciousness of the real order of appearances presupposes an act of understanding. This follows for him simply from the fact that any order of sense presentations which may be encountered on the non-intellectual level, that of apprehension, is to be regarded as wholly indeterminate and arbitrary. Further, he contends that the concept at work in the special case of consciousness of real successions must be that of cause and effect. For it seems to him that it alone can express that fixity and definiteness of temporal order which is always presumed, whenever phenomena are taken really to follow upon one another. His final conclusion is that the relation of cause and effect must be manifested in every succession of appearances and apply to them universally, on the ground that, apart from the LSI causal principle, there is nothing which would indicate the difference between objective successions and purely subjective ones. Our next business is to assess the value of Kant's so-called first proof of causation. We shall soon see that it is entirely unsuccessful. However, before proceeding to concern ourselves with what seems to us the crucial difficulty in Kant's reasoning, we may draw attention to a number of less serious objections. Kant suggests, in the course of his proof, that, even at the stage of apprehension, \VE can have consciousness of the manner in which sense impressions arrange themselves in our imagination, and that the only consciousness which is so far lacking is that of objective successions. This implication we reject, if only because such a view is incompatible with the fundamental principles of Kant's theory of knowledge. According to him, consciousness proper invariably presupposes an act of intelligence. But from this it clearly follows that, on the non-intellectual level of imaginative apprehension, there can be no real consciousness at all, whether of the way in \YH private impressions follow one another in somebody's imagination, or of objective successions taken to be manifested in the phenomena themselves. Secondly, in seeking to bring out the contrast between imaginative apprehension of sensible data and recognition of such data as objectively real, Kant conveys the idea to his reader that he is here thinking of two separate states of mind which occur in the knower one after the other. It should be evident, however, that psychological language is quite unsuited to throw light upon the distinction in question, and that, in being called upon to signify the differences between various levels of perceptual awareness, one must be careful to confine oneself to strictly epistemological terms. The matter might, for example, be stated as follows. So long as sense presentations are thought of merely as occurrences in the individual knower, it remains impossible to explain how there can be judgments which may claim to refer to something objectively real. If we are to be in a position, therefore, to account for such judgments, we are obliged to assume that sensible presentations exhibit certain relations which can be discovered by the knower, only. 182. Inasmuch as he exercises his capacity for intelligent interpretation. We turn next to what must be said to be the most objectionable feature of Kant's treatment of causation. He fails all along to bring out properly the essential difference between real, or objective, sequence in general and the special case of causal sequence. At times, the suggestion is that there are no real, or objective, sequences except causal ones. At other times again, Kant appears to be under the impression that causal relatedness consists in nothing but the fact that phenomena really follow upon one another in time. I believe that Kant's confusion in this matter is largely responsible for the unsatisfactory character of many of the arguments he brings forward in support of his view that the causal principle is an a priori condition of experience. In what follows I shall show that his first proof of causation breaks down, by reason of the fact that the so-called conclusion of the argument adds nothing to what has been assumed beforehand. The basis of Kant's reasoning is plainly his contention that causal order is objective order. This we may accept without demur. Causal order is, by definition, properly described as determinate, unalterable, irreversible, or whatever other expression one may wish to use, so as to indicate the essential contrast between it and any order pertaining to sense presentations, in so far as they are merely connected in imagination. As a matter of fact, the thought of causal sequence implies the presence of a characteristic additional to what is required for objective sequence in general. When a phenomenon is taken to be the cause of another, we do not merely presume that it precedes it in time, but also that the antecedent is responsible for the existence of the consequent, and that the latter has come into being as the result of the efficacy of the former. This is all that need be said about the premises of Kant's argument. Let us now consider the conclusion he puts forward, namely, that empirical knowledge of appearances is possible, only in so far as their sequence is subject to the law of cause and effect, and that the appearances themselves, therefore, are possible only in conformity with this law. It should be evident enough that this tells us nothing beyond what we have known all along. The notion of objectivity was, from the outset, narrowed down to such an extent that it became completely equated with that of causal sequence. 18.3. Surely, it is simply implied in this that empirical knowledge presupposes the principle of causation, for by empirical knowledge Kant understands, of course, here and everywhere else, a knowledge entitled to claim to refer to something objectively real. In other words, since, for the purposes of the present inquiry, objectivity has throughout been treated as an equivalent of causation, Kant cannot be allowed to have established anything beyond his initial assumptions. What has been said may be sufficient to show that Kant's first proof of causation relies upon a circular argument. In making this criticism, I do not mean to suggest, however, that, instead of presupposing consciousness of causal order, he ought to have set out to demonstrate the fact of causation by a priori reasoning. On the contrary, I agree that things would have been considerably worse, if he had attempted to prove that sensible phenomena must exhibit causal relations, and that this fact about them could be known prior to, and independently of, experience. However, a third alternative would seem to remain, namely, to try to establish the causal principle by a method of indirect proof. How would a proof of this sort proceed? It would seek to show that the principle of causation was an indispensable criterion of objectivity in general, and that, by reason of this, it must be allowed to be involved in every judgment which takes something sense given to be really existent. It will be plain that such an argument would have no need either to start from consciousness of causation, or even to ask what conditions prevailed in those cases in which we have consciousness of actual manifestations of causal relatedness. We shall see later that, in his third proof of causation, Kant adopts a procedure very similar to the one here outlined, and it is not till \VE Korn to deal with this proof that we shall be in a position to explain our own point of view properly. We turn next to Kant's second proof of the causal principle. I do not believe it to be any more successful than the one we have just examined. However, since those sympathetic to Kant's philosophy have always attached particular importance to the arguments upon which he relies here, I have thought it worthwhile to discuss them in detail. Kant begins as follows. 18.4. The apprehension of the manifold of appearance is always successive. The representations of the parts follow upon one another. Whether they also follow one another in the object is a point for further reflection, and which is not decided by the above statement. Everything, every representation even, in so far as we are conscious of it, may be entitled object. But it is a question for deeper inquiry what the word object ought to signify in respect of appearances when these are viewed not in so far as they are objects, but only in so far as they stand for an object. The appearances, in so far as they are objects of consciousness, simply in virtue of being representations, are not in any way distinct from their apprehension, that is, from their reception in the synthesis of imagination, and we must therefore agree that the manifold of appearances is always generated in the mind successively. In the passage quoted, Kant asserts once again that apprehension can never be anything but successive. We have previously stated our objections against this view of his, and there is no need to repeat them here. However, it is worth remarking that, even though his teaching in this matter has to be rejected, this does not essentially change the nature of his problem, which might, for instance, be brought out in the following manner. If the realities with which we have to do in empirical knowledge are analyzed into their ultimate constituents, it is found that they are, in the last resort, nothing more than aggregates of sense presentations. This goes to show that an element of subjectivity is involved in their very nature. The question, therefore, arises how we can presume, with regard to what is recognized as a variety of sense contents, that it is none the less capable of signifying something objective, i.e. something which has an independent reality of its own. The reader will have noted that, in my restatement of Kant's argument, the terms subjective and objective have been used in the widest sense possible. As against this, Kant selects the special case of objective sequence, and in seeking to indicate the nature of his puzzle, he points out that the presence of an objective sequence can by no means be inferred from the fact that representations follow one another in our apprehension. We have previously shown that he only weakens his own case, when, in attempting to vindicate the validity of the causal principle, he concentrates exclusively upon the phenomenon of objective sequence, making time and again the point that consciousness of it cannot arise on a level where sensible presentations are connected in an entirely arbitrary manner. It will soon appear that Kant's tendency to be unduly preoccupied with the contrast between subjective and objective sequences is particularly marked in his second proof of causation, and that this has a most adverse effect upon his argument. Let us look at what he says. In spite of the fact that the appearances are not things in themselves, and yet are what alone can be given to us to know, in spite also of the fact that their representation in apprehension is always successive, I have to show what sort of connection in time belongs to the manifold in the appearances themselves. For instance, the apprehension of the manifold in the appearance of a house which stands before me is successive. The question then arises, whether the manifold of the house is also in itself successive. This, however, is what no one will grant. Now immediately I unfold the transcendental meaning of my concepts of an object, I realize that the house is not a thing in itself, but only an appearance, that is, a representation, the transcendental object of which is unknown. What, then, am I to understand by the question, how the manifold may be connected in the appearance itself, which yet is nothing in itself? That which lies in the successive apprehension is here viewed as representation, while the appearance which is given to me, notwithstanding that it is nothing but the sum of these representations, is viewed as their object, and my concept, which I derive from the representations of apprehension, has to agree with it. Since truth consists in the agreement of knowledge with the object, it will at once be seen that we can here inquire only regarding the formal conditions of empirical truth, and that appearance, in contradistinction to the representations of apprehension, can be represented as an object distinct from them only if it stands under a rule which distinguishes it from every other apprehension and necessitates some one particular mode of connection of the manifold. The object is that in the appearance which contains the condition of this necessary rule of apprehension. 186. Before proceeding to comment upon this passage, we may remind the reader of the view we take of Kant's theory of things in themselves. We have dissociated ourselves from his thesis that the existence of things in themselves is not open to question, and that the objects of experience are mere appearances of things as they really are in themselves. On the other hand, we have agreed that it is a perfectly reasonable procedure to assign a special status to the objects of perceptual consciousness, and to differentiate between their status as appearances or phenomena, and that which would belong to realities such as could be thought of as having the character of things in themselves. The difference between the two cases may be brought out as follows. The notion of things in themselves refers to entities which can be appropriately described, without its being necessary to say anything about the manner in which a subject capable of becoming conscious of them finds itself affected when such consciousness arises. It is quite otherwise with the objects we encounter in experience. Any and every object of perceptual consciousness can be resolved into complexes of sense data. But the very idea of a sensible datum implies that, on the occasion of its being presented, a certain kind of subject should find itself stimulated in some way or other, and that, while the subject remains in an entirely passive state, various processes must occur in it whenever such a datum makes its appearance. This is why we are fully entitled to assign a special status to the realities with which we are concerned in our knowledge, and there can be no conceivable harm in contrasting sensible realities with things in themselves, which would be objective in the full-blooded sense of that term. What has been said may account for our view that Kant is raising a very real problem, when he asks what objectivity could possibly consist in a case where the material to be dealt with is, in a most significant respect, wholly subjective. His general position may be summed up as follows. Sense presentations can exhibit objectivity only in one way, namely, when, instead of being connected at random, they are connected in obedience to a principle of order declaring a certain arrangement of them to be necessary and unalterable. In other words, a manifold of sense presentations may be taken to stand for something objective, inasmuch as its various elements are connected in accordance with a rule laying it down that only one. The principle of causality particular connection is possible, and that any other must be excluded because it would be contrary to the facts as they really are. I can see no grounds for objecting to this general description of objectivity, so long as it is clearly understood that Kant merely wishes to tell us what objectivity consists in, while he has no intention of explaining how consciousness of the objective comes about in human minds, and what course they must follow for emergence of such consciousness. An examination of the Kantian text shows at once that his inadequate terminology prevents him from stating his case in a really convincing manner. In seeking to bring out the essential nature of objectivity, he lays all the emphasis upon the contrast between apprehension, in so far as it is left wholly undetermined, and apprehension, in so far as it is made subject to a rule bestowing determinacy and necessity upon it. We have shown before that Kant's term apprehension is objectionable because of its misleading psychological associations. There can indeed be no doubt at all that Kant's language leads him into a good deal of confusion. To take an example, he appears at times to be under the impression that the two aspects of apprehension signify two separate states of mind occurring in succession. At the beginning, our imagination simply runs away with us, and we leave it free to pick up data as it pleases. Later, however, we impose a principle of order upon the various presentations which have been apprehended, and it is in virtue of this that consciousness of an object is capable of Anzugem us. Noon will wish to deny that the view here outlined is mistaken, and that it fails to throw any light upon the psychology of sense perception. In any case, it is evident enough that Kant's problem cannot be brought out properly, unless it be stated in strictly epistemological terms. He himself does indeed recognize that the question engaging his attention is one for epistemology pure and simple. He says explicitly that his concern is with ascertaining the formal conditions of empirical truth. We are entitled, therefore, to take him at his word, and to suppose his sole aim to be to explain what objectivity involves in the case of a phenomenal object, i.e. one which is itself nothing but a complex of presentations. His general position may be stated most conveniently in terms such as the following. If we are to be enabled to claim, with regard to a 188 complex of presentations, that it is not just a collection of private impressions but stands for a real object, this can mean one thing and one thing only. In connecting its various elements, we have submitted to a principle of determinate order, and, by thus proceeding, we have been successful in constructing something which is in conformity with the facts as they really are, in contradistinction from a construct of mere imagination. That something happens, i.e. that something, or some state which did not previously exist, comes to be, cannot be perceived unless it is preceded by an appearance which does not contain in itself this state. For a reality which should follow upon an empty state, that is, a coming to be preceded by no state of things, is as little capable of being apprehended as empty time itself. Every apprehension of an event is therefore a perception that follows upon another perception. But since, as I have above illustrated by a reference to the appearance of a house, this likewise happens in all synthesis of apprehension, the apprehension of an event is not yet thereby distinguished from other apprehensions. But, as I also note, in an appearance which contains a happening B can be apprehended only as following upon A, the perception A cannot follow upon B but only precede it. For instance, I see a ship move downstream. My perception of its lower position follows upon the perception of its position higher up in the stream, and it is impossible that in the apprehension of this appearance the ship should first be perceived lower down in the stream and afterwards higher up. The order in which the perceptions succeed one another in apprehension is in this instance determined, and to this order apprehension is bound down. In the previous example of a house, my perceptions could begin with the apprehension of the roof and end with the basement, or could begin from below and end above, and I could similarly apprehend the manifold of empirical intuition either from right to left or from left to right. In the series of these perceptions there was thus no determinate order specifying at what point I must begin in order to connect the manifold empirically. But in the perception of an event there is always a rule that makes the order in which the perceptions follow upon one another a necessary order. The above passage, one of the best known in the whole critique, has always found special favor with Kantian students, presumably because this is one of the few places where he illustrates his argument by concrete examples. So far as I am concerned, I must confess that I find his argument very hard to follow and his illustrations most unhelpful. Kant's principal point is that, if we are to be in a position to become perceptually conscious of an event, certain special conditions must be fulfilled, in addition to those required, when the object perceived is one the parts of which exist at one and the same time. The first objection which must be raised here is the one to which we have just drawn attention. The question as to how perception comes about ought to have been left entirely alone, and Kant would have done much better, if he had stated his case in terms more appropriate to an epistemological inquiry. However, in the present instance, the matter can be put right comparatively easily. Let us suppose that he does not really mean to tell us anything about the way in which events are actually perceived, and that his question concerns the general requirements to be met, in order that a complex of presentations should allow of being thought of as standing for a real event. His answer may then be set out as follows. If a sensible manifold is to represent an event, it is essential that its various elements should be related to one another in such a way as to conform to a rule fixing their temporal position, with the result that the order exhibited by the manifold becomes a determinate, or necessary, one. All this seems acceptable enough. Yet there is one point which must be kept clearly in mind, namely, that we are merely told once again what being an event, or objective sequence, consists in. That consciousness of events, or objective sequences, actually occurs is assumed for the purposes of the present argument. Let us now come to Kant's illustrations. His contention is that, when an object such as a house is perceived, the position is entirely different from what it is when we perceive an event, such as the movement of a ship. In the latter case, our apprehension submits to a rule enjoining it upon us that Sepp's presentations are 190. In respect of their position in time, to be placed in a determinate, or necessary, order, while in the former case no such demand is made, and we are free to place the various presentations, of which the object is made up, just as we please. The first thing we must do here is to correct Kant's language. He ought to have refrained from seeking to give us information about what happens, when a house is actually perceived, and the difference between this and perception of a moving ship. Let us suppose, then, that his real concern is with a quite different situation, namely, the one existing when we set out to reconstruct in our imagination something which has been previously perceived. If his argument is interpreted on such lines, his conclusion would amount to something like this. In being called upon to design a faithful replica of what has been experienced, when a ship was observed to move down a river, we must, in our reconstruction, subordinate ourselves to a certain inviolable rule. The various states in which the ship has found itself have to be placed one after another, so that it should be indicated in this way that they have occurred precisely in this order. On the other hand, this rule does not apply, when the phenomenon to be reconstructed is a house, that is to say, an object the parts of which are taken to exist simultaneously. In such a case temporal order is a matter of complete indifference, and in dealing with the data to be connected we are at liberty to proceed just as we like. We may either start with those parts of the house which make up the roof, and end up with those which make up the basement, or we may reverse this process, start with the parts making up the basement, and end with those making up the roof. It seems to me undeniable that Kant's examples are seriously misleading. In contrasting the representation of a house with that of a moving ship, he places all the emphasis upon the point that the latter representation involves a certain principle of determinate, or necessary, order which is absent in the case of the former. In this way the reader is made to forget that, according to Kant, the principle of fixed and definite order must be at work in any and every representation which is to refer to something objective. And indeed, on closer examination of his argument in the passage under discussion, it is found that he has, in fact, not the least intention of withdrawing a view upon which he has insisted all along. He has no doubt whatever that, as regards the position occupied by its various 19.1 parts in space, a sense manifold standing for an object such as a house must come under a principle of necessary order, that order, namely, which is prescribed by the facts as they really are. In other words, in pointing to the difference between the representation of a house and that of a moving ship, he does not propose to show that no principle of order is involved in the former case, but only that a particular principle is inoperative here, i.e. that concerned with the fact of real, or objective, sequence. In this case, therefore, we must derive the subjective succession of apprehension from the objective succession of appearances. Otherwise the order of apprehension is entirely undetermined, and does not distinguish one appearance from another. Since the merely subjective succession is altogether arbitrary, it does not by itself prove anything as to the manner in which the manifold is connected in the object. The objective succession will therefore consist in that order of the manifold of appearance according to which, in conformity with the rule, the apprehension of that which happens follows upon the apprehension of that which precedes. Thus only can I be justified in asserting, not merely of my apprehension, but of appearance itself, that a succession is to be met with in it. This is only another way of saying that I cannot arrange the apprehension otherwise than in this very succession. Kant's words here may seem to imply the view that, if a percipient finds that his presentations have invariably exhibited a certain order, he is justified in concluding that they represent a real event or objective succession. However, it appears, on reflection, that his actual teaching is quite different from this. It is one of his most fundamental tenets that objectivity, or necessity of connection, can never be inferred merely from the manner in which sense impressions occur in a particular percipient, or for that matter, any number of percipients. The observation, therefore, that presentations have constantly followed one another in some particular order, cannot, in Kant's opinion, establish any more than that this is what has happened up to now. It gives us no right to suppose either that the same must happen in the future, or that the arrangement discovered in our presentations, or those of other people, is to be 19.2. regarded as objective and necessary, i.e. as manifested in a real object. What has been said may serve to throw light upon the procedure Kant adopts in the argument at present under examination. He starts by assuming that we have the ability to become conscious of real sequences, and he asserts that, in so far as this is the case, our presentations have to occur in a fixed order. Consciousness of an objective sequence implies that the sequence of our perceptions is prescribed by the order of events. Or to put it in a different way, the claim that we are representing to ourselves a real, or objective, sequence involves the assumption that our apprehension, in connecting various sense presentations, has submitted to a rule causing the order of these presentations to become a necessary one, i.e. one incapable of being altered. The above observations may suffice to show that Kant's sole aim in the present passage is to argue that only one criterion is forthcoming, when we are called upon to differentiate between subjective and objective sequences, namely, that the latter are conceived of as exhibiting necessity and conformity to a definite rule. In criticism of this, attention may be drawn to the following points. First, Kant's argument adds hardly anything to what has been explained several times before. Secondly, and this applies not only to the present passage but to all those which comprise his so-called second proof of causation, there is singularly little in what he says to convince us of the truth of what is, after all, his principal contention, namely, that the principle of cause and effect is an indispensable prerequisite of all sense experience. In conformity with such a rule, there must lie in that which precedes an event the condition of a rule according to which this event invariably and necessarily follows. I cannot reverse this order, proceeding back from the event to determine through apprehension that which precedes. For appearance never goes back from the succeeding to the preceding point of time. The advance, on the other hand, from a given time to the determinate time that follows it is a necessary advance. Therefore, since there certainly is something that follows, I must refer it necessarily to something else which precedes it and upon which it follows in conformity with the rule, that is, of necessity. The event, as the conditioned, thus affords 193. Reliable evidence of some condition, and this condition is what determines the event. This passage, which concludes Kant's second proof of causation, gives rise to considerable difficulties of interpretation. Up to now we have had to criticize him because, in seeking to bring out the character of the causal relation, he seemed to say far too little. There was time and again the suggestion that causal relatedness consisted in nothing more than invariable sequence. In the present instance, the trouble is the exact opposite, namely, that Kant appears to say far too much. He defines a causal antecedent as that which contains the condition of a rule according to which a certain event follows always and necessarily. The obvious implication of these words would seem to be that the necessity which binds cause and effect to one another is a logical necessity. In other words, Kant appears to hold that we can, solely by way of analyzing a cause, determine in advance what its effects must be and what particular results will follow from its efficacy. However, it turns out, on proper consideration, that Kant has, in fact, not the least intention of contending that the effects of phenomenon can be discovered by logical means. The view he really holds may be summed up thus. If anything sensibly presented to us is to be regarded as a real event, we are obliged to assume that it has resulted from antecedent conditions to be held responsible for its existence. The implications of this necessary presupposition are, in Kant's opinion, the following. First, it's being presumed that there have existed, prior to the event under consideration, precisely those conditions which were required for its emergence. It was bound to come into being, and nothing other than what actually did happen could have happened. Secondly, should exactly the same conditions reappear, and an absolutely identical situation arise once again, the very same results must necessarily follow. We proceed next to draw attention to the most objectionable feature of Kant's discussion. His main thesis is, of course, that no sensible phenomenon can be allowed to be a real event, unless it comes under the principle of causal dependence, that is to say, unless it can be regarded as having been brought into being by antecedent conditions. However, so far as I can see, at any rate, there is hardly anything in Kant's argument, either here or in the 194 earlier parts of his second proof, which could serve to establish this point. He does indeed assert that, apart from the thought of causal dependence, there is nothing at our disposal which would enable us to distinguish between real events and purely subjective sequences. Yet this assertion is made without any serious attempt on his part to vindicate its truth. The conclusion we should wish to draw from the above is the following. Although Kant's second proof of causation contains a number of most interesting observations, and although the problem it deals with is a very real one, it must be said to be essentially a failure. The various arguments brought forward are quite insufficient to support Kant's view that the causal principle is necessarily involved in all experience, by reason of the fact that, apart from its application to the sense given, there is no way of distinguishing between the objectively real and the purely subjective. Kant's third proof of causality is contained in the following passages. Let us suppose that there is nothing antecedent to an event upon which it must follow according to a rule. All succession of perception would then be only in the apprehension, that is, would be merely subjective, and would never enable us to determine objectively which perceptions are those that really precede and which are those that follow. We should then have only a play of representations, relating to no object, that is to say, it would not be possible through our perception to distinguish one appearance from another as regards relations of time. For the succession in our apprehension would always be one and the same, and there would be nothing in the appearance which so determines it that a certain sequence is rendered objectively necessary. I could not then assert that two states follow upon one another in the appearance, but only that one apprehension follows upon the other. That is something merely subjective, determining no object, and may not, therefore, be regarded as knowledge of any object, not even of an object in the appearance. If, then, we experience that something happens, we in so doing always presuppose that something precedes it, on which it follows according to a rule. Otherwise I should not say of the object that it follows. For mere succession in my apprehension, if there be 195. No rule determining the succession in relation to something that precedes, does not justify me in assuming any succession in the object. I render my subjective synthesis of apprehension objective only by reference to a rule according to which the appearances in their succession, that is, as they happen, are determined by the preceding state. The experience of an event is itself possible only on this assumption. Even a cursory examination of these passages shows that Kant's procedure here differs radically from the one he adopted in the two previous proofs, and that great advantages follow from this change of policy. To take an example, many of the statements made up to now almost force the reader to suspect that Kant's purpose might, after all, be to show what were the psychological conditions required for the coming about of sense perception. In the case of the present argument, on the other hand, it is immediately evident that, in his inquiry into the causal principle, his real concern is not with a psychological problem at all but with a purely epistemological one. The question that worries him is what are the implications of judgments by which a sequence of presentations is taken to be real event. His answer may be set out thus. Unless we presuppose, with regard to such a sequence, that it is determined by its antecedents, the latter containing the conditions as the result of which this particular sequence was bound to come into being, there is nothing at our disposal which would enable us to differentiate between an objective sequence and a purely subjective one. In the absence of the thought of causal dependence, anything and everything we were called upon to judge would, as Kant himself puts it, have to be considered to be no more than a play of representations. In other words, since it lacks objective reference altogether, it is impossible to conceive of it as anything else than a succession of private impressions, which someone or other has connected in imagination, and which, because of its being thus connected quite arbitrarily, is perfectly capable of having its order changed at will. Before proceeding to a closer examination of Kant's argument, we shall do well to remind ourselves of the various difficulties we had to contend with in our analysis of Kant's first two proofs. 19.6. Many of his statements seem to bear the implication that there were no objective sequences except causal ones. Kant confined himself to a consideration of those instances of the causal relation in which both cause and effect are directly observed, and in this way he almost gave the impression that the presence of causal efficacy was assured only in these cases. In a good many places Kant appeared to be defending the view that it was sufficient, for the purpose of alleging experience of an objective sequence, to point to the fact that sense presentations had, in some subject or other, invariably exhibited the same temporal order. Kant's third proof of causality leaves no doubt that the following points require to be established: anything which is itself to be regarded as an event must be conceived of as causally dependent on another event, or other events. A manifold of successively apprehended sense presentations, unless thus conceived, has to be regarded not as a real event but as a collection of impressions which can have none but a purely subjective character assigned to it. The change of method in Kant's third proof has the effect of removing most of the complications which, in the case of the two others, were a source of great trouble and perplexity. There is not the least tendency here to presuppose the validity of the causal principle from the outset. Causal and non-causal sequences are carefully distinguished, and Kant's words do not imply in any way that all objective sequences must necessarily be causal. It is nowhere suggested that sense presentations may be supposed to represent a real event, solely on the ground that their relation to one another in somebody's mind has always been found to be the same. The removal of the questionable features which went to vitiate Kant's first two proofs may serve to explain why his argument now proceeds in a comparatively simple and straightforward manner, so that it becomes much easier to agree with him. He adheres to a view which he takes to have been sufficiently substantiated by what he has said before: the nature of an objective sequence, or event, in contradistinction from a subjective sequence, or series of apprehendings, cannot consist in anything else than necessary time order. Taking this for his starting point, he proceeds to argue that there is only one way in which a sequence of presentations can be allowed to exhibit necessary time order, namely, by supposing that the sequence under consideration is causally dependent on another sequence, the latter being held responsible for the existence of the former and the order manifested in it. Or to put it in a different way, unless causal dependence be presumed, that is to say, unless we presume, in respect of a sequence of presentations, that it is necessarily determined by an antecedent sequence, there is no possibility at all of making a distinction between subjective and objective sequences, between mere apprehendings and real events. This is all that need be said about Kant's third proof of causation. I have pointed out before that I do not propose to concern myself with the remaining proofs he puts forward. Kant's fifth proof is exceedingly artificial, and does not seem to me to deserve serious consideration, while his fourth and sixth proofs merely repeat, with slight variations, the same arguments as are employed in the proofs we have examined. There is one more thing I have to do before concluding the present chapter, namely, to indicate to what extent I find myself in agreement with Kant's theory of causality. My attitude here is very much what it is towards his discussion of the other principles of understanding. I am attracted not so much by the solutions Kant offers as by the way in which he presents his problem. As regards causation, it is evident that the foundation of his whole inquiry is his belief that the objects of experience, being mere appearances, have initially something wholly subjective about them. Indeed, unless the reader keeps this basic assumption clearly in mind, it remains impossible to make sense of Kant's laborious investigation. Kant himself expresses the distinction between sensible objects and things in themselves in a good many places in terms such as these. Since anything which is to become known to us must be made subject to the forms of sensible intuition and those of understanding, both of which have their origin in the human mind, it follows that the objects of empirical knowledge are mere appearances of things as they really are in themselves. I have pointed out repeatedly that, while I do not at all approve of Kant's way of stating the matter, his theory seems to me to give expression to an important truth, generally overlooked by present-day philosophers. Moreover, I have explained what I believe to be the most convenient way of bringing out the special character of the objects of perceptual consciousness, namely, to say that such an object, in being analyzed into its constituents, is found to be nothing more, in the last resort, than an assemblage of presentations. This formula has two advantages. It does not in any way imply that objects other than sensible ones actually exist. It leaves no doubt that it is epistemological considerations, as distinct from psychological ones, which are responsible for the thesis that the objects of experience are ultimately reducible to sense impressions. Now, if is true as I think it is that an element of subjectivity is bound up with the very notion of a perceptual object, this immediately raises the question how there can be such a thing as perceptual truth at all. Kant's inquiry into the principles of understanding, or synthetic a priori judgments, may assist us in coming to realize that this is a problem which has to be faced by any philosopher who wishes to give a satisfactory account of the ultimate presuppositions of human knowledge. Further, we may agree that many of the suggestions Kant offers for its solution are of great value, and should be considered to be of lasting importance. On the other hand, it will be well to note once again that he greatly weakens his own case by tending to slur over the distinction between factual judgments and synthetic a priori ones. I have shown before that the fundamental difference between these two types of judgment can best be stated in the following manner. Synthetic a priori judgments are not, properly speaking, judgments at all. They are merely prescriptive in character, and their sole function is to lay down certain general criteria in virtue of which the objective may be differentiated from the subjective. Kant's tendency to treat synthetic a priori judgments as if they were more or less on a par with factual judgments is far less pronounced in his discussion of the causal principle than it is elsewhere. Yet it is present all the same. I have explained my own point of view in this matter so often before that I can here state it quite briefly and summarily. All propositions about particular mat. 199. Terms of fact are grounded in, and for their truth dependent upon, a number of second-order propositions. The latter make no factual assertions at all, but merely specify the criteria of matter of fact in general, that is to say, those in virtue of which alone sense presentations can have an objective status bestowed upon them. If the reader of the critique is to attach any real importance to Kant's teaching about causality, he must find himself in agreement with him on at least one point. He must hold, as Kant did, that, if complexes of sense data are to be allowed to have the character of objective reality attributed to them, this can happen only by their being brought into relation with past conditions. To be in a position to decide whether a manifold of presentations is to be regarded as a mere sense content, or as representing something objectively real, the knower must have recourse to a special principle. Kant himself is, of course, convinced that it is the principle of strict causal sequence which is at work in such a case, a principle laying it down that nothing sensible can be granted really to exist, unless it be supposed to follow necessarily from its antecedents. However, it is worth noting that a theory of perceptual truth could remain essential Kantian in character, even though it was argued that, for the purpose of distinguishing between the subjective and the objective, a criterion less rigid than that of absolutely determinate causation must be regarded as sufficient. I have myself a great deal of sympathy with a view of this sort, which, however, this is not the proper place to discuss. I shall presume, therefore, when in what follows I suggest certain modifications of Kant's theory, that he is correct in holding that the concept of cause and effect is presupposed by all our judgments about matters of fact. We have seen that, in his discussion of causality, Kant restricts himself to the phenomenon of objective sequence, his main contention being that, apart from the principle of cause and effect, it remains impossible to make a distinction between subjective and objective sequences. As against this, I feel that we can go a step further. While holding on to the main presuppositions of his analysis, we are entitled to maintain that the application of the 200 causal principle is necessary to any assertion of objective order, and that this holds good even for the case of spatial order. Kant is, after all, most insistent throughout that the principle of causality is one of those necessarily involved in all judgments of fact. But the implication of this would seem to be that it must be at work just as much in judgments which take sensible phenomena to exhibit determinate order in respect of their spatial relations, as it is in those assigning to them determinate order in respect of temporal position. If it be asked why Kant refrained from arguing on these lines, the correct answer is immediately obvious. He suspected that causation could, in some sort of way, be held directly responsible for temporal order, that it could guarantee it, and serve as an explanation of its presence. At times, he even suggests that the human understanding, in applying the causal principle to the given, imposes upon sensible presentations the order exhibited by them. Now, since he conceived of the function of the causal principle in such terms, he was, of course, precluded from maintaining that spatial and temporal order were, in one most significant respect, analogous cases. For it is clearly impossible seriously to entertain the idea that causation can account for the spatial order in sensible phenomena. I have no wish to go on specifying the various difficulties I find in Kant's account of causality. Instead, I shall conclude the present chapter by setting out very briefly the main features of the sort of theory I myself should be prepared to defend. It is only by an a priori act of intelligence that we are in a position to distinguish between the subjective and the objective, between the illusory and the real, between what exists only in imagination and what may be said to have actual existence. This activity of intelligent interpretation expresses itself in a specific rule of direction instructing us that the objective reality of a phenomenon can be ascertained by way of referring to antecedent conditions. The standard we set up for ourselves, for the purpose of deciding whether or not a phenomenon is to be granted objective reality, is that it should cohere with others that have preceded it in time. If such phenomena can be found, we regard this as sufficient guarantees of the objective status of the phenomenon under investiga. 201. On the other hand, such an investigation will, of course, be undertaken only in very exceptional cases where the objective reality of what is sensibly presented to us is in serious doubt. In every normal situation this is just taken for granted, and it is thus tacitly supposed that the condition we require for alleging actual existence is, in fact, fulfilled. Chapter 8. The Principles of Possibility and Actuality. Kant's discussion of what he calls postulates of empirical thought, viz. The principles of possibility, actuality, and necessity is, to a large extent, of purely historical interest. In view of this, I shall refrain from engaging in a detailed exegesis of the text, and my sole purpose in the present chapter will be to bring out those points which I believe to be of genuine philosophical importance. Before I begin, I may be permitted to explain why I do not propose to concern myself with Kant's account of the principle of necessity. The most striking feature of his inquiry into the postulates is that certain concepts, which his predecessors had used with a view to drawing metaphysical conclusions, are shown to be devoid of real meaning, except in so far as they are referred to sense experience. This holds good for the concepts of possibility, actuality, and necessity alike. However, as regards the last, Kant's exposition gives rise to an awkward complication. His reasoning proceeds in so obscure and ambiguous a fashion that it often seems as if he himself intended to interpret the notion of necessity in a metaphysical sense. An analysis of his argument would indeed show that this was, in fact, a mistaken impression. However, since it would involve a lengthy and tiresome consideration of particular points, I have thought it best to disregard Kant's teaching about the principle of necessity, and to confine my attention to what he has to say about the part played within experience by the other two principles of modality. After these preliminaries I proceed to an examination of Kant's theory of possibility. The first thing to be noted is that he differentiates between four types of possibility. Logical possibility. The notion of possibility, as applied to particular objects of experience. The notion of possibility, as applied to objects of experience, is general. Absolute possibility. 23. The second type plays no part in Kant's inquiry into the principles of modality, while the others are all relevant to the discussion. The question Kant wishes to raise is whether there is such a thing as an a priori concept of possibility, i.e. one which may be said to have universal application to the objects of sense experience. In answer to this, he insists, first of all, that real possibility ought to be clearly distinguished from logical possibility. What is under consideration is the concept of possibility, inasmuch as it purports to apply to objects, and the point which deserves special attention here is that logical possibility, which signifies no more than absence of self-contradiction in a concept, is insufficient to give the least indication of any such reference. Or to put it in a different way, while we may think what we will, so long as we do not contradict ourselves, the fact that a thought is logically possible is no evidence whatever that an object corresponding to such a thought is really possible. Kant's definition of the really possible, in the sense of being exemplified in every object of experience, runs as follows. That which agrees, in intuition and in concepts, with the formal conditions of experience, is possible. In commenting upon Kant's exposition of a priori possibility, as well as upon what he has to say about the distinction between logical and real possibility, we need not worry ourselves unduly over the question whether he is justified in assuming that human knowledge involves special principles of modality. It is indeed plain enough that Kant's doctrine is largely conditioned by the intellectual climate in which he lived, and by his naive confidence in his list of categories, and that, In consequence, hardly anyone will be found at the present day who would be prepared to concur with his point of view. Yet it would nonetheless be a mistake, we believe, to treat his teaching on the principles of modality as altogether negligible, since, among other things, it may serve to throw a good deal of light upon his general outlook in matters of epistemology. Let us begin by considering Kant's definition of the possible, which gives clear indication that possibility involves far more than bare conceivability. The possible is declared to be that which conforms to the formal conditions of experience, in respect of both intuition and concepts. In other words, Kant believes that the 204 objects of experience exhibit the aspect of possibility, inasmuch as they are in agreement not only with the categories but the forms of sensibility as well. This thesis may be of considerable interest even to those who, like the writer of the present book, find insuperable difficulties in Kant's theory of space and time, and who, in addition, wish to dissociate themselves from his view that possibility stands for a certain pound factor in experience. For what is clearly of great significance here is that Kant's account forbids us, at least by implication, to think of anything nonsensible as even possible, let alone actually existent. This point can be brought out best by attending to what Kant has to say about the function performed by the principles of modality. He states his position in this matter in the following passage. The principles of modality are nothing but explanations of the concepts of possibility, actuality, and necessity in their empirical employment. At the same time they restrict all categories to their merely empirical employment, and do not approve or allow their transcendental employment. For if they are not to have a purely logical significance, analytically expressing the form of thought, but are to refer to the possibility, actuality, or necessity of THNGS, they must concern possible experience and its synthetic unity, in which alone objects of knowledge can be given. The words quoted supply clear evidence of the resolutely anti-metaphysical tendency of Kant's doctrine. His contention is here and everywhere else in the chapter on the postulates that certain notions, which at first sight seem to be intended to enable us to transcend sense experience, have, in actual fact, precisely the opposite function, namely, to remind us that any realities other than sensible ones will always remain totally unintelligible to us. As regards the principle of possibility, Kant makes time and again the point that the only useful part it can play is to draw attention to the fact that no concept can by itself give rise to knowledge, and that, if knowledge is to be obtained, the reference to sensibility is in every case absolutely essential. The first postulate explains the possible as that which conforms to the general conditions of experience, and this alone is sufficient to establish the emptiness of all concepts which are sought to be employed irrespective of anything sense-given. The postulate of the pos-b/tie of things requires that the con 25 sept of the things should agree with the formal conditions of an experience in general. But this, the objective form of experience in general, contains all synthesis that is required for knowledge of objects. A concept which contains a synthesis is to be regarded as empty and as not related to any object, if this synthesis does not belong to experience either as being derived from it, in which case it is an empirical concept, or as being an a priori condition upon which experience in general in its formal aspect rests, in which case it is a pure concept. In the latter case it still belongs to experience, inasmuch as its object is to be met with only in experience. For whence shall we derive the character of the possibility of an object which is thought through a synthetic a priori concept, if not from the synthesis which constitutes the form of the empirical knowledge of objects? It is, indeed, a necessary logical condition that a concept of the possible must not contain any contradiction, but this is not by any means sufficient to determine the objective reality of the concept, that is, the possibility of such an object as is thought through the concept. Those who are familiar with Kant's teaching on the origin of the categories, will understand easily enough why he places so much emphasis upon the point that, taken by themselves, they have only a logical significance. He acknowledges all along that the categories have a prima facie claim to apply to the supersensible, and the reasons responsible for his taking this line are that they are to be regarded as forms of thought, as distinct from forms of sensible intuition, and that he believes them to be directly deducible from the very nature of the understanding. Conceding a good deal of initial plausibility to the supposition that the categories must allow of what he calls a transcendental employment, he takes endless trouble to show that such an assumption is, in fact, radically mistaken. This matter will be dealt with in full in the chapter on phenomena and noumena. However, even if we confine our attention to the observations Kant makes upon the role to be assigned to the principle of possibility, there will be little difficulty in grasping the essential character of his thesis. He points out, first of all, that no concept can by itself establish the possibility of anything. Secondly, he explains that this holds good not only for mathematical concepts but for the pure concepts of understanding. 206. As well. Thirdly, he selects particular categories, so as to illustrate his general doctrine, contending that the principle of possibility serves in each case to signify the fact that a pure category cannot be allowed to be meaningful in the real sense of that term. We shall now proceed to show the far-reaching utility and influence of this postulate of possibility. If I represent to myself a thing which is permanent, so that everything in it which changes belongs only to its state, I can never know from such a concept that a thing of this kind is possible. Or if I represent to myself something which is so constituted that if it is posited something else invariably and inevitably follows from it, this may certainly be so thought without contradiction, but this thought affords no means of judging whether this property is to be met with in any possible thing. Lastly, I can represent to myself diverse things, which are so constituted that the state of the one carries with it some consequence in the state of the other, and this reciprocally, but I can never determine from these concepts, which contain a merely arbitrary synthesis, whether a relation of this kind can belong to any things. Only through the fact that these concepts express a priori the relations of perceptions in every experience, do we know their objective reality, that is, their transcendental truth, and this, indeed, independently of experience, though not independently of all relation to the form of an experience in general, and to the synthetic unity in which alone objects can be empirically known. Before concluding our discussion of Kant's theory of possibility, we may point out once again that the interest of his inquirer seems to us to be almost exclusively due to the fact that he recommends a strictly anti-metaphysical interpretation of a notion which had previously been made use of for the purpose of transcendent speculation. An argument of the speculative type is set out towards the end of the chapter on the postulates. Its most characteristic feature is that it posits a great realm of possibility of which the actual is supposed to form only a small part. Kant protests against this use of the conception of possibility, and sums up his criticism as follows: what is possible only under conditions which themselves are merely possible is not in all 27 respects possible. But such possibility is in question when it is asked whether the possibility of things extends further than experience can reach. In turning to Kant's exposition of the principle of actuality, we must, first of all, draw attention to a point which has so far been unduly ignored. Kant not only believes that the notions of the possible and the actual are meaningless except in reference to sense experience. He believes, in addition, that the actual extends no further than the possible, and that they should be understood merely as two aspects exhibited by all objects of our knowledge. This thesis has plainly once again the purpose of demonstrating the untenability of the metaphysical point of view. Kant's rationalist predecessors had, generally speaking, taken two separate steps in their argument. They began by insisting that realities other than sensible ones must at least be allowed to be possible, and they then proceeded to establish their actuality, while supposing that actuality signified a distinct property which served to make an addition to mere possibility. Kant, on the other hand, adopts, in his interpretation of the concepts of the possible and the actual, the very opposite standpoint. His contention is that they are coextensive, and that the term actual can denote one thing and one thing only, i.e. availability of material for the purposes of sense perception. His account of the postulate of actuality is contained in the following passages. The postulate bearing on the knowledge of things as actual does not, indeed, demand immediate perception of the object whose existence is to be known. What we do, however, require is an apprehension of the connection of the object with some actual perception, in accordance with the analogies of experience, which define all real connection in an experience in general. In the mere concept of a thing no mark of its existence is to be found. For though it may be so complete that nothing which is required for the thinking of a thing with all its determinations is lacking to it, yet existence has nothing to do with all this, but only with the question whether such a thing be so given us that perception of it can, if need be, precede the concept. For that the concept precedes the perception signifies the concept's mere pos. 208. Sibiide, the perception which supplies the content to the concept is the sole mark of actuality. We can also, however, know the existence of the thing prior to its perception, and, consequently, comparatively speaking, in an a priori manner, if only it be bound up with certain perceptions, in accordance with the principles of their empirical connection. For the existence of the thing being thus bound up with our perceptions in a possible experience, we are able in the series of possible perceptions and under the guidance of the analogies to make the transition from our actual perception to the thing in question. Thus from the perception of the attracted iron filings we know of the existence of a magnetic matter pervading all bodies, although the constitution of our organs cuts us off from all immediate perception of this medium. For in accordance with the laws of sensibility and the context of our perceptions in one experience, we should, were our senses more refined, come also in an experience upon the immediate empirical intuition of it. The grossness of our senses does not in any way decide the form of possible experience in general. Our knowledge of the existence of things reaches, then, only so far as perception and its advance according to empirical laws can extend. If we do not start from experience, or do not proceed in accordance with the laws of the empirical connection of appearances, our guessing or inquiring into the existence of anything will only be an idle pretense. The most interesting feature of Kant's reasoning in this passage is his admission that, even though an object may be incapable of being perceived, there is nothing to prevent us from assigning actual existence to it. This is a most useful reminder. Kant has frequently laid great stress upon the point that the objects of experience are, in the last resort, nothing more than complexes of ideas, and this may quite easily have suggested that he takes their reality to be dependent on the presence of a percipient. His remarks upon the nature of actuality may serve to correct this erroneous impression. On Kantian principles, it is perfectly possible to say that objects existed even at a time when there were no percipient subjects. Neither is there the least objection to the assertion of existence in those cases in which the properties of an object are not directly perceptible at all. The only thing which really matters is 29. That these properties should be perceptual in principle, in other words, that they should allow a being described in terms of sense perception. There remains, of course, the question with which Kant is principally concerned in the passage quoted, namely, how existence is to become known, i.e. what evidence is required for the purpose of alleging existence. The answer he gives would seem to be eminently reasonable. \VE can become aware of existence in one of two ways. Either an object is directly presented to us, sense impressions being received as the result of its presence. Or else, an object is recognized as standing in connection, causal or otherwise, with data available to us, and in such a case we have just as much right to affirm existence as we have with regard to objects of which we are made conscious by means of immediate perception. No third alternative remains. It is quite impossible to assign existence to anything supposed to stand outside the context of experience. This brings us to Kant's central point. The postulate of actuality has, according to him, the function of making it evident that the notion of existence can never signify anything other than sense-givenness. An object is said to have actual existence, inasmuch as it provides material for perception. Apart from this, the term actual has no intelligible meaning at all. This thesis of Kant's may be taken seriously even by those who feel unable to accept his view that human knowledge presupposes a special a priori principle of actuality. And what is of particular interest here are the reasons he adduces in support of this general doctrine. His argument runs roughly as follows: whatever concept may be formed by the mind, there is in no case immediate certainty of existence or reality. A concept may be entirely free from contradiction. Yet this can by itself denote no more than the mere possibility of a thing, in fact, only its logical, as distinct from its real, possibility. If, therefore, we are to be in a position to ascertain whether anything real corresponds to what we are thinking, only one expedient is left to us, namely, to go altogether outside the intellectual sphere, so as to make out whether there is any evidence direct or indirect of sensible data which might assure us that the concept formed is not a mere thought but corresponds to a proper reality. In his examination of the ontological proof, Kant will argue that 210. This general rule allows of no exception whatsoever, and it will then become even clearer that he feels completely assured with regard to these 2 points. In merely conceiving of a thing, we have not the least guarantee that it exists. The very term existence must, within the context of human knowledge, remain wholly lacking in real significance, unless it be understood as having reference to sensible data with which we can become acquainted through the instrumentality of perception. There is one last point I should like to touch upon in this chapter. In his exposition of the principle of actuality, Kant defines, as we have seen, the mode of existence pertaining to the objects of our knowledge in such a way as to make it evident that they ought not to be regarded simply as occurrences in human minds. My difficulty here is that, if perceptual objects are allowed to be real in the sense indicated, i.e. wholly independently of the presence of percipients, there would seem to be no grounds at all why one should wish to postulate anything behind them. Kant himself, however, will have none of this. He is firmly convinced of the necessity of assuming the existence of nonsensible things in themselves. We have frequently expressed our disagreement with Kant's teaching in this matter, and in the next chapter we shall have the opportunity of engaging in a detailed discussion of his theory of things in themselves. For the present, we may confine ourselves to pointing out that Kant's own analysis of the concept of existence would seem to stand in the way of accepting what he has to say about sense-transcendent entities to be held ultimately responsible for whatever may be given in experience. One of the reasons Kant brings forward in support of his view that the actual existence of things in themselves is indubitable, is that the objects of experience cannot be spoken of as appearances to human minds, without this implying the reality of things as they are in themselves, and wholly irrespective of the manner in which they present themselves to us. How does this square with what we have been told about the notion of actual existence and the only meaning of which it is capable? Kant has insisted that no concept can by itself make us conscious of anything as actually existing. Why, then, should the concept of things in themselves be allowed to be in a privileged position, and what right has Kant to suppose 21 item to exist? It may be argued, in his defense, that he is ready to concede not only that all knowledge of things in themselves is denied to the human mind, but also that we can form no clear idea of the manner of their existence. However, this is, surely, by no means sufficient to salvage Kant's position. There is indeed no reason why one should wish to object to the statement that the concept of things in themselves involves no contradiction, and that, in consequence, they must be allowed to be possible in the logical sense. Yet if the account of possibility and actuality Kant has given is essentially sound, the inevitable conclusion would appear to be that this concept must always remain meaningless in the real sense, inasmuch as it refers to something with regard to which we have no right to say that it is even possible, let alone actually existent. Chapter 9. Phenomena and Noumena. The chapter on phenomena and noumena is in many ways one of the most interesting in the whole critique. This is not because it adds anything essentially new to what has been previously explained in the transcendental deduction and the analytic of principles. Kant has only one purpose in mind, when he sets out to explain the fundamental difference between the objects with which we become acquainted by way of sense perception and objects such as would reveal themselves to a mind capable of pure intellection, namely, to present his theory of the understanding from a more comprehensive point of view, and he hopes, as it turns out with good reason, that such a survey will assist his reader in getting a clearer grasp of the teaching of the preceding parts of the critique. We shall do well, therefore, to examine his various contentions with care, since this will enable us to arrive at a fair estimate of his theory as a whole. The method I shall use in dealing with Kant's disquisition upon phenomena and noumena will be as follows. I shall select a number of passages for discussion, and in each case I shall quote the actual text before proceeding to offer my own comments. The reader must be warned, however, that there will be a good deal of repetition in what I shall have to say. I have found it impossible to avoid this for the reason just given, namely, that there is hardly a point made, in the course of Kant's inquiry, which has not been previously touched upon on some occasion or other. We have seen that everything which the understanding derives from itself is, though not borrowed from experience, at the disposal of the understanding solely for use in experience. The principles of pure understanding, whether constitutive a priori, like the mathematical principles, or merely regulative, like the dynamical, contain nothing but what may be called the pure schema of possible experience. For experience obtains its unity only from the synthetic unity which the understanding originally and of 21.3 itself confers upon the synthesis of imagination in its relation to apperception, and the appearances, as data for a possible knowledge, must already stand a priori in relation to, and in agreement with, that synthetic unity. But although these rules of understanding are not only true a priori, but are indeed the source of all truth, inasmuch as they contain in themselves the ground of the possibility of experience viewed as the sum of all knowledge wherein objects can be given to us, we are not satisfied with the exposition merely of that which is true, but likewise demand that account be taken of that which we desire to know. If the assertion, that the understanding can employ its various principles and its various concepts solely in an empirical and never in a transcendental manner, is a proposition which can be known with certainty, it will yield important consequences. The transcendental employment of a concept in any principle is its application to things in general and in themselves, the empirical employment is its application merely to appearances, that is, to objects of a possible experience. That the latter application of concepts is alone feasible is evident from the following considerations. We demand in every concept, first, the logical form of a concept in general, and secondly, the possibility of giving it an object to which it may be applied. In the absence of such object, it has no meaning and is completely lacking in content, though it may still contain the logical function which is required for making a concept out of any data that may be presented. Now the object cannot be given to a concept otherwise than in intuition, for though a pure intuition can indeed precede the object a priori, even this intuition can acquire its object, and therefore objective validity, only through the empirical intuition of which it is the mere form. Therefore all concepts, and with them all principles, even such as are possible a priori, relate to empirical intuitions, that is, to the data for a possible experience. Apart from this relation they have no objective validity, and in respect of their representations are a mere play of imagination or of understanding. I do not propose to provide a detailed interpretation of the passages quoted. Instead, I shall argue, at some length, that Kant's observations upon the illegitimate use of categories, may be of 214. Considerable interest even to those who find insuperable difficulties in his thesis that the fundamental concepts of understanding are deducible from the logical forms of judgment. Throughout the preceding chapters we have been at pains to show that, both in the transcendental deduction and in the analytic of principles, Kant proceeds along lines which are essentially correct. For example, we have expressed our agreement with his view that sense experience cannot be satisfactorily accounted for except on the assumption that the human intelligence gives rise to certain a priori concepts, by means of which what is, in the first instance, not properly recognized at all is transformed into something lending itself to being described in objective terms. Our capacity for becoming aware of the objective results from the fact that the given is approached under the guidance of certain general principles basing themselves upon a number of a priori concepts which are evolved by the mind in an entirely spontaneous manner. Now, if we are prepared as I think we must be to concede the truth of the arguments here outlined, we cannot but attach a good deal of importance to Kant's warning that a transcendental employment of categories has to be disallowed once and for all. And we must take such a view of the position, even though he seems to us to have been unsuccessful in producing an exhaustive list of a priori concepts, and we remain convinced that there are many serious errors in the account he has given of the various synthetic a priori principis. In what follows I shall elaborate this point a little further. Let us ignore for the time being, at any rate, everything we have been told about particular categories or principles, and remind ourselves solely of what we know of Kant's teaching concerning the essential nature of the human understanding. He has insisted all along that the human way of understanding involves an element of real activity and spontaneity, and that our power of independent thought originates certain conceptions which are instrumental in setting before us a reality of a quite specific sort, i.e. that encountered in perceptual knowledge proper. This reality, with which we become acquainted through making use of our capacity for intelligent interpretation, can be seen to be radically different from one such as would reveal itself to a form of consciousness, where the power of thought, or understanding, was still lacking. In other words, we are made aware that the human mind 21.5 finds itself in a situation which is greatly superior to that which would exist, if the given were simply accepted in a wholly unreflecting and passive manner. What, then, could be more natural than to go a step further, holding that the intellect can, by its own unaided efforts, gain insight into realities which are entirely independent of sensible data and lie altogether beyond the field of perceptual knowledge? We have come to realize that the fundamental functions of understanding, involved in human consciousness, are a product of active and spontaneous thought. Seeing, then, that they have been recognized as essentially nonsensible in character, it would seem possible to conclude that they must allow a being made use of for the purpose of coming to know realities which lie beyond the field of sense experience. However, it appears, on reflection, that, in endowing the mind with the power of gaining knowledge independently of anything given, we have, in actual fact, altogether misconceived the nature of the human understanding and that of the concepts originating in it. The categories, inasmuch as it is the intellect alone which is responsible for them, are admittedly concepts of a privileged kind. They are essentially different from empirical concepts, in that they have not been formed by way of abstraction from empirical data previously presented. Yet, however true this may be, one thing should in no circumstances be lost sight of, namely that, once we take the categories by themselves, while disregarding the part they have to play in our consciousness of sensible reality, this must inevitably have the effect that their real meaning gets lost altogether. Since the power of understanding which underlies human consciousness is essentially discursive in character, in other words, since it cannot, when left to itself, supply any knowledge whatsoever, it follows that the categories are significant in the real sense, only inasmuch as they are referred to something sense-given. When they are separated from the field of their application, this must result in a disappearance of their real meaning, and only their logical meaning will be retained. Kant indicates the error of making the categories extend beyond experience by the use of a special term, viz. transcendental employment of the category. There is only one thing which calls 2i6 for comment here, namely his contention that, if concepts are to be dealt with correctly, they require to be referred to mere appearances, while, in the case of transcendental employment, they are made to refer to things in themselves. We have repeatedly shown that Kant's theory of things in themselves can be rendered acceptable only by being connected as closely as possible with his view on intellectual intuition or intuitive understanding. If this point be kept in mind, his general position may be set out in terms such as the following. Sensible objects should be regarded as having the status of appearances, or phenomena, by reason of the fact that the factor of immediate acquaintance, or intuition, which underlies our consciousness of them, is wholly passive in character. Or to put it in a different way, a subjective element is of their very essence, on the ground that they reveal themselves through being given, and that, as a result, there can, in the last resort, be only one kind of evidence of their reality, namely, the occurrence of sense impressions in some subject or other. Things in themselves would show this difference from appearances, among others, that, being intelligible or supersensible objects, consciousness of them could never be achieved except by a purely active intelligence. In the passage under discussion, Kant does not fully explain as yet why he holds it to be essential to conceive of objects of pure thought, or noumena, in opposition to the objects of sensibility. He merely states, in fairly general terms, the reasons which make it impossible to use the categories for the purposes of transcendent speculation. We shall do well to elaborate his argument somewhat, so that his point of view may come into greater prominence. He agrees that it is quite reasonable to suppose, to begin with, that the categories can help us to obtain knowledge beyond the confines of sense experience. Further, he is of the opinion that our human categories would have to be relied upon by any type of intelligence whose concern was with realities which, in the first instance, were simply given, even though such realities were quite different from those which present themselves to human minds in space and time. Nonetheless, he is convinced of the impossibility of making the categories extend to the supersensible. They are not applicable to things in themselves, for although knowledge of these would indeed require purely intellectual acts, it is inconceivable to I7 that concepts as we know them, concepts namely which are the expression of discursive consciousness, should be involved in acts of this sort. As for the synthetic a priori principles of understanding, the position is very much the same with them. They are principles of interpretation which are operative in a form of consciousness incapable of direct awareness of the objective reality of anything. The function they perform, namely, that of assuring the percipient of the actual existence of something sense-given, would be completely nullified in the case of an intuitive intelligence, and we cannot, therefore, seriously entertain the idea that they might assist us in getting beyond experience. In continuing our examination of the chapter on phenomena and noumena, we may safely ignore Kant's observations upon particular concepts. For example, we need not concern ourselves with what he has to say about particular categories or about mathematical concepts, and we may likewise disregard his view, elaborated at some length, that the pure categories are not only lacking in real meaning but are not even capable of being properly defined. Kant's central thesis is once again stated in the following passage. From all this it undeniably follows that the pure concepts of understanding can never admit of transcendental but always only of empirical employment, and that the principles of pure understanding can apply only to objects of the senses under the universal conditions of a possible experience, never to things in general without regard to the mode in which we are able to intuit them. In this passage we are told once more that a priori concepts and principles do not allow a being isolated from sensible intuition. In making them have application to things in themselves, we come to forget that, apart from expressing certain relations subsisting among sense presentations, they cannot express anything at all. A mind which, for its awareness of things, depends on an intuition which is sensible, that is to say, passive, in character does indeed, if proper knowledge is to be accomplished, stand in need of a priori concepts and principles. On the other hand, neither would be necessary to an intelligence which was endowed with the power of active intuition, and came to understand its objects at once in the very 2i8 act of intuiting them. It follows that the a priori element in human cognition can have no significance in respect of what would be the objects of a mind of this sort, i.e. supersensible things in themselves. The transcendental analytic leads to this important conclusion, that the most the understanding can achieve a priori is to anticipate the form of a possible experience in general. And since that which is not appearance cannot be an object of experience, the understanding can never transcend those limits of sensibility within which alone objects can be given to us. Its principles are merely rules for the exposition of appearances, and the proud name of an ontology that presumptuously claims to supply, in systematic doctrinal form, synthetic a priori knowledge of things in general, must, therefore, give place to the modest title of a mere analytic of pure understanding. This well-known passage is, for the most part, self-explanatory. Yet it would be interesting, I think, to raise, in connection with it, the following question. What would, on Kantian principles, be the position of an intelligence which in its consciousness proceeded by way of intuitive understanding? Could an intuitive understanding achieve what Kant says our understanding cannot achieve, namely, supply an ontology of a priori cognitions concerning things in themselves? The correct answer can, on reflection, be seen to be as follows. The knowledge enjoyed by an intuitive understanding would indeed, in a fundamental respect, be wholly a priori in character, since whatever object was conceived of by such a form of consciousness would at once be recognized as real, without there being any need for the intelligence to go beyond the sphere of its own thinking. On the other hand, note must once again be taken of the fact that, in a case of this sort, there would be no such thing as a priori principles laying down the requirements of objectivity as such. It is only where the realities to be understood are, in the first instance, simply given, that there are good grounds for assuming that certain special conditions have to be fulfilled for the purpose of guaranteeing objective reality. Or to put it in a different way, only a discursive intelligence can reasonably be supposed to stand in need of specific a priori concepts and principles. It follows from 21.9. All this that it is impossible seriously to entertain the idea that the special privilege of an intuitive intelligence would consist in its having at its disposal a number of a priori concepts and principles purporting to have application to supersensible things in themselves. The merely transcendental employment of the categories is, therefore, really no employment at all, and has no determinate object, not even one that is determinable in its mere form. It therefore follows that the pure category does not suffice for a synthetic a priori principle, that the principles of pure understanding are only of empirical, never of transcendental employment, and that outside the field of possible experience there can be no synthetic a priori principles. The pure categories, apart from formal conditions of sensibility, have only transcendental meaning, nevertheless they may not be employed transcendentally, such employment being in itself impossible, inasmuch as all conditions of any employment in judgments are lacking to them. Since, then, as pure categories merely, they are not to be employed empirically, and cannot be employed transcendentally, they cannot, when separated from sensibility, be employed in any manner whatsoever. They are the pure forms of the employment of understanding in respect of objects in general, that is, of thought, but since they are merely its form, through them alone no object can be thought or determined. In differentiating between a transcendental meaning and a transcendental employment of categories, Kant merely wishes to draw attention to a point upon which he has insisted all along. The categories are ways of thinking, as distinct from ways of intuiting. The fundamental idea underlying them, that of an object in general, must be allowed to have its origin in intelligence. This is what is meant when they are said to have transcendental meaning. On the other hand, it is a profound error when, because of this transcendental meaning of theirs, we think ourselves entitled to employ them in a transcendental manner. We ought not to imagine, for a moment, that categories, simply because they have their origin in the intellect, and are rightly regarded as functions of thought standing in no immediate relation to sensibility, are on that AC 220 count capable of operating by themselves. On the contrary, they are wholly incompetent to determine a special set of objects beyond the sphere of sense experience. But we are here subject to an illusion from which it is difficult to escape. The categories are not, as regards their origin, grounded in sensibility, like the forms of intuition, space, and time, and they seem, therefore, to allow of an application extending beyond all objects of the senses. As a matter of fact, they are nothing but forms of thought, which contain the merely logical faculty of uniting a priori in one consciousness the manifold given in intuition, and apart, therefore, from the only intuition that is possible to us, they have even less meaning than the pure sensible forms. Through these forms an object is at least given, whereas a mode of combining the manifold, a mode peculiar to our understanding by itself, in the absence of that intuition wherein the manifold can alone be given, signifies nothing at all. 1. Kant here draws attention to what seems to him an important difference between space and time, on the one hand, and the categories, on the other, namely that, while space and time may be allowed to have a certain meaning even apart from the categories, the latter must be held to lack any proper significance, so long as they are considered in separation from space and time. We cannot accept this argument as it stands, seeing that we have found insuperable difficulties both in Kant's doctrine of pure categories and in his doctrine of space and time as a priori forms of human intuition. Consequently, if we are to attach any importance to the remarks Kant makes in the passage quoted, we must restate his case in terms appreciably different from those which he himself employs. We have agreed that Kant's general view of perceptual consciousness is essentially sound. He is quite right in distinguishing between two elements within it, i.e. sense-givenness and consciousness of the given by way of understanding. Now let us separate these elements from one another, and ask which of them means more by itself, sense-givenness apart from understanding, or understanding apart from anything given. The correct answer turns out to be as follows. There can be little doubt that even mere sense-givenness, considered in isolation from any conceptual acti, 221. Vt. denotes a certain degree of reality. This is the sort of situation which would exist in the case of a non-intellectual type of awareness, and to say that the element of consciousness of reality was here entirely lacking in the given would seem a difficult position to uphold. On the other hand, when the human form of thought or consciousness is considered in abstraction from any material to which it is to apply itself, we are made aware that the a priori concepts, which originate in our intelligence, denote nothing real at all, so long as their reference to sensible data is left out of account, in their character as mere ways of understanding, apart from anything to be understood, they have only a logical significance. If we entitle certain objects, as appearances, sensible entities, then since we thus distinguish the mode in which we intuit them from the nature that belongs to them in themselves, it is implied in this distinction that we place the latter, considered in their own nature, although we do not so intuit them, or that we place other possible things, which are not objects of our senses but are thought as objects merely through the understanding, in opposition to the former, and that in so doing we entitle them intelligible entities. The question then arises, whether our pure concepts of understanding have meaning in respect of these latter, and so can be a way of knowing them. There is a good deal of ambiguity in this passage, and its proper interpretation and evaluation are a matter of considerable difficulty. Kant's principal points would seem to be the following. It is perfectly reasonable, and indeed inevitable, to make a distinction between sensible and non-sensible realities, and to designate the latter things in themselves, noumena, or objects of pure understanding, in contradistinction from appearances, phenomena, or objects of sensible intuition. By things in themselves, etc., we may mean one of two things. Either we have in mind here a separate set of intelligible realities, standing entirely apart from the objects encountered in experience. Or else we have in mind the objects of experience, inasmuch as they are thought of under a special aspect, i.e. in complete abstraction from the way in which they present themselves to our sensible intuition. Since the cate 222 gories are rightly regarded as manifestations of pure thought, it is perfectly conceivable, to say the least, that they should have application to things in themselves, noumena, intelligible realities, or whatever else one may wish to call them. I have repeatedly argued in support of Kant's thesis that the objects of experience should be considered to have the status of appearances, and, in virtue of this, be contrasted with nonsensible things in themselves. Moreover, I can see nothing in the least unreasonable in Kant's view that the categories have a prima facie claim to be valid in respect of the supersensible. Kant's second point would seem to be much more debatable. In his estimate, it is completely unobjectionable to abstract from the element of appearing in sensible objects, and to conceive of them in their character as things in themselves. He believes himself entitled to take this line, because he is convinced that the existence of things in themselves may be safely taken for granted, and that the objects of experience are mere appearances of things as they really are in themselves. We have explained before why we believe these views to be untenable, and there is one point to which we should wish to draw attention once again. It can do no harm whatever, and may indeed do a great deal of good, if proper note be taken. Olthe fact that the objects of perceptual consciousness must have a phenomenal character assigned to them. And it is permissible also to contrast their sensible and, therefore, in a significant respect, subjective character with that which would belong to them, if they become objects of contemplation for a pure intelligence, i.e. a mind in which the element of passivity was altogether absent. Yet one thing must be insisted upon here. The idea of intellectual intuition, or intuitive understanding, ought to be brought in, from the very beginning, that is to say, as soon as one sets out to reflect upon the question how the noumenal aspect of things would differ from that which they have as phenomena. Otherwise there is great danger of one's coming to make an entirely gratuitous assumption, namely, that the realities presented to human consciousness are, in the last resort, nothing more than, as it were, distorted representations of things as they really are. At the very outset, however, we come upon an ambiguity which may occasion serious misapprehension. The understanding. 223. When it entitles an object in a relation mere phenomenon, at the same time forms, apart from that relation, a representation of an object in itself, and so comes to represent itself as also being able to form concepts of such objects. And since the understanding yields no concepts additional to the categories, it also supposes that the object in itself must at least be thought through these pure concepts, and so is misled into treating the entirely indeterminate concept of an intelligible entity, namely, of a something in general outside our sensibility, as being a determinate concept of an entity that allows of being known in a certain manner by means of the understanding. In this passage Kant speaks of the understanding almost as if he regarded it as a real entity or even a person, and it must be a matter of regret that he should express himself in such curiously inappropriate language. However, things can be put right perfectly easily by restating his case in tense such as the following. We are made aware of the essentially phenomenal nature of sensible existence, even while we confine ourselves strictly to an analysis of perceptual knowledge, having no wish whatever to indulge in metaphysical speculations. Our consciousness of things is recognized as involving two heterogeneous factors, a passive one to be designated intuition, and an active one to be designated understanding, and keeping this point in mind we proceed to argue thus. Realities which cannot manifest themselves otherwise than through the instrumentality of a wholly passive and receptive intuition should on no account be taken for absolute realities, they should be acknowledged to be phenomenal ones, i.e. appearances. Moreover, we are fully entitled, and indeed obliged, to conceive, in opposition to them, of realities of a quite different sort, namely things in themselves, which would differ from phenomenal objects precisely in this, that they were the concern not of passive sensibility but of active thought. There is nothing wrong so far with the course our argument has taken, and it is only the next step which proves fatal. We remind ourselves that a factor of intellectual activity pure and simple is, after all, involved also in human consciousness, and that the a priori concepts of understanding are expressions of our capacity of spontaneous thought. In this way we come to conclude that we may use the categories to bestow a greater degree of determinacy upon our idea of intelligible objects, which, to begin with, was conceived quite vaguely, and was to signify nothing more than a something or other beyond the range of sensibility. The error of which we make ourselves guilty, in drawing such a conclusion, is shown up easily enough. The categories, being vehicles of discursive understanding, are themselves, in their character as mere ways of thinking, wholly indeterminate. They can acquire determinacy only by being referred to the sense given. It follows that they are quite unsuited to render our idea of intelligible objects any more definite than it was when we first came to entertain it. If by noumenon we mean a thing so far as it is not an object of our sensible intuition, and so abstract from our mode of intuiting it, this is a noumenon in the negative sense of the term. but if we understand by it an object of a nonsensible intuition, we thereby presuppose a special mode of intuition, namely, the intellectual, which is not that which we possess, and of which we cannot even comprehend the possibility. This would be noumenon in the positive sense of the term. The doctrine of sensibility is likewise the doctrine of the noumenon in the negative sense, that is, of things which the understanding must think without this reference to our mode of intuition, therefore not merely as appearances but as things in themselves. At the same time the understanding is well aware that in viewing things in this manner, as thus apart from our mode of intuition, it cannot make any use of the categories. For the categories have meaning only in relation to the unity of intuition in space and time, and even this unity they can determine, by means of general a priori connecting concepts, only because of the mere ideality of space and time. In cases where this unity of time is not to be found, and therefore in the case of the noumenon, all employment, and indeed the whole meaning of the categories, entirely vanishes, for we have then no means of determining whether things in harmony with the categories are even possible. In our discussion of the above passages, and we shall deal in the same way with those which will come up for consideration in the remainder of the present chapter, our chief concern will be with the question what Kant may have intended by distinguishing b. 225. Between noumena in the negative and in the positive sense. It would plainly be highly desirable if this question allowed of a precise answer. The term noumenon is in Kant's philosophy a complete equivalent of the term thing in itself. Consequently, when he argues at length that the concept of noumena should not be employed in any but a purely negative manner, one can scarcely help wondering whether he has not, after all, the intention of withdrawing previous statements according to which the real existence of supersensible things in themselves is not open to serious doubt. Ever since the beginning of Kantian scholarship, Kant's interpreters have been sharply divided upon this issue, and it is interesting to observe that their decision has, to a large extent, been dependent upon their own philosophical convictions. Thm-Lyo find _ no special difficulties in Kant's view, that nonsensible realities stand in q. The objects of perceptual consciousness, tend to lay all the emphasis upon these 2 points. In Kant's v the very idea of an appearance implies that nothing lies behind it, i.e. the thing as it exists in its own right, and quite apart from the manner in which it presents itself to human minds. Kant holds that, as soon as the actu, f the gn is lil. LTPQ. Things in themselves, and assume that sensible phenomena are ulti. Them, other ws we find ourselves coming for, theory of subjective idealism by which the objects of experience are transformed into something wholly dependent on mind. The conclusion generally drawn by those prepared to accept the above arguments as sound is precisely what one would expect. They draw attention to the fact that they are not withdrawn anywhere in the critique, and insist that Kant, in introducing the notion of noumena in the negative sense, does not even wish to modify his teaching about things in themselves, let alone retract it. The very opposite policy is adopted by those who feel that Kant's doctrine of things in themselves contains irreconcilable contradictions. They lay particular stress upon the point that Kant speaks of the concept of noumenon as a merely limiting, or problematic, concept, and the conclusion they would wish to draw from this is that he has come to realize at long last that no positive assertions 226 concerning things in themselves can be made at all. The notion of things in themselves serves one purpose and one purpose only, namely, to draw attention to the specific character of perceptual objects, and to the difficulties arising when we are called upon to account for the way in which they become known. In proceeding to an examination of the passages quoted at the beginning of the present section, we find that it is impossible to be at all sure what Kant really wishes to establish by his argument. Does he merely mean to tell us once again that things in themselves do not permit of becoming known? Or is his point now that nothing whatever can be said about them, not even that there are such entities? His words would seem to allow of 2 quite different interpretations. Noumena are objects thought of as standing wholly apart from our way of intuiting, i.e. as suited only to a power of nonsensible, or intellectual, Intuition. To assume the actual existence of such entities is indeed inevitable. Yet it is quite certain, on the other hand, that the categories are meaningless in respect of them, since the sole task they are capable of performing is to establish unity among what is sensibly given to us in space and time. The notion of noumena arises quite naturally in the human mind when it comes to reflect upon the nature of the objects of sense experience. However, we must be careful in the use we make of this idea of realities which would stand in relation to a power of non-sensible, or intellectual, intuition. We have no right at all to assume the actual existence, or even the possibility, of an intuition of this sort, and this may go to show that we are obliged to take the very same view of noumena, or things in themselves, which would be the objects of such a type of cognition. As for the categories, it is clearly impossible to suppose them to have application to the nonsensible realities conceived of by way of contrast with those confronting us in experience, since their sole function is to establish unity among what is given to us in space and time. It will soon appear that the additional arguments Kant brings forward, so as to indicate the proper use of the concept of noumenon, are no less ambiguous than that just considered. We shall do well, therefore, to warn the reader that, although we have indeed no doubt what Kant's teaching about things in themselves ought 227 to have been, there is no way of definitely deciding what his final view in this matter really is. The possibility of a thing can never be proved merely from the fact that its concept is not self-contradictory, but only through its being supported by some corresponding intuition. If, therefore, we should attempt to apply the categories to objects which are not viewed as being appearances, we should have to postulate an intuition other than the sensible, and the object would thus be a noumenon in the positive sense. Since, however, such a type of intuition, intellectual intuition, forms no part whatsoever of our faculty of knowledge, it follows that the employment of the categories can never extend further than to the objects of experience. Doubtless, indeed, there are intelligible entities corresponding to the sensible entities, there may also be intelligible entities to which our sensible faculty of intuition has no relation whatsoever, but our concepts of understanding, being mere forms of thought for our sensible intuition, could not in the least apply to them. That, therefore, which we entitle noumenon must be understood as being such only in a negative sense. The correct interpretation of this passage is a matter of considerable difficulty, since Kant's argument is somewhat obscure, and, so far as one can follow it at all, would seem to be incompatible with views expressed elsewhere. His principal points may be set out thus. The fact that a concept is free from contradiction can by itself do nothing to assure us even of the possibility of the thing conceived. The categories would be applicable to intelligible realities only in the event of our being able to rely upon a power of intellectual intuition. Intellectual intuition lies entirely beyond the range of our knowledge. The categories, being mere forms of thought, intended for our sensible intuition, cannot be extended to intelligible realities. Kant's reasoning appears, to begin with, to be full of promise. He points out that the possibility of a thing is by no means sufficiently assured, solely because the conception of it implies no contradiction. This is in complete accord with what he has previously explained in his discussion of the principle of possibility. We are obliged to differentiate between the logically and the really possible. Logical possibility demands merely that, in forming a 228 sept, one should not contradict oneself. On the other hand, for a thing to be really possible, it must not only meet the general requirements of thought but those of sensible intuition as well. One might well expect that Kant, having once again drawn attention to this general principle, would proceed to apply it to the special case of intelligible realities, arguing that, while there was nothing in the least inconsistent in the idea of such realities, they should nonetheless be declared not even to be possible, let alone actually existent. But in fact he takes a quite different course. He suggests that there are, after all, no good grounds for doubting the existence of nonsensible realities, and goes on to point out that the categories are inapplicable to them. Two criticisms must here be made. First, the reader may rightly complain that he has heard quite enough about the impossibility of extending the categories beyond the field of sensibility. Secondly, the reasons adduced in the present instance are wholly unconvincing. Kant's words imply that it is because we lack a power of intellectual intuition that the categories cannot be used for knowledge of the supersensible, and that, if the intuition in question were available, they could be put to such a use. It is hard to understand how he is led to take up such a position. He has insisted all along that the categories are an expression of discursive consciousness, i.e. one which operates by means of abstract concepts, and the conclusion which he quite correctly draws from this in other places is that they would play no part in the case of intellectual intuition, and that they can in no circumstances be meaningful in respect of any realities except sense-given ones. If I remove from empirical knowledge all thought, no knowledge of an object remains. For through mere intuition nothing at all is thought, and the fact that this affection of sensibility is in me does not amount to a relation of such representation to an object. But if, on the other hand, I leave aside all intuition, the form of thought still remains, that is, the mode of determining an object for the manifold of a possible intuition. The categories accordingly extend further than sensible intuition, since they think objects in general, without regard to the special mode in which they may be given. But they do not thereby determine a greater sphere of objects. For we can 229. Not assume that such objects can be given, without presupposing the possibility of another kind of intuition than the sensible, and we are by no means justified in so doing. This passage seems to be inconsistent with an earlier one, in which Kant puts forward the view that the categories, taken by themselves, are even less meaningful than the a priori forms of intuition, when these are considered in abstraction from the categories. However, the apparent contradiction can be removed quite easily by noting that Kant's appeal is, in the present instance, to a different standard, i.e. that of reference to an object. If this point be kept duly in mind, his words are seen to be in complete accord with everything we have been told throughout about the essential contrast between intuition and understanding. The fundamental functions of discursive understanding, i.e. the categories, are concepts which lay down the conditions of objectivity in general. L/1 sense-givenness, on the other hand, cannot supply any evidence of the objective. The fact that certain presentations are found in some subject or other can by itself give no indication that they may be taken to signify something objectively real. If the objective reality of a concept cannot be in any way known, while yet the concept contains no contradicty on and also at the same time is connected with other modes of knowledge that involve given concepts which it serves to limit, I entitle that concept problematic. The concept of a noumenon, that is, of a thing which is not to be thought as object of the senses but as a thing in itself, solely through a pure understanding, is not in any way contradictory. For we cannot assert of sensibility that it is the sole possible kind of intuition. Further, the concept of a noumenon is necessary, to prevent sensible intuition from being extended to things in themselves, and thus to limit the objective validity of sensible knowledge. The remaining things to which it does not apply, are entitled noumena, in order to show that this knowledge cannot extend its domain over everything which the understanding thinks. But nonetheless we are unable to comprehend how such noumena can be possible, and the domain that lies out beyond the sphere of appearances is for us empty. That is to say, we have an understanding which problematically extends further, but we have no intuition, indeed not even the concept of a possible intuition. 230. Through which objects outside the field of sensibility can be given, and through which the understanding can be employed assertorically beyond that field. The concept of a noumenon is thus merely a limiting concept, the function of which is to curb the pretensions of sensibility, and it is therefore only of negative employment. At the same time it is no arbitrary invention, it is bound up with the limitation of sensibility, though it cannot affirm anything positive beyond the field of sensibility. Kant's words in this passage would seem to suggest that he must, after all, intend a drastic revision of his theory of things in themselves, and that he proposes to modify it precisely in the way we have recommended throughout. He begins by declaring the concept of a noumenon to be a merely problematic one, and then goes on to set out the distinguishing features of problematic concepts roughly in these terms. Their objective reality cannot be established in any way. They are free from contradiction. Their function is to limit the validity of certain other concepts with which they are connected. The above should present no particular difficulty to those who are familiar with Kant's terminology, and it seems obvious also what must be its bearing upon the view to be taken of the nature of things in themselves. A concept lacks, according to Kant, objective reality, in the event of its being impossible to decide whether or not anything real corresponds to it. This holds good for the concept of things in themselves. We have no right either to affirm or to deny that some reality corresponds to what has been conceived of in thought. Yet, although there can be no question of wishing either to assert or to contest the existence of things in themselves, this much should nonetheless be conceded. The concept of things in themselves implies no contradiction. The charge of self-contradiction could be brought against it, only if it could be reasonably asserted that sensible intuition was the only kind conceivable. The concept of things in themselves, as distinct from sensible appearances, cannot be dispensed with. Its function is to show up the inevitable limitations attaching to the knowledge which we enjoy, viz. knowledge by way of sense perception. It has been suggested in the last section, at least by Implica 23.1. That, in describing the concept of noumena as a merely limiting or problematic one, Kant has, at long last, come to acknowledge a truth which we have always believed to be quite incontestable, namely, that the sole task which the idea of supersensible things in themselves is capable of performing is to direct attention to the distinctive character of the objects of perceptual knowledge. Whether objects other than sensible ones are possible, or perhaps even actually existent, is a question which ought not to be raised at all, it being obvious, from the start, that any statement to which we may wish to commit ourselves will turn out to be wholly lacking in real significance. However, it appears, on closer examination of Kant's argument, that, in an effort to bring him over to our side, we have given a greatly distorted account of the position for which he stands. We shall do well, therefore, to show in what follows that, however much Kant may shift the emphasis, his point of view must always remain essentially different from the one we have adopted. Let us remind ourselves, first of all, that we consider the idea of things in themselves to be far less important than that of intellectual intuition or intuitive understanding. In fact, we have insisted all along that the former idea is inadmissible, unless it be understood, from the first, that the expression things in themselves is to signify that which could concern only a mind which was capable of intellectual intuition or intuitive understanding. On our interpretation, therefore, the term things in themselves stands for realities which are unknowable by definition. If we compare with this Kant's own attitude towards the question whether or not things in themselves permit of becoming known to the human mind, it becomes evident that the two standpoints differ very considerably. We find him taking endless trouble to show particularly, in the chapter on phenomena and noumena that, although, to begin with, it seems extremely probable that our intelligence should have access to the supersensible, it is found, on reflection, that such a claim cannot, in fact, be made good. Moreover, it is worth noting that even in the passage, where he speaks of the concept of noumena as a mere Grenzbegriff, it is by no means certain whether his sole intention is not to tell us once again that things in themselves are beyond the scope of human knowledge, although there are, of course, no grounds at all. 23.2. For doubting their reality. The following statement may be cited to illustrate this point. The concept of a noumenon is necessary, to prevent sensible intuition from being extended to things in themselves, and thus to limit the objective validity of sensible knowledge. Surely Kant's words here suggest that he takes the existence of things in themselves for granted, and merely wishes to point out that we have no means of knowing them. We turn next to a matter closely connected with the point just discussed. Kant argues in a great many places that the concept of things in themselves has its origin in our understanding, which, solely in virtue of reflecting upon its own nature, is led to suppose that it can have knowledge of these purely intelligible entities. In other words, he believes that, when we contemplate the factor of intelligence in our consciousness, while being made to realize how fundamentally it differs from that of sensation, this gives rise to the postulate of a special set of sense-transcendent realities, which are the concern not of sensible intuition, with its inherent passivity, but of our power of active thought. Before offering our comments upon this thesis of Kant's, we may be permitted to remind the reader of the lines upon which we ourselves have proceeded in working out our position. The starting point of our reflections was that the greatest possible attention should be paid to the fact that awareness of sensible reality involves an element of sheer givenness, and that things could be otherwise only in a purely hypothetical case, that of nonsensible intuition and nonsensible objects. We believed ourselves entitled to have recourse to such strange notions as those of intellectual intuition and things in themselves, on the ground that this seemed to us the most convenient way of bringing into prominence a problem of crucial importance to the theory of perceptual knowledge, namely, how the objective can be differentiated from the merely subjective. The knowledge, whose nature is to be explained, is directed towards existence which, in the first instance, cannot manifest their reality in any other way than by the occurrence of certain passively received impressions in someone or other, as distinct from a knowledge which would, as it were, generate its objects by its own activity. How, then, is it to be decided, in respect of a sense-given manifold, whether it stands for something ob. 233. Objective, or whether instead it should be taken to be a collection of mere sense contents confined to a particular subject, and with no reference beyond it? Bearing these points in mind, we went on to argue that perceptual knowledge involved, apart from sensation, a factor of intelligent interpretation, and that intelligence, in addition to its other uses, had the function of evolving certain a priori concepts which might serve as criteria of objectivity in general. Should the empiricist critic wish to raise objections against this, as well as against our introducing into the discussion such fanciful ideas as those of intuitive understanding and intelligible realities, our defense would be as follows. We require these ideas chiefly for the purpose of calling to mind what seems to us a most unsatisfactory feature of empiricism. On this theory, consciousness of matter of fact does not presuppose any a priori thinking. Our contention is that perceptual knowledge is here treated just as if it proceeded by way of intuitive understanding, and that a priori thinking could, in actual fact, be dispensed with only in such a purely imaginary case, where objectivity was never in doubt, so that there was no need of special a priori concepts concerned with laying down general conditions of objectivity as such. Should it be alleged that the postulate of an element of pure intelligence in human consciousness involved the risk of coming to engage in unwarranted metaphysical speculations, this criticism could be met as easily as the one just answered. We have differentiated between a sensible and a nonsensible factor in knowledge, on the ground that this seemed to us the best way of drawing attention to a certain intractable problem, that of objectivity, which philosophical analysis is called upon to solve. On the other hand, having recognized, from the start, that the factor of intelligency in perceptual consciousness is discursive, and that it is impossible to have any clear idea of what an intuitive intelligence would be like, it has never occurred to us to posit a separate set of nonsensible realities, still less to suppose that they might perhaps allow of becoming known through the exercise of intelligence. Let us now return to Kant. He sums up his position very clearly in the following passage. 234. If we abandon the senses, how shall we make it conceivable that our categories, which would be the sole remaining concepts for noumena, should still continue to signify something, since for their relation to any object more must be given than merely the unity of thought, namely, in addition, a possible intuition to which they may be applied. Nonetheless, if the concept of a noumenon be taken in a merely problematic sense, it is not only admissible, but as setting limits to sensibility is likewise indispensable. But in that case a noumenon is not for our understanding a special object, namely, an intelligible object, the understanding to which it might belong is itself a problem. For W.E cannot in the least represent to ourselves the possibility of an understanding which should know its object, not discursively through categories, but intuitively in a nonsensible intuition. What our understanding acquires through this concept of a noumenon, is a negative extension, that is to say, understanding is not limited through sensibility, on the contrary, it itself limits sensibility by applying the term noumena to things in themselves. But in so doing it at the same time sets limits to itself, recognizing that it cannot know these noumena through any of the categories, and that it must therefore think them only under the name of an unknown something. This passage requires no special comment. As for the difficulties we find in Kant's teaching, the reader knows from what we have said before that they concern chiefly these 2 points. It seems to him inevitable to postulate the existence of nonsensible realities. He believes that they are such that there is, initially at least, every chance that we can know them by way of the categories. The reasons responsible for Kant's coming to see matters in this light will be explained more fully in what follows. Kant has a profound respect for the great movement of rationalism and intellectualism in philosophy. Now, however much the rationalists may have differed in other respects, they all shared the belief that there was an element of essential unreality and illusoriness about the objects of sense perception, and that the true reality of things must be looked for in a supersensible realm revealed to us through the pure intellect. Kant is, of course, 235. Convinced that this belief is unfounded. This is, in fact, the whole point of his critical investigation into the limits set to human reason. However, he is prepared to make one concession to the rationalist point of view, namely, that the distinction between the sensible and the nonsensible is perfectly reasonable, and that nothing could be more natural than to suppose, at the start, that our intelligence has the power of giving us insight into a sense-transcendent realm. In allowing a great deal of initial plausibility to the thesis, that the intellect is concerned with things in themselves, or noumena, while sensibility is confined to mere appearances, or phenomena, Kant calls to mind his own former opinions. For that is precisely what he himself believed during his pre-critical period. Ceg Dissertation, 2, 3 and 4, Sensualitas est receptivitas subjecti, per quam possibile est, ut status ipsius representativus obiecti aliquis presentia certo modo officiator. Intelligentia, est facultas subjecti, per quam, qui in sensus ipsius per qualitatem suum inculrere non possunt, representar valet. Obiectum sensualitatis est sensibile, quod autem nihil continent, nisi per intelligentiam conoscendum, est intelligibile. Prius scolis veterum phenomenon, posterius noumenon audibat I, pendiata speciali indole subjecti, quae nosa presentia obiectorum huius vel alias en elodificationis capax est, qui, pro varietate subjectorum, in diversus potest esse diversa, qui cunque autem cognitio a tali condition subjectiva exempta est, non nisi obiectum respiciat, patet sensitive cogitata esse rerum representationis, uti apparent, intellectuali otuln, sicuti sunt. In alleging that the categories have a prima facie claim to apply to the supersensible, Kant is likewise influenced by his own past convictions. Yet there is still another, and much more non-questionable, reason. His sympathetic attitude towards what turns out to be a false claim is surely due to a certain extent, at any rate to a tenet of his which, although it is defended with great vigor in the critique itself, has always seemed to us wholly without plausibility, namely, that the categories are involved in the very nature of understanding, and that, in consequence, they allow of being directly deduced from the logical forms of judgment. To conclude this chapter, I may briefly touch upon a question which, at the present stage, I am obliged to answer somewhat. 236. Dogmatically. Does Kant's belief in things in themselves have the effect of seriously impairing his competence as a critic of metaphysical thinking? The reasons responsible for my view that the answer to this question should be a decided negative will be set out in what follows. First, Kant is prompted by various motives when he presupposes the reality of things in themselves. Yet it is evident that metaphysical considerations do not enter into the case at all. Secondly, Kant holds that the human mind is incapable of even imagining what realities other than sensible ones would be like. And this is, of course, a thesis which will be strongly disapproved of by those intent upon metaphysical speculation. Thirdly, and this point deserves particular attention, although Kant is indeed convinced that we can know appearances only, and never things in themselves, he does not in the least deplore this fact. On the contrary, he feels that it would not even be desirable if we possessed any knowledge other than that which we actually do possess. This goes to show that the metaphysical temperament proper is lacking in him. We may rightly suspect a man of being little more than a disguised metaphysician, even though his absolute be declared to be beyond the range of human knowledge. Yet it would seem difficult to harbor such suspicions in the case of one who is perfectly satisfied with this situation. There is one last point I should like to mention. Kant's attitude towards speculative philosophy is very different from what is usual, at the present day, among philosophers who are of the anti-metaphysical way of thinking. Instead of believing the metaphysical outlook to be due to a sort of perverseness on the part of certain misguided and narrow-minded thinkers, he holds that our reason has an almost irrepressible desire to go beyond experience, and he agrees that, although the claims may turn out to be illusory, this illusion is at least a very natural one. Now there are many who will feel that his patience with the speculative tenets of his time is somewhat excessive, and that he tends to regard as inevitable errors of human reason what are, in reality, wholly indefensible opinions deriving from certain preconceptions prevalent at the time when the critique was written. On the other hand, there would seem to be little doubt that, if Kant's critical examination of transcendent 237 metaphysics is found to show many most interesting and valuable features, this is largely because he deals with his opponents in a spirit of sympathetic understanding. However, to realize this fully, we must be prepared to engage in an inquiry into the argument of the dialectic, and this is what we propose to do in the subsequent chapters of the present work. Chapter X. Reason and Understanding. Throughout the critique of pure reason, Kant speaks of reason and understanding as two faculties which, in virtue of their very nature, are wholly distinct from each other. In fact, he is so firmly convinced of their essential separateness, that, in the first part of his work, he believes himself entitled to ignore reason altogether, and to concentrate exclusively upon the question what function intuition and understanding have to perform in the building up of empirical knowledge. The effect of this technique upon present-day students of the critique is apt to be somewhat unfortunate. In most cases their concern is exclusively with the aesthetic and the analytic, and they are thus in danger of losing their proper perspective, and of coming to form a distorted idea of Kant's teaching as a whole. The element of rationalism in Kant's philosophy is admittedly much stronger than it is in the philosophies of the present day. Now, if this point be duly noted, all the emphasis being placed upon Kant's tenet that the intellect is the source of certain a priori concepts and principles, this may quite easily give rise to the view that the most characteristic feature of Kant's theory is its overestimate of the capacities of human thought. Such a description amounts, however, to little more than a caricature. Kant may, it is true, be mistaken in several of the things he says about the part the intellect has to play in perceptual knowledge, and the doctrine he offers may well be open to serious objections on points of detail, as in previous chapters indeed we have tried to show. On the other hand, it would seem impossible to make out that what is most striking about Kant's teaching is that it endows the mind with a power of special insight into the structure of things. His aim, on the contrary, is the exact opposite. He proposes to show that human thought can, in fact, achieve incomparably less than is generally assumed. And the effect Kant's work had upon his own contemporaries was that it seemed to them to declare the human mind incapable of knowledge in the true sense of that word. Seeing, then, that one of Kant's purposes in the critique is to reason and understanding 239 deprive the intellectualist movement in philosophy of the main support upon which it had so far relied, it is, in my opinion, a grave error to overstress the rationalist element in his philosophy and to play down the element of anti-rationalism. This is why it is essential to take proper account of the dialectic. For unless sufficient attention is paid to what is said there about the inevitable limitations of our knowledge, there is no way of arriving at a balanced view of Kant's theory. The first question I wish to discuss in the present chapter is whether there are good grounds for objecting to Kant's tendency to speak of reason as a separate faculty of the mind. I may here remind the reader of certain observations I have previously made about Kant's habit of differentiating between various faculties or powers. While I have no wish to deny that Kant's terminology is unsuitable for the purposes of present-day philosophical discussion, I fail to see that it has led him into serious confusion. If he had imagined that the faculties and powers referred to were to be thought of as realities proper, this might indeed have had awkward consequences. In actual fact, however, he is quite clear in his own mind that they have no separate existence, and that, when they are posited, this is done solely for the sake of epistemological analysis and linguistic convenience. The task Kant sets himself in the transcendental dialectic is to select a number of concepts and principles for special consideration, i.e. those which claim to lead us beyond the field of experience, or else to give us information about sensible reality as a whole. I agree that, when Kant refers to a special power of reason for the purposes of this investigation, such a device can scarcely be said to be particularly helpful, and it may be remarked further that there is no great difficulty in restating Kant's case, and avoiding the sort of language which distinguishes between various mental faculties. However, since, in working out his position, Kant thinks fit to rely upon a certain terminology, which, on examination, is found not to be seriously inappropriate, it would seem a somewhat wasted effort to take the trouble to discuss his doctrine in terms different from those he himself employs. This is why I have decided to examine his teaching, without raising complaints about the manner in which it is expressed. 2. Our main business in the present chapter is to comment upon Kant's general account of reason, and to explain the view he takes of the essential difference between understanding and reason. Kant describes the nature of reason in a great many different ways, which may be set out as follows: it is directed towards the transcendent, i.e. that which lies beyond sense experience. It is in search of totality, a search which never ends except at the absolutely unconditioned. The knowledge it arrogates to itself is Erkenntnis aus Prinzipien, which would differ from that obtainable by principles of understanding, in that, solely by means of intellectual activity, certain particulars became known as contained in certain universals and immediately deducible from them. Being concerned solely with the understanding and its judgments, reason does not stand in any direct relation to the objects of sensible intuition. The above points are, of course, closely connected. I shall begin by considering the last, since that seems to me the most convenient way of clarifying Kant's general position and of showing both its strength and its weaknesses. His contention is that reason addresses itself to the understanding, while devising a standard entirely its own, i.e. that of an absolute or absolutes, and that, in coming to realize that this standard can never be attained by the concepts and principles of understanding, which are intended solely for use in experience, it evolves certain other concepts and principles purporting to lead us into a sphere of sense-transcendent realities. What is to be made of all this? There would seem to be little doubt that Kant's teaching about the difference between understanding and reason is up to a point perfectly acceptable. When he sets out to explain the view which pure reason takes of empirical knowledge, this is clearly intended as a description of the attitude adopted in this matter by those who believe in the feasibility of transcendent metaphysics. Now there is, I think, sufficient evidence that certain tenets are shared by all speculative philosophers. Moreover, it may be remarked in passing that this holds good not only for Kant's predecessors and contemporaries but also for the metaphysicians who came after him. These tenets, which express the minimum agreement between the various shades of speculative philosophy, reason and understanding 241 may be set out as follows: the only really adequate standard of true knowledge is that it should give us consciousness of an absolute or absolutes. The realities towards which we are directed in such knowledge are nonsensible in principle. Seeing that empirical knowledge is incompetent to acquaint us with anything except relations subsisting among sensible phenomena, it has, in virtue of its very nature, something profoundly unsatisfactory about it, and ultimate truth must be declared to be entirely beyond its reach. We have so far found little to complain of in what Kant has to say about the attitude taken up by human reason, when it comes to contemplate the nature of sense experience and the inevitable limitations attaching to it. However, in turning to the details of his exposition, we are made aware of certain most questionable features of his theory. For example, he suggests in places that human reason has, in reality, only one idea at its disposal, that of the unconditioned or absolute. It evolves no further concepts or principles of its own, and in consequence is obliged to fall back upon the concepts and principles of the understanding, imposing upon them the demand for unconditioned totality, a demand unknown to the understanding which is quite content to confine itself to the interpretation of sense-given appearances. In other places again, Kant maintains that the so-called concepts of reason, or transcendental ideas, are, in the last analysis, found to be nothing more than the pure concepts of understanding extended beyond their proper sphere. In what follows I shall draw attention to several objections which must be brought against these statements. Kant's view that the ideas of reason stand in a necessary logical relation to the categories is entirely lacking in plausibility. We have previously shown that his derivation of the categories from the forms of judgment is unacceptable, and that he is mistaken in supposing that a purely logical device may suffice for ascertaining the fundamental conceptions involved in our consciousness of matters of fact. Kant's thesis that the ideas of reason allow a being derived from the pure concepts of understanding would seem to be open to objections at least as strong, on the ground that his argument on this point is even more artificial than that relied upon in the metaphysical deduction of the categories. In consideration of all this, we believe ourselves entitled to con. 242. Elude that, while there may be a great deal of value in Kant's inquiry into metaphysical thinking, the logical framework within which it operates must be said to be entirely unsatisfactory, and that no serious results can follow from a neglect of his teaching about the so-called logical use of reason. As we come to concern ourselves with the dialectic proper, it will appear that Kant's investigation is curiously little affected by his logical preconceptions. Paying little attention to his system of transcendental ideas, he simply takes the metaphysical theories of his time as he finds them, proceeding in each case to show up the errors of reasoning upon which they are based. As for Kant's belief that every conceivable metaphysical view had been taken into account in his criticism of pure reason, the development of philosophy immediately after the publication of the three critiques has indeed shown how wrong he was in assuming this. On the other hand, it will be well to take note of the following point. Since the fundamental principles by which Kant was guided in his analysis of speculative metaphysics must be clear to anyone who has taken the trouble to examine the argument of the dialectic with proper care, there is comparatively little difficulty in deciding how a piece of metaphysical reasoning, even one quite different from those explicitly considered in the critique, would have to be dealt with from the point of view of Kant's transcendental criticism. It has been suggested in the last section that no approach on method is available which would make it possible to determine in advance the various ways in which the speculative approach to problems of philosophy will manifest itself. However, that is not to say that nothing useful can be said about certain general tendencies of metaphysical thought, or that Kant's observations upon this issue are without value. As an instance of this, we may refer to his tenet that human reason inevitably comes to entertain the idea of something wholly unconditioned. That a great many rationalist philosophies, both pre-Kantian and post-Kantian, have been dominated by this idea is indeed obvious enough, and it may be noted further that, although a large number of quite different arguments have been employed by those who are of this way of thinking, the starting point of their reflections has always been the same, namely, a feeling of discontent with sense experience. The argue, reason and understanding 243. Meant which typifies the sort of outlook most strikingly, in pre-Kantian times, is that which requires us to posit a first cause, and it seems likely that this is the argument Kant has chiefly in mind when he describes reason as the faculty of the unconditioned. It would, of course, be entirely absurd to charge Kant with having attached undue importance to the first cause argument, for if there have been comparatively few attempts at its revival among the metaphysicians of later days, this is largely the result of the criticism to which he subjected it. Moreover, it is worth remarking that, however strongly one may wish to disapprove of Kant's occasional suggestion that no metaphysical concept can ever be anything else than a category extended beyond experience, this procedure is, in fact, adopted in the argument which aims at establishing the reality of a first cause. However, one serious objection must be brought against what Kant has to say about the unconditioned as the supreme principle of reason. On more than one occasion he expresses the view that, whenever the human mind seeks to get beyond sense experience, it is always prompted by the idea of the unconditioned. This cannot be allowed to stand, if only because such a general statement would seem to be incompatible with Kant's own exposition of the transcendental ideas. For example, as regards the account he gives of the so-called psychological idea, that of the soul as a self-subsistent and substantial entity, there is surely little evidence that the thought of the unconditioned plays any significant part in the metaphysical reasoning to be considered. As a matter of fact, among the various metaphysical teachings inquired into in the dialectic, only one kind can be said to be wholly guided by the principle of the unconditioned, namely, the arguments which make their appearance in what Kant calls rational cosmology. Our criticism of Kant's observations upon reason and its search for the unconditioned may, accordingly, be summed up as follows. While it is perfectly true that the notion of the unconditioned, or absolute, has figured prominently in many systems of speculative philosophy, there is nothing which would give us the right to proclaim it to be the foundation of all metaphysical thinking.